I have the same feeling. It is not a normal strategy. The people of the Star Glory Federation seem to be implying that there will be no tomorrow after today, and we will be doomed when the war is over. The mental devil added, although we don't know how many resources are in the sectors under the control of the Sanctuary Alliance, based on the number of sectors in the beginning and the abundance of resources in the Star Glory Federation, which is also at the edge of the Sea of Stars, we estimate that all the resources must have been consumed in order to maintain such an enormous fleet of the Fuxus in the dark space zone that is equivalent to a desert. The order in the rear is on the verge of collapse, if not already. But the people of the Star Glory Federation did not care about it at all. They mobilized their strongest troops in the very first wave and did not consider the long battle at all. It must be noted that the Imperium of true human beings controls hundreds of prosperous worlds in the center of the Sea of Stars. There's no way that it would be defeated in a strategical war. Even if the main force of the Imperium is defeated, it will take decades to occupy all the habitable planets and maintain order. If we pour all our resources into it and exhaust our troops in such a short time, how are we going to clean up the mess even if the Star Glory Federation wins the war? This is destined to be a war without winners. Liao mumbled. Even if the Star Glory Federation wins, they will only bring destruction to the two parties and the entire universe. Damn, what are they up to exactly? Are they trying to destroy all Mankin? Maybe yes. The mental devil was silent for a moment. Then it said softly, destroy all mankind and welcome the awakening of the gods. Give enough room for the resurrected Pangu clan. Liao was silent, too. His soul was entangled by an enormous shiver and burning in fury. Don't let them. Liao's soul waves condensed into sharp teeth and scratched them brutally. The 5 old men have gone mad. I must stop them. With the help of the telepathic thoughts that had extended to more than 1,000,000 kilometers away, Liao retreated into ultimate rescue like a real tentacle. With his limited strength, it was impossible for him to deal with 5 supreme fortresses at the same time. However, as the information center that connected the 5 supreme fortresses and the entire fleet of the Fuxus, the ultimate rescue, which was equivalent to the mainframe of the starship, could make a difference. Liao's soul split into thousands of threads and flooded into every pathway and every cabin of ultimate rescue through the crystal cables and the tubes. Like a deadly virus, it invaded his body through his veins and nerves. The targets that he focused his attention on were the places where the traffic and data were densest. In his senses, the targets were like the confluence of glittering rivers or erupting volcanoes. Could not have been easier. Ha! What is this? Liao's soul stopped in a spacious hangar. He thought and hacked into the monitoring crystal camera on the top of the hangar. From the high ground, he could see a magnificent and splendid figure, which was a giant more than 30 meters tall sitting on a giant maintenance rack. It's the giant god soldier. So strong. Excitement beamed out of Liao's eyes. He had never studied the giant soldiers of the sanctuary before. The giant soldier was in a translucent gold color. It was not the shallow and flamboyant gold that Liao had seen in the gold eagle, but the black gold that was both glamorous and mysterious. The shape was slender and elegant. Its shoulders were extremely broad, and its waist, which was connected to the upper half of the body and the lower half of the body, was extremely thin. It even gave the feeling that one could hold it in one's hand. What was strange was that such a structure did not seem fragile at all. On the contrary, it added a bit of lightness and agility. Even though it was just sitting there, it seemed to be soaring into the sky and swimming in the sea of stars like a golden lightning. 2 golden whiskers more than 10 meters long protruded out of the head of the golden mantis. They should be antennas that could significantly enhance the mental attack of the user. Right now, countless magical equipment experts and maintenance puppets were climbing on its body and working hard to lift its plate armor and maintenance cover, so that Liao would have a clear view of its delicate internal structure. While dazzled and amazed, he was also baffled. The heart of Black Hole and his arsonist, which were apparently on the same level as Black Star Emperor Wuxia, did not have a spiritual residence. The spiritual house was the cockpit where the pilot could crawl into and control the giant god soldier. Generally speaking, according to the size and level of the giant god soldier, the shape of the spiritual residence was also very strange. Not all of them were on the chest. For some of the bizarre-shaped giant god soldiers that were less than 10 meters tall, and whose spiritual residences were less than 2 meters in diameter, it was not unusual that the user had to curl up like a baby. But when Liao scanned the dark gold giant soldier carefully, he did not find any space half a meter in diameter that a dwarf could not crawl into. How come there are no spiritual residences? Liao was greatly confused. Then what should the driver do? Should they stand on the shoulder of the giant god soldier and control it remotely? But the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. The interference of the spiritual energy of both sides is very intense. The remote control is extremely unreliable. They will be jammed and cut off at any moment. What a weird design. I wonder, who is the master of the dark gold giant soldier exactly? One of the 5 great masters. That's not right. The real bodies of the 5 great masters should have stayed in their supreme fortress and wouldn't have left easily. Even if they had their own giant god soldiers, they would have stayed in their own fortress for examination and maintenance. There was no reason for them to send them to a supercommunication and command starship such as Ultimate Rescue. Therefore, the master of the dark gold weapon must be on Ultimate Rescue. Although I didn't see the magnificent performance of the dark gold giant soldier with my own eyes, I can tell from its precise structure and the dangerous aura it exudes that the giant soldier is of a very high level, if not unimaginable. Then who is its master? Was my guess correct? Is there really a 6th great mast? Liao thought of something and typed a big question mark. He withdrew his soul and looked for the traces of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad. When he was performing the 4-dimensional jump, he had left vague traces in the souls of the 4 of them, which allowed him to lock onto them like mysterious beacons. Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, Yuan Ko, and Guan Qixing were brought to different treatment rooms according to their backgrounds and characteristics. Thankfully, they were still loyal believers of the gods in theory and the contributors to the capture of the Puppet King. Therefore, they were not treated too roughly for the time being. They were merely lying on the seats that were embedded with crystal processors, magical equipment units, and artificial arms, with neural perception chips stuck to their foreheads, temples, and heads. Several guys in white uniforms who looked like meditation healers were questioning them. It seemed that they had been hypnotized. However, they all had strong souls and resolute minds. Liao estimated that it would take several days before they were purified. 1.5 days later, it would be the time of the final war according to Master Zhishan. Therefore, the purification targeting them should be delayed. Liao still had enough time to help Chu Zhixiao and the rest of them awaken their self. Not just Chu Zhixiao, not just Yuanko. Centered at the 4 members of the Xianxia squad, Liao's telepathic thoughts spread out and soon discovered a lot of facilities that were similar to the brainwashing capsules in the psychic temple. The rows of metal cocoons were well arranged. Although they were much smaller than the ones in the mediumship temple, the scent of the people crouching inside was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than that of the ordinary soldiers and workers. They were the real experts. As Liao expected, Chu Zhixiao and the other members of the Xianxia squad were not the only suspected infected that needed to be cleansed. It was quite possible that everybody who had been in touch with the Puppet King would be sent to this place. Purification was one of the reasons. More importantly, the virus that the Puppet King planted in their brain could be analyzed to infer the methods of the Puppet King, so that the origin and essence of the Puppet King could be figured out. Liao gathered enough information and extended his telepathic thoughts to the deepest part of Ultimate Rescue from the hundreds of cold, brainwashing capsules. Now, it was time to look for the Puppet King and the 5 Supreme Masters. In the world of information and data, they were as eye-catching as burning torches in the dark night. Endless glittering torrents flooded in from all directions and reached the front of Ultimate Rescue, which should be the cockpit. Liao's telepathic thoughts, mixed in with the surging data, were as insignificant as a grain of sand in a flash flood. Then he saw it. He saw the supercrystal processor that seemed to be made of stars. It was a supercrystal processor that he had never seen before, neither in the depths of Nuwas warship nor below the gold crystal tower. The cockpit of Ultimate Rescue was like a splendid temple. Thousands of dense, vaguely flowing runes were carved on the walls, and extended to the deck, interweaving into a giant rune array that depicted the entire universe. On the cosmic rune arrays, thousands of literal crystal processors were floating. They were in the shape of countless brains carved out of the purest, most brilliant crystals. Most of the crystal brains were divided into two halves, one left and the other right, like human brains. Looking through the transparent crystals, one could vaguely observe the structure of the brain, such as the brain margin and the brainstem. Since it was carved out of crystal and emitting glamorous colors, although the details such as the cerebrospinal canal were vivid, it did not give the feeling of disgust or evilness. Instead, it was filled with the holiness of thinking. As for the other crystal brains, not only were they much larger than normal human brains, they were also in various forms. Some brains were made of 3 different parts connected by thick clusters of crystals. Some brains were like abnormal tumors with irregular bumps on the surface. Some of the brains did not have ditches at all. Instead, they were full of dense holes that looked like delicate honeycombs. Some of the crystal brains were even 1 meter in diameter. It was hard to imagine how enormous the brain must have been if that was its real size. It was definitely the brain of a devil. However, no matter what form it took, endless information and data were flowing inside the crystal brains, slowly, lingering, and colliding. Colorful electric arcs were dancing among the thousands of crystal processors. These things look familiar, Liao mumbled to himself. He paused for a moment and said confidently, remember now, we found similar scraps of crystal brains in the relics of the Kunlun mystic land. But they were all shattered and beyond repair. There are similar things in the Nuwa battleships of the ancient sacred world and the Pangu underground palace. The mental devil explained. They were equally fragile and would crumble at the first touch. Many archaeologists and magical equipment experts at that time believed that they were not highly precise magical equipment but merely works of art carved out of crystals that were meant for sacrifices. But as it turns out, we were all wrong. Those things were the real state-of-the-art crystal processors of the primeval era, the most advanced computational magical equipment, and the source of the word crystal processor. Liao exclaimed, I didn't know that the people of the Star Glory Federation had collected so many primeval crystal processors in secret and assembled them into a whole array of supercrystal processors to serve as the core of the space battle network and the mastermind of the civilization of the bees. Looking at the shining crystal brain, Liao felt that he was hallucinating. Every starship of the entire fleet was like neurons that constituted a superbrain millions of kilometers in diameter. The core of the superbrain Ultimate Rescue was a medium-sized brain. The core of Ultimate Rescue, the array of crystal brains in front of him, was also condensed into an unbelievable brain by the interweaving information and electric arcs. Inside his brain there was still his brain. In the glittering crystal in front of his eyes, the ultimate mysteries of the Pangu universe and the heritage of the primeval civilization seemed to be stored. If the word God really meant something, it might be referring to the splendid and magnificent view in front of him. Is this the real face of the Fuxi system? Liao was deeply attracted by the strange phenomenon in front of his eyes. He could not help but remark, only the super algorithm provided by the Fuxi system can control so many crystal brains with amazing performance at the same time. On the other hand, only when the crystal brains with amazing performance are combined can the most powerful computational ability of the Fuxi system be triggered. Thousands of starships will be its neurons, and billions of creatures will be its nerve endings. Hey, the Fuxi system is so powerful. Can we break through its defense barrier and break into its core? Let's give it a try. Even the smartest brain can be infected by bacteria and viruses and suffer from meningitis. Don't be hasty, the mental devil said. I need more data to analyze its defense structure. While the mental devil was analyzing the Fuxi system, Liao extended his telepathic thoughts to the center of the cockpit below the crystal brain array. As he expected, phantom ocean, sky burning, sharp gold, dry wood, and earth were all gathered here. Of course, the cockpit of Ultimate Rescue was not made of their flesh and blood, but it was not a 3D phantom that appeared when ordinary people of the Star Glory Federation were praying, either. Instead, it was a place where the primordial spirit, which contained tremendous essence, energy, and soul power, was transmitted through the space battle network. Liao could clearly feel the intense waves released by the 5 Dharma idols. They could influence matter with their consciousness and manipulate everything on Ultimate Rescue directly. Among them, the souls of Master Phantom Sea and Master Burning Sky, who had just suppressed the Puppet King from thousands of light-years away, were still recovering because of the self-detonation of the Puppet King's soul. But the souls of the other 3 masters were shining like the scorching sun. Lying in the med bay in front of them was the body of the Puppet King. A fully armed medical team, as if they were faced with a great enemy, pierced the hollow and sharp crystal cables into the deformed and expanded brain of the Puppet King and connected it to the mainframe crystal processor of the Fuxi system. Doctors and meditation healers were injecting highly concentrated nutrition liquids and strengthening drugs into the main artery of the Puppet King's neck to stimulate his brain to wake up. When Liao extended his telepathic thoughts to this place, he happened to see that the body of the Puppet King was cramping violently like a dead body that had been electrified. It was bouncing hard, only to be suppressed by the barriers with high-voltage electric arcs. The scene was like a dead person in a transparent coffin trying to come back to life. The noises were both terrifying and weird. Then, above the medical cabin of the Puppet King, several golden lines appeared out of thin air and interweaved into a long, transparent cube. When the Puppet King was cramping most violently, Liao vaguely saw that countless streaks of brightness were flowing out of the brain into the golden cube above it. It was as if the golden cube boasted an irresistible attraction force that pulled out the Puppet King's consciousness and self. Gradually, a fuzzy shadow appeared in the golden cube and turned into a somewhat ugly shadow that had a big head and a small body. It looked like a bean sprout holding a potato. The golden cube appeared out of thin air, but it was like a transparent prison cell that locked the man inside. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not get out. When the face of the phantom turned to the monitoring crystal camera in the corner of the cockpit and was scanned by Liao, Liao could not help but shudder. It was indeed Lu Qingchen, or rather Lu Qingchen in his prime years. This was the form of his soul. When everyone's soul left their body, it would appear in the most self-centered way. It seemed that the clearest self in the depths of Lu Qingchen's consciousness was still his high-spirited youth, not the later devil Lu Qingchen. When he realized that his soul had been captured and locked up in a weird way, he gave up struggling. Instead, he stuck his soul to the bright gold wall and gazed at the 5 sages. His eyes were almost the same as those of Lu Qingchen, the young man Liao saw 100 years ago. They were clear and full of endless curiosity about the world. The owner of such eyes seemed to be doing a humble study of everything they did. Even if their hands were stained with blood, it was not evil at all. Even in such a situation, "I haven't seen your real bodies yet," Lu Qingchen's soul said casually. After being transformed by the Fuxi system, his brainwaves turned into a somewhat disappointed voice. "Your true selves are indeed mysterious. Are they really so shameful?" Before the 5 Supreme Masters asked any questions, he was already complaining. Judging from his commonness, he did not seem to be in jail at all. Instead, he seemed to be having a spiritual conversation with the Great Master, an academic and philosophical discussion. "Who are you exactly?" The leader of the 5 Supreme Masters, Master Phantom Sea, asked solemnly. "How exactly do we sneak into the Sanctuary Alliance?" Lu Qingchen grinned and laughed silently. "A great war is coming. Why waste each other's time with such nonsense? You know that I won't say anything." Lu Qingchen raised his translucent fingers and pointed at his temples. With a weird expression, he said, "All the secrets are hidden in the depths of my soul. If you have the ability, then go look for the answers yourself. However, you must be careful. In the depths of my soul, there are still a lot of viruses that are hundreds of times stronger than the brain viruses such as disillusionment, glory, and Tao-Tai. Be careful not to be entangled by them when you are trying to enter my soul. Your soul will be completely corrupted. If you are scared of being infected by me, why don't you just kill me right now and get it over with?" "Oh, you don't want to kill me. Other than my background and identity, you also want to know the refining methods of my brain virus. After all, the Imperium of true human beings occupies the most prosperous planet in the center of the Sea of Stars. It is not something that can be destroyed in a single battle. If you can get my brain virus and refine it, it is very likely that you will raise a virus storm in the territory of the Imperium and make the citizens of the Imperium wait for their death or perish in internal strife. That is the most important reason why you can't wait to capture me and bring me here, isn't it? Therefore, I'm very curious, too. What can you do about me? The war between us is not over yet. Come on. Let me see your ultimate purification and rescue. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qingchen burst into laughter like a lunatic. Master Phantom C seemed to have foreseen his reaction. He did not waste any more time talking to him, but exchanged a meaningful look with the other four masters. Then, thousands of runes appeared in front of Master Phantom C. Master Phantom C extended his hand. His 5 fingers turned into hundreds of streaks of brightness and swept across the spinning runes. The thousands of crystal brains floating above everyone's head immediately hummed and shined, as if they had turned into living creatures that were dancing under the support of the spiritual flames and mystic rays. Thousands of gold lines suddenly appeared inside the golden cube that sealed Lu Qingchen's soul and cut his soul into cubes the size of dice. Since his soul was invisible, it was impossible for him to be cut into pieces. But it meant that the violent cracking and deep analysis of Lu Qingchen's soul had begun. Aunt Lu Qingchen's crazy laughter suddenly toured into ear-splitting screams. His face was particularly hideous when he was in the state of his soul. His mouth was so wide open that his face was about to be torn apart, and his virtual internal organs were spurting out of his black hole-like throat one after another. His soul was like a blossoming and rotting flower. Even Liao felt sorry for him when he peeped at it. The speed and frequency of the gold threads were higher and higher. No matter how twisted and condensed Lu Qingchen's soul was, it would be cut, cracked, and analyzed again in a moment. As the humming of the thousands of crystal brains grew louder and louder, Lu Qingchen's soul was more and more broken and twisted. He could not maintain his solid form any longer and turned into clusters of lackluster mist. In the meantime, a lot of information and data were extracted from Lu Qingchen's soul and transmitted to the crystal brain through the crystal cables. The images of the 5 supreme masters were melted into the brilliance of the crystal brain, too, as they read the data eagerly. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about getting the secrets in the depths of my soul. Lu Qingchen's soul was like a torch that was burning tenaciously in a storm. He struggled to release the most dazzling brilliance. There was no telling whether he was screaming or laughing miserably. I am a real human being. I will never bow down to the maggots that grew out of the corpses of the deities and devils. The 5 sages listened emotionlessly, but there was confusion in their eyes, as if they did not understand how a human being could be so determined to fight against them. Liao was even more confused. He had only experienced such a feeling once when he watched the immortal cultivator Ko Ruhua lunge at the resurrected Pangu clan in the Kunlun mysterious realm. It was true that he and Lu Qingchen were mortal enemies. He insisted that the man was an unpardonable dangerous man and that there was no possibility of compromise or cooperation. However, no matter how evil Lu Qingchen was, he existed as a plotter of human beings and was absolutely different from the non-human beings of the sanctuary. Besides, Liao's current life form was very similar to Lu Qingchen's. The methods that the 5 masters of wisdom used to deal with Lu Qingchen could be used to deal with Liao, too. Liao could not find it gratifying or gratifying at all that Lu Qingchen ended up like this. Lu Qingchen's life and his pride should not end like this. Lu Qingchen should have been captured and brought back to the Federation for a fair trial in his motherland. We cannot allow Lu Qingchen's soul to be dismembered by Master Zhishan. Liao said, let's not talk about his personal feelings for now. If we keep torturing him like this, Lu Qingchen's soul will be dissected and analyzed layer by layer. All the secrets about him, us, and the Star Glory Federation will gradually be revealed to Master Zhishan. No matter what, we must stop Master Zhishan's interrogation, dissection, and analysis. Don't be hasty. Didn't you think that Lu Qingchen wouldn't be captured so easily? The mental devil was silent for a long time. Then it suddenly said, I kind of understand Lu Qingchen's plan and purpose now. On. Liao was dazed. What plan? The battle against the Black Wind Fleet was as planned. Do you still remember what Lu Qingchen did in the battle? Of course I do. At that time, he intentionally revealed his identity as a double agent and was captured by the commander-in-chief of the Black Wind Fleet, who locked him on the flagship Black Swirl. He was interrogated in all kinds of tortures and even tasted the most excruciating pain in the world. Liao said, in fact, he was ready to abandon his body of flesh and blood a long time ago. But while the immortal cultivators stabbed their brain probes into his brain and examined his brainwaves, he uploaded his soul to the mainframe crystal processor of Black Swirl and controlled the entire Black Wind Fleet through it. As a result, the mainframe crystal processor of Black Swirl became his brand new brain, and he invaded Dark Knight Brightness's brain further through the enormous brain. He turned the commander-in-chief of the Black Wind Fleet into his puppet and demonized the entire fleet. A lot of immortal cultivators turned into demonic cultivators, and their combat ability was significantly improved. If we hadn't shown up at the last moment and blown him into pieces while we were talking and laughing, his scheme would have succeeded. Wait. Why does this plan sound so familiar? You mean, it is true that the failure of the battle was not a crime of war, because nobody could have foreseen that you would lead the 12 experts of the ancient sacred world to the center of the battlefield. Not because there was anything wrong with Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen's plan. Everybody in the Star Glory Federation knows the whole process of the battle, the mental devil said. But nobody in the Imperium and the Holy Alliance at the center of the Sea of Stars knows it at all. Is it really strange that Lu Qingchen is trying to copy his carefully designed, failed plan? Therefore, since the reappearance of the God's Heart Association in the beginning, it has been a trap. Lu Qingchen released all kinds of brain viruses on purpose so that the 5 great masters would pay more and more attention to him and consider him to be the most dangerous person in the world. Liao's soul ripples were more and more rapid. When the time is right, he will create a few shocking cases and leave traces on purpose so that the people of the Star Glory Federation will find them. In the end, his soul will self-detonate, and he will be captured by accident. His purpose will be exactly the same as when he was captured on Black Swirl. He is going to approach the main flagship of the army of the Star Glory Federation and the 5 great sages. Yes, only by becoming the most dangerous wanted criminal of the Holy Alliance and hiding secrets that could reverse the situation of the war deep inside his soul could he attract the attention of the 5 great masters. Only by blowing up his own soul and pretending that his soul was too broken to be dissected and analyzed could he ease the vigilance of the 5 great masters. The mental devil sneered. When the 5 masters of kindness connected the mainframe crystal processor of the Fuxi system to his brain and performed a deep analysis on his soul, he was given the opportunity to corrupt the Fuxi system. When the 5 masters of kindness were observing his soul carefully, he was gazing at the 5 masters of kindness coldly, too. As long as I control the Fuxi system and the 5 masters of kindness in the same way as last time, won't I be able to soar into the sky and become the new leader of the civilization of the quasi-beetle civilization? I will be able to complete the shocking undertaking of swallowing an elephant with a snake. But Liao found it hard to believe. The complexity and defense of the Fuxi system are much higher than that of the mainframe crystal processor of Black Swirl. The level of the 5 greatest masters of wisdom is much higher than that of Dark Knight Brightness. 2. Exactly. So, Lu Qingchen is still waiting for an excellent opportunity. The mental devil replied, the Fuxi system and the 5 masters of kindness are far more advanced than the crystal processors of the Black Wind Fleet and their commander-in-chief. But the enemy they are about to face, the army of the Imperium of true human beings, is much stronger than the Federal Army. Think about it. There are less than 48 hours to go before the main force of the Sanctuary Alliance, the fleet of the Fuxi clan, attacks the capital city. By then, the enormous fleet that can block the stars will jump to the center of the Imperial Terminus sector and start a final battle that is even more brilliant and cruel than the expedition of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. At the very least, during the moment of the space jump, how to gather the troops as quickly as possible, how to command and deploy them, how to break through the defense fire net of the Star Ocean Imperium, how to assault Empyrean Terminus as quickly as possible, and so on and so forth. All the military processing, the astronomical amount of information, and the data turbulence will put unprecedented pressure on the brain of the Fuxi system and the 5 great sages. At that moment, the computational ability of the Fuxi system and the 5 great sages will hit rock bottom. The firewall of the spiritual nexus and the mental defense wall will be attacked crazily by the Imperial Army. 2. They will be riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. Isn't that Lu Qingqian's best chance? It sounds crazy, but as I said before, as a remnant soul who infiltrated the Holy Alliance all by himself, this is his only chance, just like it is our only chance. No wonder Lu Qingqian chose such a timing to release the brand new favorite virus and Furious virus in order to create a riot that everybody was watching. Liao mumbled. If he had arrived earlier or later, he wouldn't have been able to wait for the most intense moment of the splendid clash between the army of the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation. He would have been caught in the trap. This guy is truly insane. His plan is a gamble without caring about the consequences. He is dancing on the edge of a blood-stained saber. The success rate is not even 1%. Haven't we been thinking the same thing as him about the Fuxi system? The mental devil smiled. Maybe we are the same kind of people as Lu Qingqian. We are all lawless, reckless lunatics. So Liao smiled. Lu Qingqian is crying and shouting that human beings will never yield right now. Are you acting? Good acting skills. It's not necessarily acting. Didn't you notice that this guy likes to be hung up and whipped? Maybe he has this little hobby. To be able to receive unparalleled stimulation when he is whipped brutally, to release the strength hidden in the depths of his soul, and to soar to a higher peak. Believe me, among all the negative emotions, pain is definitely the source of strength. So insane. Liao secretly clicked his tongue. However, no matter how delicate his plan is, and no matter how uncanny the source of his strength is, he has miscalculated this time, because he has overlooked 2 key factors other than the 5 great masters of kindness. Firstly, our existence. Secondly, the master of the dark gold giant weapon. We don't need to talk about it. But who is the master of the dark gold giant soldier? Why is he on ultimate rescue? And how does he ride a giant soldier without a spiritual residence? I have a vague feeling that the master of the dark gold giant soldier is the real schemer behind the scenes. Yes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The great master is the cicada, and Lu Qingqian is the mantis. Now, let's see who is the oriole, us, or the master of the dark gold giant weapon. The enemy may have thousands of soldiers under their command, but our biggest advantage is our stealth, the mental devil said. Nobody knows of our existence until now. Therefore, our best strategy is to continue lurking in this place and wait for Lu Qingqian and the master of the dark gold giant weapon to reveal their hideous faces. We will decide what to do when both sides are seriously wounded. Then let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Liao mumbled. Last time in the Star Glory Federation, it was Lu Qingqian who took advantage of the conflict between the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet. This time, it's finally our turn to hide behind Lu Qingqian and let the guy take the lead. When we figure out the situation, we will go out and reap the benefits. Thinking like this, Liao withdrew most of his telepathic thoughts, leaving only a strand of his telepathic thoughts, which was as thin as a hair, to wrap around the monitoring crystal camera on the bridge and observe the scenes of Lu Qingqian's crazy acting skills. Right now, Liao's soul had moved from the spider tank to the mainframe crystal processor in the workshop. His computational ability was 10 times higher than before. Combining the information he had retrieved from the Fuxi system and recalling the information transmission patterns and the data interaction protocols of the entire fleet, Liao started a brand new training session. He changed the state of his soul and strengthened his soul according to the model of the Fuxi system. It was a mysterious, wonderful feeling. The more he trained, the further he was from the traditional standard human beings. He suddenly toured into a speck of dust and crawled into a spiritual puppet deep inside a starship, observing the monotonous world around him with cold and dull crystal cameras. Then it turned into the entire sea of stars. The hundreds of thousands of starships turned into hundreds of thousands of clusters of blinking data swirls that were flowing, spinning, splitting, and condensing in his senses. Every piece of data was like a burning, brilliant meteor shower that crashed into his soul brutally. Life was information. Life was the torrent of data. The entire universe was nothing but an ocean of information and data colliding, surging, converging, and changing. For a moment, Liao had a deeper understanding of the sentence. When he was exploring the ocean of information and reading and analyzing every starship of the fleet at his will, he had asked himself for a moment whether or not he was still a human being. However, who could say for sure what a human being should look like? From the most primitive microorganisms to the undersea fungi, from the ferns and mud bugs under the volcanic ash to the monkeys in the jungle and the naked apes in the rebar and cement, life had never stopped evolving. Was the naked ape the most perfect life form without the slightest modification? Was it the endpoint of evolution? Of course not. The path of mankind was the sea of stars, or even the high-dimensional space beyond the three-dimensional universe. It was a new world that was full of wonderful and unpredictable changes. They had to evolve step by step until they were unrecognizable or even appalling. The difference between future human beings and modern human beings might be even greater than that between modern human beings and trilobites. Cultivators stood at the top of the human civilization. Naturally, they had to be in the vanguard and explore the direction of evolution in advance. Such explorations were bound to be misinterpreted, despised, or resisted by many. It was lonely at the top. The experts in the leading era were destined to be lonely. In this magnificent and desolate state of mind, Liao suddenly somewhat understood Lu Qingchen. The future and the present were a pair of irreconcilable contradictions. Evolution meant change. There was always a price to pay for change. It was never something that could be accomplished peacefully and peacefully. It was true that Lu Qingchen and Mo Xian were too hasty, but when had an evolution ever been short of hasty explorers? Who could accurately determine when it was not too hasty and when it was perfect for a perfect evolution? No one knew when the time for evolution would come. No one could guarantee that they would not lose themselves on the path of evolution, either. But as the saying goes, understanding does not mean agreeing. Maybe evolution meant bleeding, but Liao wanted to shed his own blood first, and Lu Qingchen wanted to shed everyone's blood except his. That was the biggest difference between them. Then, let's play our roles as best we can. Let's crash into each other brutally and determine the future of the civilization of mankind with our blood, bones, and souls. Then, we will let the future billions of years later decide whether we are right or wrong. With a telepathic thought, all the telepathic thoughts retreated. His soul was like a flower that had been carved out of crystal. It was translucent and flowing with gold and blood. His belief had never been so clear, firm, and strong. Another 24 hours passed. Shwa, 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 shwa. The pictures of ultimate rescue and the other parts of the fleet of the Fuxus were crystal clear in his soul ripples. He knew the situation of the members of the Star Glory Federation like the back of his hand. Lu Qingchen was still being tortured. He was in so much pain that his soul had been torn into shreds. He was as feeble as an earthworm that had been dried in the sun and could not be gathered again. His soul was dissected into a lot of data and inputted into the database of the Fuxi system. Liao bet that there must be something hidden in the data. In the beginning, the 5 masters had been monitoring his status all the time, fearing that he might be up to no good. However, after a day and a night of torture, his soul was almost entirely gone. Lu Qingchen could do nothing except struggle and curse. The 5 masters were less vigilant now. A great war was coming. They had a lot of military affairs to attend to after all. It was impossible for them to waste all their time on the puppet king, Lu Qingchen. In the beginning, it was the 5 great sages who took turns to monitor Lu Qingchen. Gradually, the number of people grew smaller and smaller. In the end, when all the secrets inside Lu Qingchen's brain were about to be extracted, the 5 great sages simply vanished, leaving the medical team and the meditation healers to continue their interrogation. Idiot, Liao thought to himself. However, When he thought of the fact that the master of the dark gold weapon had not shown up yet, he was greatly alarmed. He did not know who the idiot was yet. As for Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, Yuan Ko, and Guan Qixing, the 4 members of the Xianxia squad, they were sent into 4 metal cocoons after a long hypnotizing conversation and a full-body examination, treatment, and disinfection. Li Yao could sense that their brains were connected to their crystal processors and integrated into the world of the Fuxi system, where tremendous data was being exchanged instantly. Li Yao estimated that they were erasing the memories of the past few days so that they would forget the influence of the Puppet King. Li Yao was secretly anxious, not knowing whether or not he should make a move in the Fuxi system to remind the 4 members of the Xianxia squad of something. What dispelled the idea was the situation of the Fuxi fleet. Starting from the 31st hour, the fleet of the Fuxi fleet, which had been preparing for battle, suddenly relaxed. All the soldier bees and the worker bees were kneeling on the ground and praying silently. Their dull brainwaves gathered together like a torrent of ice and flowed toward the 5 supreme fortresses. Then they gathered on ultimate rescue through the supreme fortresses. The message they sent was hoping that the gods would bless them and allow them to win the final battle. Then, the mainframe crystal processors of all the starships increased their computational ability to the maximum. Buffer gel was injected into the cabins one after another. Everybody crouched in the seats that looked like eggshells and allowed the gel to cover them. The power units of the starships gradually dimmed, but the space jump unit was getting hotter and brighter. The engine compartment was sending endless energy into the space jump unit. Centered at the center, the entire warship gradually became twisted and transparent. They were like millions of pebbles tossed into a pond. Ripples were spreading out on the surface of the calm water. All the starships were shaking and glittering in the ripples. Even the thousands of crystal brains on the bridge of ultimate rescue, which were carrying the Fuxi system, were shivering violently, too. They sent out surging data and issued solemn and cruel commands to all the mainframe crystal processors of the starships. The main force of the Sanctuary Alliance, the fleet of the Fuxi clan, was finally going to launch a fatal strike at the heart of the Imperium of true human beings. Li Yao had experienced countless space jumps, but he had never seen such large-scale space ripples surging among the dark stars simultaneously. It was like a million elephants, no, a million furious, bloodthirsty, enormous dinosaurs were trying to pierce through a tiny needle at the same time. Li Yao could not begin to imagine how many crystals and fuel the people of the Sanctuary Alliance had spent to plan the super large-scale space jump, and how much computational ability they had used to deploy so many starships and the supreme fortress that was as large as an asteroid in order to transmit the mass of the object to several light-years away simultaneously. Besides, Li Yao was well aware that, with such a dense mass of materials jumping together, no matter how delicate the arrangements were, no matter how good the safety measures were, and no matter how lucky they were, at least a few % of the starships would be wrecked. Some of them jumped to the planets and stars of the Imperial Terminus sector, and some of them overlapped with other starships in the four-dimensional space. An apocalyptic explosion took place at the atomic level, making countless starships nearby disappear together with their crew members. The cruel ending beyond description was enough to make any crew member, whether they were a cultivator or an immortal cultivator, reject such suicidal attacks. Only the members of the Sanctuary, who had no self-awareness and considered themselves to be a tiny worker bee or soldier bee in the entire swarm, or even an insignificant cell, could resort to such insane, fearless tactics. Li Yao could not stop it. He could only watch the three-dimensional universe around him being torn apart by the crazily surging black ripples. The stable space was twisted and blurred. The glittering exhaust flames turned into colorful kaleidoscopes. He and the entire fleet of the Fuxi fleet entered the four-dimensional space again. This time, Li Yao had experience. They were like the first batch of fish that climbed on land. They gradually evolved into amphibians and grasped the ability to move freely in the swamp. Swallowing and chewing the pieces of the four-dimensional space was as natural as breathing for him. Endless data was flooding to him. The firewalls of all the mainframe crystal processors of the fleet were falling apart in the four-dimensional space, which did not hinder him at all. Li Yao was going to take the opportunity to crawl into the cluster of super crystal processors that carried the Fuxi system, but a subtle anomaly stopped him in time. It was like A viper lurking in the deepest crevice had sensed the existence of its own kind. Ha! Liao thought quickly and aimed his telepathic thoughts at the 4 members of Xianxia's squad. In the 4-dimensional space, the metal cocoon that sealed Xianxia and the rest of them had completely collapsed, turning into streaks of silver brightness that surrounded their bodies slowly. Their bodies were like a spring from which their souls were blossoming like water. Liao discovered that 4 streams of venom that were similar to his telepathic thoughts flowed out of the souls of Xianxia and the rest of them and crossed all the barriers toward the cockpit. Eyes the puppet king Lu Qingchen. Liao pondered for a moment and suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the guy was so confident that he detonated his soul and pretended that he was heavily wounded. He also allowed the 5 supreme masters to dissect and study his remaining soul without any resistance. As it turned out, he had hidden the most sordid power in his soul inside the brains of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad. When did it happen exactly? Right? Maybe the reason why he released the furious virus in the riot of eternal brightness and turned the entire brightness city into a slaughterhouse was not just to attract the attention of the great sage, but also to corrupt the brains of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad and plant the most critical virus, the real virus that could breach the firewall of the Fuxi system and the mental defense of the great sage. Or maybe earlier than that, in the big explosion of Light Chaser, he had tampered with the brains of Xianxia and the rest of them through mental attacks and kept it a secret. It was not until this moment, when the fleet of the Fuxis entered the decomposition state of the 4-dimensional space and the defense of the crystal processors and the human brain was at the minimum, that he launched the fatal attack. Human beings were living creatures in the 3-dimensional world, and crystal processors were magical equipment in the 3-dimensional world too. Entering the 4-dimensional world suddenly was the most vulnerable moment. When Liao was in the Star Glory Federation, he had suffered a mental attack from Xian, the extraterrestrial devil, during a space jump. Had Liao not been awakened in time, he would have been dragged into the spiritual world by Xian and be doomed forever. Lu Qingchen's methods were similar to Xuanru's. Naturally, he had the ability to spread viruses in the 4-dimensional world and corrupt the brain. However, it was a pity that he had run into Liao again. Liao, who had been fully upgraded and whose techniques were even higher than his own. Hiding his soul in the chaotic data streams, Liao observed Lu Qingchen's movements coldly. The 4 streams of black venom snuck into the cockpit and crawled into the thousands of crystal brains like vipers. Even though the thousands of crystal brains were the ultimate magical equipment of the primeval civilization, their defensibility in the 4-dimensional space was no different from that of the crystal processors refined by human beings. Liao could clearly see that one crystal brain after another was corrupted by the venom and turned black. Besides, the blackness spread out like a virus from 1 crystal brain to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8, from 8 to 16, from 16 to 32, increasing the number of infections exponentially. Within a moment, more than 30% of the crystal brain had been contaminated by Lu Qingchen's mysterious scent. Before, the Fuxi system had been absorbing information from Lu Qingchen's broken soul. However, as more and more crystal brains were infected, the Fuxi system continued to pour data into Lu Qingchen's soul, regrouping his dispirited soul and making it even more dominating than before. Lu Qingchen is taking a big risk by performing a great teleportation, Liao thought to himself. The 5 great masters only thought that the young man with the deformed and swollen brain was Lu Qingchen's real body. Even though Lu Qingchen was an extraterrestrial devil, his soul and brain were inseparable when he possessed the young man. But he didn't know that Lu Qingchen was a heavenly devil of the spiritual nexus. He had grasped the ability to shuttle between the human brain and the crystal processor freely and to live in the spiritual nexus. He had traded the brain of the young vegetable for the mainframe crystal processor of the Fuxi system. If his scheme succeeded, the entire fleet of the Fuxi fleet would become his body. Such a plan was indeed terrifying. Liao's soul was restless for a long time before he resisted the urge to stop Lu Qingchen right now. The 5 great masters could not be 5 pigs who did not even notice such an arrogant plan. Maybe it would be better if he waited until Lu Qingchen was beaten to a pulp before he went out to take advantage of the situation. Maybe by then he could finish Lu Qingqian's unfinished business and turn the entire fleet of the Fuxi clan into his vulture Li Yao's body. However, the 5 wise masters seemed to be 5 ignorant pigs. Lu Qingqian was about to complete the full invasion of the Fuxi system, but they still showed no response. Moreover, Lu Qingqian's poison was flowing toward the brains of the 5 great sages through the special route of the spiritual nexus between ultimate rescue and the 5 supreme fortresses. The 5 emissaries of the gods did not notice anything wrong either. It can't be, right? Could it be that these 5 guys really only know how to play tricks? Could it be that they were lucky enough to obtain the power from the primeval ruins, and that's why they became oracles? In fact, they are not like the real experts of mankind who have gone through the tempering of their beliefs and the tempering of cruel struggles. Li Yao thought to himself, now that Lu Qingqian's plan has worked out, what is he waiting for? Pausing for a moment, Li Yao got the answer without the reminder of the mental devil. Understood. He was waiting for the moment when the fleet of the Fuxi fleet got rid of the 4-dimensional space and jumped to the center of the Imperial Terminus sector. It is like the landing of a beach. The moment the landing crafts reach the enemy's beachhead, they are bound to be attacked by the most ferocious firepower of the defenders. Their defense is at its weakest. Right now, Lu Qingqian has only completed the procedure of installing the virus. That moment is the perfect opportunity for the outbreak of the virus to seize the fleet of the Fuxi clan. Hardly had the thought crossed Li Yao's mind when he felt that the space around him was shivering. The kaleidoscope was collapsing and solidifying, and it returned to its normal appearance. The 4-dimensional space was shrinking rapidly into the 3-dimensional space again. They had arrived. So fast. Li Yao thought to himself, right? The fleet of the Fuxi fleet has been lurking near the Imperial Terminus sector for a long time. Naturally, it will take decades to cover the distance of several light-years at the normal cruising speed. But in a space jump, it will only take a moment. I wonder, the guardians of the Imperial Terminus sector, Little Ming and Wen boom. 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 Before Li Yao realized what was going on, a storm of explosions had already begun. They were like a big bowl of ice cubes poured into boiling oil, which immediately triggered the most intense reaction. Although most of the soldiers of the Imperial Army were caught in the mud of the Civil War and far away from the capital city, the defense line of the capital city, under the construction and modification of Xiaoming, Wen and the Fist King, was taking a big step toward automatic defense. With the idea of making up for quality with quantity, they had deployed countless cosmic mines and unmanned armed shuttles in the periphery of the capital city. They had even combined the mines and armed shuttles to produce a lot of big iron balls that were extremely magnetic and could sprint at a high speed. When they sensed the abnormal space ripples, they would swarm out and attach themselves to the enemy warships that had not been fixed yet, before they exploded and perished together with the enemy. Similar self-detonating magical equipment existed in the battle sequences of the Imperium and the Federation. However, they were embedded with smart chips and controlled by the super-logic algorithms of Xiaoming and Wen. The agility and damage of the upgraded big iron balls of wisdom were 10 times higher than before. They were like the white blood cells inside a human body. Once they discovered an intruder, they would immediately surge forward and cover the enemy without giving them any chance to breathe. This was just the first defense line of the Empyrean Terminus sector. There were 9 similar defense lines. With the calculation of Xiaoming and Wen, as well as the painstaking planning of the Imperium for the past 1,000 years, every blind spot of the Imperial Terminus sector had been blocked. Wherever the enemy jumped over, they would be bombarded mercilessly from all directions. Not to mention that, although the Imperial Guards commanded by the Empress Dowager Li Linghai were not as sharp as the coalition fleet of Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their cannonballs and their lives when they were faced with a desperate situation in which the Imperium was on the brink of destruction. Li Yao felt that he had fallen into magma, the kind that was still erupting. At the microscopic level, he seemed to be able to see that countless starships of the Sanctuary Alliance were entangled by cosmic mines and drones before they were able to recover from their previous state. Dark red tumors were popping up one after another. In a few seconds, the entire starship was torn apart in a series of earth-shaking explosions. The debris of the starships that were affected by the blast splashed to the starships nearby like a meteor shower, triggering a destructive chain reaction. He also saw that, inside the twisted starships and the countless pathways and cabins, flames and blast were savaging everything in their way like a super high-speed crystal train that had derailed. Many people of the Star Glory Federation had just prayed to their gods before they tuned around and perished in the abyss of destruction. Even the 5 supreme fortresses were stuck in the awkward state of traveling through the four-dimensional space. They could not teleport the mass of 10 trillion tons to the Imperial Terminus sector for the time being. Therefore, they were attacked by the defenders like a storm. Giant semicircular fireballs protruded out of the surface of the fortresses. Countless burning materials spurted out of the cracks like broken tentacles that were struggling and waving helplessly. On the macroscopic level, or rather, the level of data and information, the data flowing in the space network was hundreds of times denser than before. Under the interference of the guards, the data turned from the falling raindrops into hazy mist. It was chaotic, confused, and dirty. It was difficult to retrieve any useful information. Even Liao's telepathic thoughts were hindered when they tried to extend to the starships nearby. It was as if the information swamp he was in had toured from mud into rock. He could only try to collect the data that had been transmitted to ultimate rescue through the interference of the enemy. In the 3 minutes before the space jump to the Imperial Terminus sector, the best fleet of the Federation had lost 7,422 starships. Hundreds of thousands of other starships had lost contact with the main flagship and teleported to somewhere else in the Imperial Terminus sector. Some of them had even perished among the stars. However, the loss was within the expectations of the 5 great masters. Faced with the heavy casualties, the morale of the members of the Sanctuary Alliance was not affected at all. Their morale had been locked to a fixed value. With the delay of the victims, the remaining starships of the Sanctuary seized the time to get rid of the interference of the space ripples. They deployed shields and magnetic interference systems and tried to connect their data streams to the space battle network to restore command and order. The 5 supreme fortresses jumped out of the four-dimensional space one after another and hit the defense line of the Imperial Terminus sector brutally. This was the most crucial moment. Just like the million starship battles in the 7C space zone, if the troops that were forced to jump over could resist the fierce bombardment of the defenders and regroup before the entire fleet collapsed, the victory would be more than half secured. What was most advantageous for the attackers was that, leaving the difference in weight and firepower aside, the fighting will of the people of the Sanctuary was 10,000 times stronger than that of the coalition army of the nobles. Liao saw that the data streams in the form of electric arcs were hundreds of times brighter than before among the thousands of crystal brains on ultimate rescue. Stimulated by the electric arcs, all the crystal brains were shivering violently. The super tiny runes carved inside and outside of the crystal brain were shining brilliantly. They broke out of the shell and blossomed into countless unpredictable shadows. Some of the crystal brains even toured bright orange, like red-hot steel, indicating that the temperature had reached the limit and that white smoke was popping up. It was obvious that, in order to search for and command all the starships under their command to reorganize the space battle network under the bombardment of the defenders, the computational ability of the Fuxi system had been increased to the maximum. If it was increased by 1 percentage point, it would explode. The image of the 5 supreme masters appeared around the Fuxi system again. They were all frowning solemnly and communicating with the data of the Fuxi system crazily. Clearly, their souls were about to be drained, and their brains were at their weakest. What do I do? Although Liao was watching coldly from the side, it was impossible for him to stay out of the matter. The thought that it was his 2 children, Xiaoming and Wenwen, who were under tremendous pressure from the fleet of the Fuxi clan, made his heart burn with anxiety. Wait, Xiaoming and Wenwen? Something is not right. Something is not right. Liao mumbled to himself. If this is really the Empyrean Terminus sector, and the fleet of the Fuxi fleet has jumped here to fight the guardians of the Imperium, how come I didn't sense the existence of Xiaoming and Wenwen at all when the interference of the 2 parties is so strong? Well, the mental devil agreed. That does seem to be the case. Before the bombardment, the spiritual energy magnetic field confrontation is the priority. The outcome of the spiritual energy magnetic field confrontation basically determines the outcome of the battle. It is common sense in space battles. Besides, Xiao Ming's and Wan Wen's strengths are the intrusion of the spiritual nexus and the confrontation of spiritual energy. When we were discussing the defense strategy of the Imperial Terminus sector with Xiao Ming, Wan Wen, and Li Linghai, we focused on the spiritual energy confrontation because of the lack of soldiers. In the vast sea of stars around Empyrean Terminus, dense spiritual towers and spiritual nexus interference magical equipment are everywhere. Wherever the enemy appears, they will be jammed and invaded immediately. With Xiao Ming and Wan Wen's capability, I'm afraid that there are not many tactical command networks in the entire Panga universe that can resist their intrusion. But right now, although the bombardment we felt was fierce and seemed to have turned the entire space battleground into a pot of porridge that had been burnt to the ground in the blink of an eye, there was no sign of Xiao Ming or Wan Wen at all. It's impossible. That is, there is a mysterious connection between us. It is something that can pierce through all the interference and barriers and cannot be cut off easily. Liao was very sure. As long as this is the Empyrean Terminus sector, we will definitely be able to sense the existence of Xiao Ming and Wan Wen. So, this is not the Empyrean Terminus sector, the mental devil said coldly. Although the shocking conclusion was made by the two of them together, Liao was still dumbfounded out of habit. If not the Empyrean Terminus sector, then where? Intuitively agreeing with the conclusion of the mental devil, Liao was even more confused. Is there any place with such high-intensity defense firepower that can wage such an earth-shaking, apocalyptic war against the main force of the Sanctuary Alliance? The fleet of the Fushi clan? I don't know, but I have to correct you. The mental devil replied. Right now, we are not sure whether or not an earth-shaking Armageddon is taking place outside. We are merely sensing that an Armageddon war is taking place outside. More precisely speaking, a lot of data has been transmitted to Ultimate Rescue, making us sense that an Armageddon war is taking place outside. After all, we don't have eyes, ears, or any other sensory organs right now. We can only rely on the data collected and analyzed on the spiritual nexus to infer what is happening in the real world. We will believe whatever the data indicates. Even with eyes and ears, everything you see and hear is just a series of data. As long as the data is tampered with, the truth might be twisted. Liao was silent for a long time. He finally understood what the mental devil meant. Are you saying that we've fallen into a super-illusion, where everything we see and feel is false and virtualized by the tampered data? That the fleet of the Fushi clan did not jump to the Imperial Terminus sector at all, and there was no fierce battle outside? Is this a trap? To this moment, Liao was still in the mood to smile. Thankfully, it does not seem to be a trap for us. It was as if a bolt of lightning had streaked across the sky of his soul, illuminating every ripple of his soul to be sparkling and translucent. When one saw through the enemy's traps and scanned and analyzed the crazily surging data and information around them, one would immediately notice the paleness and falsity of the data. It was true that he was not in the Empyrean Terminus sector because he had a deep understanding of the entire defense system of the Empyrean Terminus sector, and he knew Xiao Ming's and Wan Wen's tactical styles like the back of his hand. The tactical styles and defensive ideologies of these two little guys had been constantly colliding and condensing with Liao. The war data transmitted from the outside world seemed to be complicated and intense, but in fact it was a bit too simple and crude. There was not the slightest hint of Liao's insidiousness and sleaziness. No, it was the feeling of agility and fluidity. So, this is actually a sham battle? Liao mumbled to himself. Is it a sham battle that the 5 great masters simulated in the data world with the supercomputational ability of the Fushi system? In other words, in fact, their souls and the firewall of the Fushi system were not attacked at all. Their computational ability was far from being exploited to the maximum. Boom! When Liao realized that, earth-shaking noises echoed in the engine compartment at the back of Ultimate Rescue. The spiritual shield collapsed like a dam that had been hit by a flood. The data streams were burning like out-of-control flames. All the data flowing in the spiritual nexus indicated that the flagship of the fleet of the Fuxus was being attacked by the defenders crazily. Of the thousands of crystal brains floating in the middle of the cockpit, dozens, if not hundreds, finally exploded after cracking noises. Some of them fell to the ground while others simply exploded in midair. The broken pieces were flying everywhere in glittering arcs. Even the Dharma idols of the 5 Supreme Masters seemed to have been heavily wounded. They grunted and dimmed down. It turned from a crystal-clear image into an unpredictable smoke. At first glance, both the Great Master and the Fuxi system were at their weakest. But now that Liao had seen through the enemy's loopholes, his soul was naturally able to dissect the illusions and find the truth that had been hidden for a long time. Explosions could be faked. Things such as the abrupt collapse of the spiritual shield or the damage to the starship could be simulated by tampering and distorting the data. Like Liao, Lu Qingchen could only read the data that the enemy offered to him. Liao was a spectator who could see everything clearly, but Lu Qingchen was in the middle of a foggy mountain. How could he see the whole picture of the mountain? Those who were good at swimming were drowned. For a mental attack expert who was good at creating illusions like Lu Qingchen, wouldn't he be trapped in the more advanced illusions, virtual data, and mental attacks? While Liao was sighing silently, Lu Qingchen's ultimate virus was finally activated. A moment ago, his soul had been tortured and torn apart like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. But the moment ultimate rescue and the Dharma idols of the 5 Supreme Masters were seriously wounded, his soul turned into a nest of hungry vipers that had woken up from hibernation. The tentacles that looked like black venom immediately expanded, slithered, and tangled. Not only did they bind the thousands of crystal brains in midair and trigger the outbreak of the virus inside them, they also tied up the Dharma idols of the 5 Supreme Masters and pierced into them deeply. What's wrong? Is your attack blocked? Lu Qingchen's soul was rippling crazily. He grinned hideously. Let me give you a hand. He was like a black hole that was devouring the information and data of the Fuxi system, and the 5 Supreme Masters greedily and crazily spraying his virus into the crystal processors and the images. In less than half a second, not only was his soul restored to its original appearance, he was also covered in a layer of delicate black armor, which was surrounded by intense devil flames. The devil flames turned into tentacles and claws, burning and savaging as much as possible. The Fuxi system and the 5 Masters of Kindness were all played with and savaged. What? None of the 5 Masters seemed to have expected that Lu Qingchen, the Puppet King, would choose such a critical moment to launch an attack, nor did they expect that such a sharp ultimate virus was hiding in the depths of his broken soul. Their Dharma idols were blackening, and ugly black spots and mold were appearing on them. Their strength was quickly drained by Lu Qingchen. You didn't see it coming, did you? This is the real strength of human beings. Lu Qingchen burst into laughter, enjoying the satisfaction of having 5 Supreme Masters suppressed by him. Such strength is something that you self-degrading puppets can never understand or defeat. Therefore, don't resist. Don't struggle. Contribute all your strength to me. Hand over the control of the Fuxi system to me. Transfer your loyalty to the so-called gods to me. There are no gods in this world worthy of your worship at all. If you have to choose one, I, Lu Qingchen, am more qualified to receive your loyalty than the deities in the universe. Hehe. Look at you. You are sitting on such an enormous and advanced fleet of the Fuxi fleet, and you are faced with a great civil war of the Imperium of true human beings. There are 10,000 strategies to choose from, but you've chosen the most idiotic one, which is assault on the capital city. I don't know what's left in your empty head except for the bullshit best path. It's a shame that the fleet of the Fuxi fleet is in your hands. Perishing together with the Empyrean Terminus sector is your limit. Give it to me. Give me the fleet of the Fuxis. Give me the entire Holy Alliance. I can use it to unite the civilization of mankind and lead our civilization forward at 100 times the speed of light. Forward, forward, and forward. In only 100 years, our civilization has evolved into the perfect ultimate form. Nothing can stop us. Even if the primeval gods and devils wake up, they will be minced into meat under the hooves of the subway. Forget it. Talking to you 5 blockheads right now is like playing the lute to a cow. When my virus completely occupies your brain and your soul completely melds with mine, bathing in the radiance of my belief, you will awaken your true humanity, understand your destiny, and create a new future. In his crazed shouts, Lu Qingchen unleashed his deformed, evil, and powerful soul to the limit. The venom turned into hideous vipers, the vipers turned into furious flames, and the flames congregated into surging black tides, which spread to ultimate rescue, the 5 supreme fortresses, and the entire fleet of the Fushi clan like the upgraded version of the Black Wind fleet that he corrupted in the Star Glory Federation. Of course, the core of his soul would be exposed to the 5 great masters and the Fushi system. Infection and erosion, or rather integration, were two-way. It all depended on whose will, belief, and computational ability were stronger. Liao had the feeling that he was hiding under a rock on the seashore and listening to the thunder and lightning that were about to collapse. Impressive as expected. If the corrosive force can be quantified, Lu Qingchen's efficiency in corrupting the fleet of the Fuxis is at least 10 times higher than when he corrupted the Black Wind fleet. In just a few years, what kind of fortuitous encounter did he have to be able to have such an appalling fortune? Even if the 5 Masters of Wisdom did set up a trap, would they have been able to capture such a crazy, brutal Lu Qingchen? Liao had been planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He even felt sorry for Lu Qingchen's ending. But Lu Qingchen's valiance and fury were beyond his expectation, which made him uncertain again. As if to prove his uncertainty, the 5 masters of the utmost kindness did not have the ability to resist Lu Qingchen's tyranny at all. They were minced and swallowed by him one by one. Very soon, they were all absorbed into his soul. The crystal brains that carried the Fushi system turned black too. They were directly controlled by Lu Qingchen's soul and became his neurons. For a moment, Lu Qingchen's soul power and computational ability were expanding exponentially. They were soaring and breaking the limits of limits. "Ant," he exclaimed in satisfaction, as if he had swallowed the most excellent stimulant. "Our battle plan seems to need some minor adjustments." Liao's soul was almost frozen into a rock. He said to the mental devil in a low voice, "I think that a man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. In fact, we should make a strategic retreat for now. When we unite the strength of more compatriots and comrades, we can capture Lu Qingchen, the unpardonable devil, and drag him back to the Federation for a just trial. It's not a bad idea. After all, individualism is not something that can be pursued. Battles should be fought together, right?" "Right your ass." The mental devil was rather disappointed. "Keep your ears open. All right. If you don't have any, release your telepathic thoughts and check if there is anything wrong with your surroundings." "What do you mean?" Liao was dazed for a moment, but then he realized what was going on even before he sent out the telepathic thought. Silence. The silence was extremely weird. Ultimate rescue had just been caught in the most intense bombardment. The spiritual shield had collapsed. Explosions were taking place one after another. The other starships of the Fushi fleet were struggling in the meteor shower too. At least, that was what the data and information from the outside world indicated. But right now, in the 0.1 seconds after Lu Qingchen swallowed the phantoms of the 5 Supreme Masters, all the attacks, explosions, blasts, and data were gone. They were as quiet as cruising in a long-abandoned graveyard. The Empyrean Terminus sector, the Guardians of the Imperium, the torrent of destruction, the burning crystal suits and the exploding starships, the apocalyptic battle, everything was gone. Ultimate rescue had tumbed into a frozen iron coffin. Every data interface connected to the space battle network had been turned off. Even Liao's telepathic thoughts could not escape and were sealed inside the flagship of the fleet. Lu Qingchen's crazy laughter came to an abrupt end. He finally realized the weird silence, too. The black tide, the devil flames, the tentacles, the armor, and his soul started shivering. "What's going on? How is it possible?" Lu Qingchen mumbled to himself. The craziness in his soul was not gone yet, but confusion was flooding into his mind. Is this the bottom-level data hidden in the deepest part of your soul? It is indeed interesting. At this moment, a stream of information flowed out of the core database of the Fuxi system, deep inside the brains that had been corrupted by darkness. The darkness split. The devil fire dispersed. The crystal brain shook and crashed like wind chimes. A pure, flawless light spot flew out like a firefly. What is it? What is it exactly? Although the flickering light spot was not as intimidating as that of his master, Liao felt the most alarm deep inside his soul. He sensed the scent of his kind again, except that they were much stronger than Lu Qingchen. If he and Lu Qingchen were two vipers crouching in the crevices of a rock, then the latest same kind were simply giant serpents that could swallow the sun, the moon, and the stars. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 100 o'clock, 1,000 o'clock, 10,000 o'clock. Very soon, a tiny firefly flew out of every crystal brain that had been dyed black. Thousands of light spots constituted an ever-changing, splendid swarm that danced around Lu Qingchen's soul. Then, they crawled into Lu Qingchen's soul one after another like brilliant shooting stars. Lu Qingchen's soul was already at the peak of his life. Even Liao had to avoid it, but there was nothing he could do about the light spots that had crawled into his soul. He screamed miserably again. This time, it did not seem to be a disguise, but more like he was really going to tear his soul apart and dig out the light spots in order to ease the excruciating pain. Even Lu Qingchen, who liked to be hung and whipped, could not bear the pain. Liao could not imagine it at all. Very soon, the black smoke and the devilish flames that wreathed Lu Qingchen were shattered and dimmed. Tiny light spots flew out of the wounds and the orifices on his body and gathered in front of him. One moment they were in the standard square formation, and the next moment they were perfectly round. Just like that, they were changing into geometries that were as precise as the atomic number. Lu Qingchen's face was twisted, as if he had been haunted. His soul ripples could not take the form of rules because of the interference of shock and fear. It's you. It's actually you. It's you. Lu Qingchen seemed to know the owner of the strength. He was quite respectful or wary of his identity. He stammered, "Professor? Professor." The word master almost made Liao shiver and expose his soul. What was going on? Liao was well aware of Lu Qingchen's experience. Over the past 100 years, only Su Changfa and Professor Emoxian were qualified to be his teachers. However, the cluster of weird and powerful light spots did not seem to belong to either Su Changfa or Professor Emoxian. He was a powerful existence that Lu Qingchen had met when he left the Federation and traveled in the Sea of Stars in the form of a remnant soul. Moreover, he had acknowledged him as his master. As he expected, in the ever-changing cluster of light spots, a calm voice echoed again. "There's no need to be so courteous, and there's no need to be so weird. When I granted you your strength, I told you frankly that it was just a deal. I was never your teacher, and you will pay for your strength someday in the future. Now is the time to pay the price." But why? Inside Lu Qingchen's dark soul, streaks of brightness as sharp as sabers and swords were beaming out and tearing his soul apart. The damage to his heart was even more severe than the damage to his soul. He roared in excruciating pain. "When I met you in the depths of the Sea of Stars, I was just a half-dead remnant soul, and you had the unbelievable power to stir the clouds and swallow the stars. At that time, you could kill me easily with a telepathic thought. You could even dissect my soul into billions of flakes and squeeze out all the secrets deep inside my soul. I wouldn't be able to fight back at all. But you didn't. Instead, you repaired and strengthened my soul, transforming me from Lu Qingchen to Puppet King. You created the Puppet King single-handedly. Although I don't know your real purpose, I feel that everything I did has never deviated from your path. Why didn't you destroy me in the beginning? Why didn't you stop me during the process? Why did you suddenly appear when I was about to reach the peak of glory and slap me off the clouds? Why? Why? Liao was both clear and confused. What was clear was that he was certain that his guess was correct. While Lu Qingchen was fleeing in a hurry in the Sea of Stars, he had indeed met with a different fortune. He had encountered this indescribable cluster of light spots, which had been modified and strengthened into a puppet king with the help of the latter. What confused him was that, According to the characteristics of the Puppet King, it had been specially built to corrupt the spiritual nexus of the Star Glory Federation and was very specific to the target. Therefore, the cluster of light spots should have a deep grudge with the people of the Star Glory Federation. How did it crawl out of the Fuxi system? When he calmed himself down and listened to the rest of the story, Liao almost lost control over his soul and cried out, "Isn't the secret deep inside your soul the so-called Star Glory Federation?" The cluster of light spots was glittering. He said casually, "I'm not interested in the insignificant small countries at the edge of the Sea of Stars. In fact, as long as all the resources in the center of the Sea of Stars are utilized perfectly, however many small, desolate countries there are in the periphery of the Sea of Stars, they will all be fish on a chopping block. The army will crush them and annihilate them instantly. Before the Imperium of true human beings is destroyed, it seems unnecessary to waste too much computational ability and time on such insignificant secrets. The enemy even knows the Star Glory Federation." Liao's soul turned cold. A moment later, he burst into fury again. "How dare you say that the Star Glory Federation is an unimportant small country? Then am I supreme of the three realms, the father of the Federation, Liao, an ordinary passerby in your eyes, too? That's outrageous. I can tolerate it, but I can't. Whatever the hell you are, you made the biggest mistake by not extracting the background and strength of Vulture Liao from Lu Qingqian's soul in time. You are destined to pay a high price as a shining fly. Then why are you making fun of me?" Just like Liao, Lu Qingqian's self-esteem had been greatly insulted. He roared in fury. "First, you endowed me with such tremendous strength out of nowhere, and now you are taking it back in such an absurd way. Why? Why? Do you still not understand?" The changing geometries of the light spots were more and more complicated. They turned from the original cubes and balls into 42-faceted, eccentric-shaped, and indescribable shapes. "I'm not very interested in your motherland, but you do have certain research and value in person. I sensed your scent in the vast sea of stars and perceived your potential. You can be refined into the most powerful virus for crystal processor tests." "What? Intensity test?" Lu Qingqian mumbled to himself with embarrassment and fury on his face. He gnashed his teeth. "What does that mean?" "Literally," the cluster of light spots continued, "the most dangerous, powerful, and ever-changing virus of crystal processors will be used to test whether or not my defense barrier is solid enough, whether or not the antivirus and repair system is perfect enough, and whether or not it can resist the mental corruption of the spiritual nexus in all forms, the attacks of crystal processors, and even the soul of human beings. Do you understand now? You are a carefully made vaccine. By the small-scale, carefully calculated, and controllable virus flooding throughout the entire process, my self-protection and repair mechanisms are constantly growing, becoming more and more perfect, and even forming a reaction layer that is similar to my natural instincts. When a virus of the same type as yours appears, it will automatically lock onto and annihilate it without consuming too much of my computational ability. In short, you can make me even more perfect. Therefore, I've been indulging and even pushing your growth until this moment. Do you understand my existence?" Lu Qingqian was silent for a long time. His soul was twisted like a rope that was about to break. Liao could not tell whether it was hatred or desperation. "I got it. I was wrong. Very wrong. Ha 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 ha. In fact, I knew the answer a long time ago. I knew that the 5 great masters were just 5 puppets. But how could I have been stupid enough not to realize who was behind the puppets? I mistakenly thought that the manipulators were the sleeping Pangu clan and some kind of command from the primeval era that was driving the soldier bees and the worker bees forward. In fact, it has always been you, the Fuxi system, or, to put it simply, Fuxi Liao did not know whether he should shape his soul into a roaring-to-the-sky shape or a trying-to-cry shape. Fuxi. The Fuxi system. So, there was no such thing as a 6th Supreme Master, or even the so-called 5 Supreme Masters were just illusions of data and information. They were virtual puppets that did not exist. The truth behind the Supreme Master was that the Fuxi system had come to life. If so, the Fuxi system must have been self-aware in the primeval era hundreds of thousands of years ago and became the earliest, strong artificial intelligence. It was much more advanced than Xiaoming, Wen, the Fist King, and even Liao and Lu Qingchen. It was indeed a piece of cake to take advantage of the situation. Crap! Liao's soul was all scrunched up. If the Fuxi system had awakened its self-awareness long ago, the space battle network of the entire Holy Accord Alliance would have been an extension of its self-awareness, its internal organs and limbs. If so, wouldn't we have been wandering around the spiritual nexus among its veins and nerves and been discovered long ago? Liao suddenly felt that his soul was freezing, as if the shining flies would surround him at any moment. Don't be nervous. I don't think so. The mental devil had no idea what was going on, either. Could only try to cheer him up. Viruses are divided into periods of lurking and outbreak, too. When the virus is lurking, the human body may not be able to sense the virus, and the immune system may not be activated, either. Not only is it impossible for ordinary people to destroy all the viruses inside their body, even nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators cannot guarantee that there are no viruses inside their body. Right now, Lu Qingchen jumped out of his own accord and was in the state of the outbreak of the virus. Naturally, he was discovered by the Fuxi. But we have kept a low profile from the beginning to the end. We did not sabotage or hack the Fuxi system. We are like viruses in hibernation. How could they detect us so easily? Alright, it seems that I can only make a Hail Mary effort. Let's take a gamble. Liao held back the urge to twitch his soul and said, let's take a gamble. The Fuxi has not discovered us yet. Let's see what it is up to. The cluster of light spots in front of Lu Qingchen continued wriggling, turning from a precise geometric object into a different one. Primitive, ugly, irregular, and yet full of vitality. Liao stared at it for a long time before he suddenly realized that it was simulating the most primitive creatures such as viruses, bacteria, spores, and cells. Comment, Fuxi? The voice inside the cluster of light spots said casually, although my origin is indeed related to the grand unified supercrystal brain system, Fuxi. After 1,000,000 years of evolution, after absorbing so much information and data both inside and outside the universe, and after I was given a sacred mission, I am now far beyond the restriction and definition of the Fuxi system. However, a name is just a code name. For the convenience of communication, you can call me Fuxi. Communication. Lu Qingchen giggled. His laughter was extremely painful, miserable, and rampant. After the brief shock and hesitation, the determination to fight the deities and devils to the bitter end at any time and any place returned to him. His soul, which had been somewhat dimmed, was shining brilliantly again. TT seems that the virus and vaccine in your hands are still very useful for me. Lu Qingchen mumbled. Otherwise, you could have torn me apart and swallowed me. Why would you need to pretend to communicate with me? Or maybe the formidability you showed was just a bluff, an illusion that you made up with information and data. Just like when you pretended to jump to the Imperial Terminus sector and engaged in the final battle where you were bombarded, they were all special mental attacks in order to break my defense. Hehe. Now that I've been fooled by you once, wouldn't it be too stupid to be fooled a second time? Lu Qingchen finally realized what was going on in the raging battlefield just now. Exactly. Liao's telepathic thoughts were eavesdropping nearby. Hearing this, he secretly nodded for Lu Qingchen. The appearance of the Fuxis had indeed thrown them into confusion. However, it was still necessary to study how strong the enemy was. They could not be intimidated by the intimidating aura on the surface of the enemy. It must be noted that manipulating information and data to create weird illusions was the enemy's specialty in the first place. In the virtual world, it was not difficult to create powerful illusions. It was not unusual. One could only blame oneself for failure. As long as one maintained a clear mind and a firm belief, the illusion would collapse on its own. In any case, there was a limit to the formidability of the Fuxis, which was that they were almost equal to the strongest experts of the Imperium of true human beings. If the Sanctuary Alliance under the command of the Fuxis was far stronger than the Imperium, they would not have to hide in a corner of the Sea of Stars for 1,000 years. Whether or not you are a strong artificial intelligence, passed on from hundreds of thousands of years ago, one thing is certain. Lu Qingxian's soul was clearer and more vigorous. Holding back the pain of being cut apart by thousands of rays of light, he chuckled and said, "Your strength still depends on the crystal processors and human brains in the material world. It is impossible for you to exist without them. You must have excavated the crystal brains from the worlds at the edge of the Sea of Stars under the control of the Sanctuary Alliance and repaired them carefully over the past 1,000 years. Didn't you? Their structure is indeed very advanced, and their performance is outstanding, too. They are much better than the crystal processors of the Federation and the Imperium. No wonder they can carry the legendary Fuxi. I's a pity that the number of crystal brains is far from enough for you to conquer the Imperium. Your tentacles will not be able to reach the center of the Sea of Stars and excavate the more advanced crystal brains buried there. However, the center of the universe was the most developed place in the primeval era. Assuming that you had a major computational center at the peak of the Panga civilization, it must have been somewhere in the Imperium of true human beings. In other words, you are still far from your peak. Just like me, you are just a remnant soul. You have to excavate more crystal brains, or even take over the computing center from hundreds of thousands of years ago, in order to return to your peak form. Maybe this is the real reason why you attacked the Imperium without caring about the sacrifices. If so, can you, who is still incomplete, really swallow me easily? Or is it that, if I resist fiercely, you will pay a high price, which is not something that you, who is about to wage an ultimate war against the Imperium, would be willing to accept? That's why you set up such a trap and tried to break my defense so that I would surrender without any resistance. Hehe. I've seen too many such tricks. I've even performed them myself many times. It's impossible for me to be fooled. Wow. After listening to Lu Qingxian's lengthy analysis, the mental devil could not help but click its tongue in amazement. Despite the desperate situation and the enemy that is too strong to be resisted, you are still able to maintain your unwavering spirit and unwavering belief. You were able to see through the enemy's weakness in the blink of an eye, and you were even able to talk and laugh with the unparalleled Fuxi. Good for you, Lu Qingxian. Good for you, Puppet King. You are truly a good man from the Star Glory Federation. You are much better than some people. What do you mean? Liao asked. Who is someone? What do you think? Liao thought for a moment. Long Yangjun? She didn't do anything to you. Why are you accusing her? The mental devil. The cluster of light spots codenamed Fuxi seemed to be rendered speechless by Lu Qingxian's rebuttal, too. The cluster of light wriggled for a long time before it replied. You are very smart, smarter than most of the citizens of the Imperium in the center of the Sea of Stars. Lu Qingxian sneered. We are nobodies who come from remote villages and have no resources or background. If we are not smart enough, we won't know how we are going to die in the dark universe. I's a pity that you were wrong. Did not resort to the cruelest methods to crack and swallow your soul by force because I wanted to preserve the integrity of your soul. You should know that you are very special and represent the transition from a material life to an information life. You are like an amphibian that has just climbed ashore. I cannot destroy you, which is inconsistent with my mission. Your destiny? Lu Qingxian suddenly realized something. What is that? If you are willing to give up resistance, I can tell you everything. As long as you are not scared that I am stalling for time, Fuxi replied. Lu Qingxian laughed. We don't know who is stalling, he said frankly. Speak. Are you a human being or a ghost? Are you a god or a devil? Are you a pure program or an information life form with self-awareness? Are you bound by the best path? What do you want exactly? If my understanding is correct, your mission is to save the civilization of mankind. Right, Lu Qingxian? If so, our destiny is the same. We have the same purpose, which is why I am not in a hurry to destroy you, Fuxi said patiently. What? This time, Lu Qingxian was truly dazed. Unbelievable ripples were flowing out of his soul. Our mission is the same? You want to save the civilization of mankind, too? Are you kidding me? If you are really the Fuxi system that was born hundreds of thousands of years ago, shouldn't your master be the Panga Civilization Alliance? When you were born, there was no such thing as a human civilization. TT depends on how you view the relationship between the Pangu civilization and the human civilization. The Pangu civilization is closely related to the civilization of mankind. The genes of human beings originated from the 13 carbon-based species of the Pangu Civilization Alliance. The wisdom and techniques stored in the blood of human beings and the technology of relics excavated from various planets stimulated the development and prosperity of the civilization of mankind. One of the most important purposes of mankind's creation was to replace the overly complicated and cumbersome shell of the Pangu civilization and become the latest carrier of the Pangu civilization. Therefore, in the eyes of many experts and wise men of the Pangu Civilization Alliance, the future Pangu civilization should be the civilization of mankind. The two are actually the same thing. They instilled the same ideology into my system and made it one of the unshakable metalogic. Saving the civilization of mankind is the same as saving the Pangu civilization. I thought that human beings were merely tools of the Pangu civilization. Lu Qingchuan said coldly. What about the so-called best path, the 3 fundamental laws, tools and inheritors? Can't you understand such a simple logic? The so-called body of flesh and blood is a tool that intelligent creatures use to modify the material world. When a civilization develops to a certain point, it is only natural that they abandon their old body of flesh and blood and learn to control new tools. For example, human civilization invented many spiritual puppets that were controlled by crystal processors as tools. They discovered the advantages of spiritual puppets during their usage and developed artificial bodies to carry the souls of the spectral cultivators. Maybe, very soon, many people will abandon their bodies of flesh and blood and replace them with shining bodies of steel. It seems that, in your vision of the future, you do not reject spiritual puppets with iron bones and steel as the main vehicles for human beings to travel in the material world, do you? If human beings are so open-minded, what's more, the Pangu Civilization Alliance is made of 13 carbon-based creatures in different forms. The key is wisdom and ideology. It doesn't matter what they look like. That's even more incomprehensible for me. Lu Qingchen thought for a long time and said, since your ultimate mission, or rather, primary logic, is to save the civilization of mankind, what you are doing right now is to castrate the emotions of mankind, turn mankind into an indifferent walking dead, and claim that you are going to wake up the sleeping Pangu clan. What kind of rescue is that? There are many ways to save someone. It all depends on how you understand the true meaning of saving. Isn't your so-called saving not always understood by the people in your hometown? Is that why you were blown into pieces and banished to the depths of the Sea of Stars? Fuxi claimed that he was not interested in Lu Qingchen's secrets, but his words implied that he knew a thing or two about Lu Qingchen and even the Star Glory Federation. In my definition, saving the Pangu civilization is equivalent to saving the civilization of mankind. The purpose of the civilization of mankind is to be developed to the peak of technology, to make perfect use of every resource in the universe, and to achieve immortality and immortality. Do you agree? Of course, agree. Lu Qingchen pondered for a moment and did not find any loopholes. However, I'm a bit confused. How can you make your fancy story come true? Calm down, let me start from the beginning. I believe that you will acknowledge and join my ultimate rescue after you hear my explanation. The clusters of brightness that constituted Fuxi congregated toward the center at first, and then exploded in various directions, turning into countless transparent light beams that danced like colorful butterflies. The wings of every butterfly were displaying pictures of the primeval era. In the pictures, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Gonggong clan, the Hui clan, the Kwafu clan, the Zhurong clan, the intelligent creatures that used to live in the Pangu universe were all trying to build their civilization and leave their mark in the universe. That was hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, the 13 carbon-based intelligent creatures living in the universe had discovered each other and formed an alliance under the leadership of the Pangu clan. But the differences in their forms, ideologies, appearances, and living environments still led to serious contradictions. Under the facade of peace and development, small-scale conflicts occur from time to time. The hidden cracks gradually surface, and the alliance becomes more and more unstable. In order to maintain the alliance for a long time, the 13 carbon-based intelligent creatures must be fused. The key to the integration is the supercomputational tool that is of paramount importance for every carbon-based intelligent creature, namely the crystal processor. At that time, the 13 carbon-based intelligent species were all advanced enough to break out of the atmosphere or even the mother world. A civilization at such a level must have developed their own unique crystal processor technology and entered the information era. Information, data, crystal processors, and the spiritual nexus became the core of society. Therefore, as long as 13 different information interaction networks and supercomputational tools are combined, the 13 carbon-based intelligent lives will be unified. It's easy to say, but if you really want to combine the information interaction and data processing systems, which are completely different or even contradictory to the basic writing runes, so that the intelligent carbon-based creatures with completely different ways of thinking can understand and use them without any obstacles, it will be as difficult as extinguishing a star in its prime and igniting it. However, under the leadership of the Pangu clan, the 13 primeval species all recognized the cruelty of war and the necessity of unification. Their respective civilizations were so advanced that, if a war broke out, not only would they have to destroy each other with their old enemies, it was also possible that the resource-rich worlds would be affected, wiping out the foundation that all the creatures relied on to survive. Nobody knows what the outcome will be if a war breaks out, but everybody knows that the next war after the war will probably be the whipping of germs. Therefore, however difficult it was, the Pangu Civilization Alliance still devoted the best intelligent individuals and resources as vast as the sea of stars to push forward the most important project. Finally, after 100,000 years of exploration and failure, the unified crystal processors and the spiritual nexus system, the Fuxi system, was born. While Fuxi was talking, the torrent of information and data on the colorful wings of the butterflies was spinning fast, displaying countless pictures in the interweaving shadows. Liao and Lu Qingchen saw it at the same time. In the picture, countless experts of the primeval era, who were as magnificent as mountains and as magnificent as deities, gathered together and discussed the construction of the grand unification supercrystal processor and the spiritual nexus system. Some of them were waving their antennas, some were waving their brainwaves, and some were displaying countless complicated runes around their body with their spiritual energy. They were explaining the difficulty and the necessity of the mission in a way that was hundreds of times more efficient than their voices and words. Only the grand unified super-spiritual nexus system can connect all the intelligent creatures of the Pangu Alliance and maintain our civilization for a long time so that the war to destroy everything will never happen again. Even the weakest of us has the power to destroy a sector. Even a tiny spark is enough to ignite the fire of catastrophe that can destroy the entire universe. Therefore, there can be no war, only peace. Unification. Unification. Liao and Lu Qingchen both read the same message from the communication of the primeval species. In the other tens of thousands of pictures, countless specialists of the primeval era had dedicated their lives to the unification of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. Of course, crystal processor was just Liao's understanding from the perspective of human beings. In fact, the supercomputational tools of the primeval era boasted all kinds of bizarre, unpredictable forms and computational logic. Many supercomputational tools of the intelligent carbon-based species did not have the features of a crystal processor at first glance. For example, the supercomputation tool of the Hou clan in the beginning was an extremely delicate nest made of crystals. Countless beetles that were born for computation lurked in such nests and completed the computation, analysis, and interaction of data, as vast as an ocean while their wings shivered and their scent spread out. Liao looked at the most primitive supercomputation tool and thought of the crystal processor of the Hou clan that had evolved for hundreds of thousands of years at the bottom of the gold crystal tower. There was indeed a huge difference between the two. It was not hard to infer how much wisdom, hard work, and sacrifice the experts of the primeval era had paid. In the end, the endless neural network of the Fuxi system covered the entire sea of stars. Even though they were billions of light-years away, the intelligent carbon-based creatures of two different species could share their beliefs and experiences with each other instantly. For the first time, Many insects of the Hui clan experienced the feeling when the individuals of the Kwafu clan were buried deep below the ground in the form of seeds, and nourished by the rain and dew. The giant trees of the Kwafu clan experienced what the heart of the nest meant for the first time, too. It was not until this moment that the Pangu Civilization Alliance truly lived up to its name and melded into a unified new civilization. Of course, Fushi said. The integration of civilizations is only the first step. More importantly, we need to develop new forms of civilization, explore the frontier of the universe, and explore the unprecedented territory beyond the frontier. A.R. Lu Qingqian said, "That was the golden years of the Pangu civilization, wasn't it? It was full of vigor, bold, and fearless, just like the civilization of mankind today." Yes, at that time, the Pangu civilization was the same as the civilization of mankind today. They had not been exposed to the real darkness yet. A newborn calf is not scared of a tiger. It was not bravery but ignorance and fearless stupidity. All in all, now that the supercrystal processors and the grand unification spiritual nexus, which contain all the information and boast computational ability higher than anybody else's, have appeared, naturally everybody is eager to find the answer from the Fushi system. There were not many questions that qualified the Fushi system to think with all its computational ability. At that time, I was on two missions. Firstly, they are responsible for calculating the most reasonable and efficient utilization patterns of all the resources in our universe. They will discover and resolve the conflicts and disagreements between the intelligent species in advance and further promote the integration of the intelligent species, thereby avoiding a civil war and achieving permanent peace. Secondly, we will find the shortest route and lead the expedition fleet with the most advanced facilities and the largest scale. We will jump out of the small universe and explore the more boundless, prosperous, and mysterious worlds outside. Peace and development. Lu Qingqian nodded in understanding. Any civilization is highly developed. After conquering every inch of space in the small universe, it is only natural that they set their eyes on the bigger world outside. Although the Star Glory Federation is located in a remote area of the Sea of Stars, we still have ambitions. We have also thought about the universe beyond the universe, and so on. If we have the chance, one day, we will definitely jump out and take a look. But our small universe is blocked by the mysterious and boundless black wall. You should understand the concept of black wall, which is the dark space outside the resource-rich area of the 3,000 sectors where billions of light-years are extremely barren. There was no light, no celestial bodies, no radiation, and naturally, no spiritual waves. It was extremely difficult to send out data and information. Even if the data, information, and life forms from the outside world wanted to come in, they were all broken, modeled, and twisted during the long journey, tumbling into devils. Can smell the scent of extraterrestrial devils on you, too. Therefore, you must understand what I'm saying, right? I didn't like the term giant devils. It is the history, wisdom, and legacy of the endless civilizations from the outside world, and even their enthusiastic invitation to explore the outside world. Lu Qingqian frowned. However, I understand what you mean. Please continue. As you said, when a civilization thinks that it has reached the peak of the universe, is there any goal that is more exciting than exploring the boundless multiverse in the space zones? In the tens of thousands of years after the Fushi system was created and all the resources and data of the universe were combined, almost every individual of the Pangu civilization dedicated all their passion to the sacred mission of crossing the black wall and exploring the outer domain. Countless people are trying to explore the essence of the black wall and find a way through it. Countless people emptied their worlds and dedicated all their resources, trying to build an unprecedented, brilliant super fleet. All the stars in the universe were eclipsed by the surging exhaust flames of this glorious fleet. Countless generations, from birth to death, spent their lives in incomplete starships. The expedition fleet simply became synonymous with the supreme government of the Pangu civilization. Countless poets sang praises of it, and countless artists painted its brilliance in various forms. Almost all the children were instilled with the belief that the fleet is number one from the moment they were born. They were proud to be a member of the expedition army, even if the expedition army would not set off until thousands of years later. Just like that, the passion of the entire civilization burned for tens of thousands of years. The Fuxi system finally calculated the best route to pass through the Black Wall. The expedition fleet, which contained the essence of the civilization, endless resources, and the hope of countless generations, was gathered, too. The new generation of warriors with the firmest will, the clearest mind, and the strongest combat ability of the Pangu civilization broke through the Black Wall and explored the outer domain. The picture of the primeval expedition army appeared in the thousands of pictures around Fuxi. It was a torrent of steel made of millions of advanced and unimaginably powerful starships. Compared to them, the super arsenals of human beings right now were nothing but feeble sampans. Even the star fortresses modified from asteroids were the most common units that could be found everywhere in the fleet. There was no telling whether or not Fuxi had exaggerated the strength and the number of the expedition fleet on purpose, but if its purpose was to intimidate Lu Qingchen, it was undoubtedly a success. Even Li Yao was amazed by the invincibility of the expedition fleet. "Did you make it?" Although he knew the answer, Lu Qingchen could not help but ask, "Did you really pass through the Black Wall and explore the truth of the outside world? What is it exactly? What is beyond the universe? The files are missing. Many details have been lost over the course of hundreds of thousands of years. I can't describe the details of the outside world to you, but I do know that the brilliant expedition army built by the Pangu civilization over the past tens of thousands of years, after going through countless dangers and finally passing through the Black Wall, encountered an indescribable horror that seemed to be able to destroy everything." Fuxi paused for a moment. When he was talking about the outside of the Black Wall, even the cluster of light spots that constituted him was shaking and dispersing like frightened fireflies. It is a darkness and evil beyond anyone's imagination and description. Anyone who looks at it will go mad and collapse. A long speech in any language is not enough to describe 1/10,000th of its real strength. Any magical equipment that tries to scan it will explode within 1 microsecond. Even if it is trying to paint its shape on a painting, the painting will bum furiously the moment the picture is completed, and the painter will carve out his eyes and all his sensory organs and tear apart his optic nerves in extreme fear. No, the expedition army of the Pangu civilization did not even get in touch with the master of the terrifying force. They only got in touch with its servants, only to lose 70 to 80% of their strength in an inexplicable encounter. They were almost crushed. After they learned more about it, they realized that the expedition army was quite lucky. If they had been in direct contact with the master of the terrifying force, not only would they have been annihilated instantly, the home behind them, the mother universe of the Pangu civilization, would have been swallowed by the indescribable force like a rolling ocean. A servant of terrifying strength? Lu Qingchen frowned. "What is that?" The clusters of light spots that constituted the Fuxis wriggled and changed into a complicated, three-dimensional rune that contained endless information. What was weird was that it was not even a 3D rune. It was more like a four-dimensional flower that had been created by the Fuxi clan. The four-dimensional flower blossomed in front of Lu Qingchen, giving him a deep understanding of the horror, mystery, and desperation faced by the expedition army of the Pangu civilization. Li Yao read a lot of data from the spreading ripples of the four-dimensional flower and translated the information contained in the rune with what he knew. Flood Tide Legion? It was exactly what Fuxi meant to Lu Qingchen. The so-called Flood Tide Legion was not the real flood, but the remnants of many civilizations that had collapsed because of the scourge of the flood and lost their fighting will. They had surrendered to the supreme power of the flood in order to survive. For their own survival, the scumbags of the civilization would act as scouts and vanguard officers for the flood tide. They would wander in the multiverse, hunting down the innocent prey and sending them to the flood tide as sacrifices to the unspeakable power. Of course, if they encountered a tough nut to crack, they would send the coordinates of the multiverse to the depths of the flood so that the flood would come and finish the enemy in person. If the tides were the ferocious beasts that devoured the multiverse, then the Flood Tide Legion was the fleas on the bodies of the ferocious beasts. It was the conclusion that she came up with after countless years of collecting information from various sources. In the end, Liao picked up a huge bargain and gradually sorted out his thoughts. Understand now. The glorious expedition army that the Panga civilization was so proud of failed on their first expedition to the space zones and was almost wiped out by the Flood Tide Legion. Therefore, you were scared out of your wits and lost all your courage and fighting will. Lu Qingchun sneered. He fled to his hometown with his tail between his legs and sealed the entire home universe from then on. He even castrated his 7 emotions, 6 desires, curiosity, and ambition, ready to be a coward for the rest of his life. The conclusion is correct, but the process is completely wrong. Fuxi was not angry at all. However, there was sorrow in the blinking light spots. At that time, it was the golden era of the Panga civilization. It was as unstoppable as the rising sun. Every individual was determined and resolute. How could they be swayed by the outcome of a battle? Besides, we won the battle against the Flood Tide Legion. Although we paid a high price, we annihilated all the enemies and even retrieved a lot of debris, scraps, and advanced technology from the Flood Tide Legion. You won. Lu Qingchun was dazed for a moment. He nodded and said, "That's right. If the Flood Tide Legion wins, naturally, they will pursue the victory and conquer our universe. Then, there will be no Pangu civilization or human civilization in the future. Therefore, not only did you annihilate the Flood Tide Legion, you also blocked the battlefield so that the enemy could not inform the Flood Tide Legion of any intelligence about you." Ah! An expedition fleet that had just left their home universe encountered a mysterious enemy whose capability was far higher than their own in the vast sea of stars. With their fearlessness and determination, they paid an unimaginable price and finally defeated the strong with the weak. It was truly a thrilling and blood-boiling victory. However, as a result, I don't understand why the expedition army was so timid and dispirited. Were you scared by the brutal sacrifices? Not exactly. The Panga civilization is not as naive and fragile as you think. They were prepared for the darkness and danger of the space zones a long time ago. If they were scared of sacrifices, they would not have launched such an expedition at all. Although we suffered heavy losses, we also retrieved a lot of advanced trophies, Fuxi said. The technology contained in many trophies has been fully analyzed. The level of the Pangu civilization has been greatly improved. Many of the captives even hid the mysteries of other universes, which could potentially expand the living space of the Pangu civilization by dozens of times. In the face of such abundant trophies, the remaining soldiers of the expedition army had their eyes burning red. Who would care about temporary sacrifices? Besides, at that time, they were far from understanding the true horror of the flood tide. They thought that the Flood Tide Legion was the true form of the flood tide and mistook the fleas for ferocious beasts. The Flood Tide Legion is strong, but the technological gap between the two sides is not so large that it is incomprehensible or invincible. In fact, many commanders of the expedition army who survived felt that, although the technology of the Flood Tide Legion is advanced, their tactics are too rigid, and they are not as smart as the Panga civilization. In other words, if they can bring the debris of the Flood Tide Legion back to their home universe and seclude themselves for thousands of years to digest the debris, they will be able to make a comeback. With the wisdom of the Panga civilization and the technology of the Flood Tide Legion, they will be able to sweep across the entire universe. Therefore, although the remaining soldiers of the expedition army suffered heavy losses, their morale was not low. On the contrary, they were quite excited. From the commanders to the soldiers at the bottom level, they all thought that the trip was worthwhile and that they could fight again in the future. However, a discovery on the way back crushed everyone's innocence, pride, and hope, making them realize the darkness, cruelty, and horror of the multiverse and turning them into emotionless, walking dead. "Why are you being so mysterious?" Lu Qingchun sneered. "I don't believe that they could grit their teeth through a fierce battle where 90% of their soldiers were killed. What else could make the Ironblood warriors collapse instantly? What did they find exactly?" "A hub, or rather a switch," Fuxi said. "A switch. Lu Qingchen was confused. The control hub and the switch? The hub that controls the black wall. The switch to turn on and off the black wall instantly, Fuxi said. If so, it should not be called black wall, but black domain or black curtain. It is a dark barrier that can be turned on and off at will. His words froze Lu Qingchen's soul like a bucket of liquid nitrogen. Liao's soul was the same. His every thought was frozen. They were all overwhelmed by confusion and shock. It took them a long time to digest the words of the Fuxi. What did you say? Lu Qingchen's soul was in a mess, with tiny swirls appearing one after another. Are you suggesting that the dark vacuum beyond our universe is not natural but man-made? Someone extinguished the brilliance of billions of stars on purpose and shattered all the planets and celestial bodies in the universe, turning the space across billions of light-years into a dark mist. How is it possible? How is it possible? The scale of the black wall is much larger than the diameter of the universe where the 3,000 sectors are located. Nobody can estimate how vast it is at all. For thousands of years, countless civilizations, forces, and super experts have tried to cross the black wall and get out of the universe, only to come back empty-handed or even defeated. We used to think that the black wall was an impassable chasm. If it were an astronomical phenomenon generated by a certain universe, then it would be understandable. But you are saying that the black wall is man-made and a dark barrier controlled by a certain force? That's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Black wall, black screen, or black domain. You can call this damn thing whatever you want. If it was really man-made, how could its creator extinguish billions of stars, block countless celestial bodies, and crush billions of planets in order to create such an empty death zone? The more Lu Qingchen spoke, the more he read. In the end, he roared hysterically. He was trying to hide his shock and panic by roaring crazily. Liao felt the same. He wanted to roar at the sky and vent the feeling of insignificance in his heart that could not be described with words. The details are like flying sand in the wind. They've all faded away after hundreds of thousands of years. Maybe I can recover some of the files after I find more computational and storage units. Tunli know that the technology to build a dark barrier is not as complicated as you think, Fuxi said calmly. We don't need to extinguish billions of stars and crush planets that are hundreds of times larger. We just need to block the light, heat, radiation, and high-energy particle streams that they send out in a certain way and block all the information and data. TT means that the star systems and other celestial bodies that should exist in certain coordinates are still in their original trajectories. Their information has been blocked, so that the observers at a lower level or at a long distance cannot find them. Of course, you were right. Even if the billions of stars did not need to be shattered, the dark block on such a large scale still required unimaginably advanced technology. Not just the human beings today, even the Panga civilization at that time could not have imagined it. At that time, the Panga civilization had already grasped the technology to utilize the energy of the stars efficiently. They could build large-scale energy bases near the stars, even enclosing part of the star and forming the Quafu sphere. They also had the ability to detonate the star and destroy the entire galaxy, which was known as the Hoi arrow. However, such technology is even worse than drilling wood for fire when compared to the technology of black screen builders. Both Quafu's ball and Hoi's arrow are as childish as toys for 3-year-olds. By the most optimistic estimation, the gap between the peak technology of the Panga civilization and the technology of the schemer is at least 5 million years to infinity. In other words, with the best luck, the most abundant resources, and everyone working together, it will take at least another 5 million years for the civilization to be as advanced as the schemer. But most of the time, the progress of a civilization is not something that can be achieved with the accumulation of time. In fact, the Panga civilization is already established and mature. It has missed the best growth and development period. It is almost impossible for it to reach the level of the architect of the Black Curtain. It's like an expert reaching the building foundation stage in their prime when they are 120 years old. It proves that their talent is second only to that of the building foundation stage. No matter how many resources and adventures they are given, it will be difficult for them to reach the divinity transformation stage in their entire life. Do you understand what I'm saying? Understand. The sapling has been growing crooked since childhood. No matter how much fertilizer and watering is done, it is impossible for it to grow into a towering tree. Lu Qingchun struggled to say, faced with such a terrifying gap between civilizations, it's no wonder that the top experts of the Pangu civilization were all scared out of their wits. But who was the constructioner of the Black Curtain exactly? Why did they block the starlight and the radiation and create such a vast black barrier? A certain prehistoric civilization. The Pangu civilization was not the first batch of intelligent creatures in our universe. Fushi Sai that wreathed our universe. It is the information recorded on the core and the switch. In the billions of years before the primeval era, there were still endless intelligent creatures and powerful civilizations that rose and fell. One of the most powerful prehistoric civilizations built a dark barrier unbelievable. Lu Qingchun asked, does the Pangu civilization have such a clear understanding about the prehistoric civilization? Of course. If we compress the history of our universe into one short year, the Pangu civilization will only show up at dawn on the last day of the 365 days, and the civilization of mankind will only show up at noon or dusk on this day. However, in the past 364 days, how many lives have emerged and how many brilliant civilizations have been created? Who knows? The civilization of mankind absorbed nutrients from the relics of the Pangu civilization, and the Pangu civilization received enlightenment from the relics of the prehistoric civilization. That is the true meaning of the legacy of civilization. Does that mean that the Pangu civilization has excavated the relics of some prehistoric civilizations? Lu Qingchun replied quickly, then you should have known the existence and formidability of the prehistoric civilization long ago. It is indeed shocking that they were so strong, but it is not enough to make them collapse, is it? Yes, the existence of the dark barrier alone is not enough to collapse all the experts of the Pangu civilization. But why don't you think about it carefully? Why did the prehistoric civilization build the dark barrier? Lu Qingchun pondered for a moment. The shivering of his soul was becoming more and more obvious. Hide. They are trying to hide themselves. They are hiding from something or an enemy that is too dangerous to resist. Therefore, they are trying to hide themselves. That's right. Then why don't you guess what they are scared of and what they are hiding from? The flood tide. Lu Qingchun's soul was even colder than liquid nitrogen. The prehistoric civilizations were so scared of the tide that they would rather spend endless resources to erase the radiation and information of all the stars around them and seal themselves and their children and grandchildren billions of years later in the dark barrier. They did not dare to go out and fight the tide because they knew that they had no chance of winning at all. Wait, there's a problem here. In a place where a lot of stars and celestial bodies are supposed to exist, if a black mist is created to cover everything, won't a weird black spot appear? Will the observers outside not notice it? Think of the dark barrier as a thick eggshell. The patterns inside and outside of the eggshell are completely different. If you look from the inside, you will find that the dark barrier is a space zone with few resources. But if you look from the outside, you will naturally see something else. Maybe you will be able to fake a world that is barren, boring, and has no value for exploration or hunting, and the hunters will stop thinking about coming here. All in all, the dark barrier is not a simple black spot. Other than concealing itself, it can also block and filter. On one hand, it can block the newborn civilizations who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth in our universe from rushing out and committing suicide. On the other hand, it can block and filter the harmful information transmitted from the outside world, just like the atmosphere can block the ultraviolet rays. From this, it can be seen how much thought was put into the construction of the Black Curtain for the newborn civilization billions of years later. However, that was not the reason for desperation. The reason for the desperation is that even such a strong prehistoric civilization could not resist the flood at all and could only bury their head in the sand. Then, how strong must the real flood be? Now, do you understand? Only when the gap between the strength of the two parties is reduced to a certain extent will there be desperation and fear. Ants will never be desperate and fearful of dinosaurs because the two parties are not on the same level at all. Ants cannot understand the strength of dinosaurs at all. Even if they are stomped to death by dinosaurs, they will die in confusion and fearlessness. Only when some sort of reference object appears, some sort of reference object that the ant can understand, will it be able to understand a tiny bit of the strength and tyranny of dinosaurs. Only then will it know how vast, how dangerous, and how callous this world is. Only then will it know that it will never be able to become the master of this world. Its destiny is to be trampled under the feet of all kinds of powerful existences time and time again. As the Fushi roared, the clusters of light spots that constituted its body turned into lackluster black spots, too, which danced around Lu Qingqian's soul like countless black holes the size of needles. Black mist was released, as if it were going to envelop and swallow his soul and seal him in a specific, tiny dark barrier. Do you know what the deepest desperation is? If you encounter the strongest enemy the moment you leave your hometown, and you are defeated or even wiped out by the enemy, it is not the deepest desperation. You will only be stomped to death by the dinosaurs. Fushi's voice was low and full of sorrow and pity. However, after exhausting all his strength, burning all his wisdom and courage, and making countless sacrifices, you finally defeated an unprecedented enemy. When the joy of victory and your hope for the future reached their peak, you suddenly realized that your so-called victory had merely shaken off a hair of the enemy, and the enemy had not discovered you at all. The feeling of falling from the clouds into an endless abyss was the deepest desperation. Think about it. Think about it carefully. Put yourself in the role of the commander-in-chief of the expedition army of the Pangu civilization. You are leading the strongest fleet that was established after 100,000 years of civilization and the resources of 3,000 sectors. You are commanding the top experts of the 13 carbon-based civilizations. You are embarking on an unknown journey with the earnest hope of your hometown and the multiverse. The difficulty of crossing the black wall goes without saying. The vastness and cruelty of the multiverse are within your expectations, too. Even the unexpected encounter with the Floodtide Legion did not destroy your mind, because you discovered that, although the Floodtide fleet was strong, it was not invincible. Finally, after hot-bloodedness, courage, wisdom, indomitable will, and endless sacrifices, you have finally secured a world-shaking victory. It is a battle that will forever be recorded in the history books. You feel that all the soldiers under your command have performed to the best of their abilities. Even your own commanding skills have reached the peak of perfection and cannot be duplicated. Although the losses were heavy, the harvests were even more bountiful. Countless people sacrificed themselves in the cold darkness, but they left the brightest hope for the survivors and encouraged them to continue marching forward. You thought that you had seen clearly the gap between you and the strongest cultivators of the multiverse, and that you had seen clearly the direction of evolution despite the twists and turns ahead of you. It is like a touching legend that has just begun. The ruler of the multiverse will take the first solid step in the future, right? Unfortunately, it is not. On your way back, you discovered the switches and last words left by the Black Curtain Maker, and learned 1/1000th of the truth of the universe. When you realize that even such an unbelievably powerful prehistoric civilization as the Black Curtain Makers can only be cowards, the entire world will collapse before your eyes. There is a gap of 10,000 times between you and the architect of the Black Curtain, and there is a gap of 10,000 times between the architect of the Black Curtain and the real flood. Even the architect of the Black Curtain did not dare to fight the flood to the death. Isn't everything you and your fearless compatriots have done a joke? The cause that you've been fighting for your entire life, or even your entire civilization, for 100,000 years has collapsed. It's meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Right now, you already know that hundreds of civilizations hundreds of times stronger than yours have tried the same thing before your civilization was born. The only right answer is to build a black screen and be a turtle that hides in its shell. Even if your civilization develops for another 1,000,000 years, it will only be in the phase where it wants to be a turtle but cannot. What is the significance of your existence? What is the significance of the Pangu civilization? What is the significance of the universe? Now that you've learned everything, do you have a second choice except to collapse? Under the interrogation of Fuxi, Lu Qingxin's soul dimmed, shook, and twisted again. Like the brightness that was about to be burnt out in a storm, the brightness faded away with the scattering sparks. Even Liao, who was eavesdropping, was greatly shocked and shaken. He was almost drowned in the vast universe of darkness and desperation. For the human civilization today, the cutting-edge technology of the Pangu civilization had been advanced for tens of thousands of years. At first glance, they looked like real deities. In the eyes of the Pangu civilization, the makers of the black curtains were countless times more advanced than them. They were the devils of the devils. Even the deities did not dare to face the flood. They could only create a dark area to hide themselves, as if they were children who had been scared by a ghost story and were shivering in bed. Then, what did the so-called flood mean for the civilization of mankind today? If the flood was really related to Earth and the Vulture plan demanded that he destroy the planet, could he really do it? When faced with the resurrected Pangu clan, Liao could still cheer himself up. We are all carbon-based creatures. We are not scared of each other. However, when faced with the mysterious flood, or even the black curtain maker, Liao found it hard to boast about himself, because it was very likely that the enemy was of a higher level that even the three-dimensional carbon-based creatures could not understand. On the other hand, Fuxi's words had solved a mystery that had been bothering Liao for a long time. It was the significance of the ancient sacred world. In the primeval war hundreds of thousands of years ago, why did the Pangu clan establish such a large dark nebula in the periphery of the ancient saint world? In the beginning, many experts and scholars, including Long Yangjun, had pointed out that the Pangu clan's plan to treat the ancient sacred world as a rejuvenation base had gone wrong during the implementation of their plan, which led to the extinction of all the Pangu clan in the ancient sacred world. That was why human beings had survived to this day. However, Liao had always felt that such a theory was too strange. Many things did not make sense. It was not until today that he realized that the ancient saint world was most likely a reverse engineering test base, where the Pangu civilization had chosen a certain space zone at the edge of the Sea of Stars to try to copy and analyze the technology of the black market. After they got the technology of the black market, therefore, the dark nebula around the ancient saint world was very similar to the black wall that sealed the entire Pangu universe. Of course, the black curtain technology that the Pangu clan dissected and reverse-developed was far less advanced than that of the black curtain makers. Therefore, the dark nebula around the ancient saint world was not entirely undetectable. It was merely thin and lackluster. It also proved that there was more to the story than met the eye. At the very least, the existence of the black curtain makers should be undeniable. Shut up. Stop talking. While Liao was pondering, he suddenly heard Lu Qingxin's furious roar. Put away your tricks, Fuxi. I finally know why you are telling me stories from hundreds of thousands of years ago so hypocritically. You are trying to trap me in the same desperate situation as the commander-in-chief of the expedition army of the Pangu civilization in such a way so that my sole defense line will collapse and you can swallow in me easily, aren't you? I'm sorry. I won't be fooled, nor will I collapse and succumb. Even if everything you said is the truth, even if the top predators beyond our imagination existed billions of years ago and billions of light years away, it is definitely not a reason for us to give up our feelings, curiosity, ambition, and hope. What's wrong with ants? The evolution of countless planets has proved that the survival ability of ants is far better than that of dinosaurs. Countless seemingly powerful dinosaurs and reptiles went extinct during the catastrophes, but thousands of species of ants have survived to this day. Bacteria? So what? Can a civilization as strong as the Pangu civilization or the human civilization today eliminate all the bacteria? It's impossible. The Pangu civilization has gone extinct. Maybe the civilization of mankind will go extinct one day. But as long as the universe exists, germs will never go extinct, will they? Therefore, even if we are really ants, dust, and insignificant bacteria and viruses, so what? It does not mean that our glorious civilization cannot have a place in the vast universe. The bold and powerful declaration made Lu Qingxin's soul shine stubbornly for the third time. The dark barrier that sealed him was torn apart and burnt like a paper shell. Coerced by his scorching aura, it ran back to Fuxus like a soldier who had abandoned his armor. Wow! The mental devil couldn't help but remark. Lu Qingchun is indeed marvelous. Even I can't help but feel my blood boiling when I hear it. It's true that everybody has been wandering in the sea of stars for a long time. There is no limit to the amount of time and space. Every mountain is taller than the last. We will certainly meet countless civilizations that are stronger than us. How can we survive without the fearlessness when our heads are as big as bowls? Every inch has its advantages and every ruler has its shortcomings. The strength of a civilization cannot be generalized. Who says that dinosaurs are necessarily stronger than ants or bacteria? In the old days, the blood-stripe virus was not the most primitive bacteria, cells, spores, or viruses. It could still cruise in the universe on meteorites without being discovered by the tides. It was evident that the tides had limitations or loopholes, too. Otherwise, it would not have needed to rear such a legion. That's right. Although Lu Qingchun took the wrong path in the future, the determination deep down in his bones makes him a man of the Federation. Liao was deeply moved, too. It was not a waste of my enlightenment when he was little. If you keep acting like this, the mental devil said gloomily, I have to consider moving closer to Lu Qingchun and standing on his side. After all, the young man seems to be a good guy. He is both bad and unyielding, unlike some people who are both good and shameless. No, no, no. I was just joking to ease the tension, Liao hurried to say. I was greatly shocked when I heard the earth-shaking truth about the Black Curtain Maker. We can't vent our anger by crying like ghosts and howling like wolves like Lu Qingchun. If we don't relax for a moment, our souls are going to collapse. It's really killing us. The mental devil sniffed and did not comment. It was too lazy to bother with Liao and continued eavesdropping on the conversation between Lu Qingchun and Fuxi. You are indeed interesting. Faced with Lu Qingchun's stubbornness, Fuxi was silent for a moment before he replied, Sometimes, I really don't understand. How can a human being's feeble body and tiny soul boast such ambitions, such intense curiosity, and such suicidal arrogance? Maybe it is the greatest advantage of mankind that we are different from the Pangu civilization and the prehistoric civilization. Lu Qingchun grinned. It is also the biggest reason why we are going further than you and the thousands of civilizations that used to live in the universe. Maybe we are ignorant, arrogant, and suicidal, but the prehistoric civilizations that seemed to be rational and wise and calculated in every way did not seem to be immortal. It is better to be suicidal than to wait to be killed. Excellent. If we can hear your words today, the experts and wise men of the Pangu civilization who were determined to create mankind against all odds will be able to rest in peace, won't they? As I said just now, a newborn calf is not scared of a tiger, Fuxi said solemnly. Maybe, if a civilization wants to march out of the mother universe and go further, it needs a young, vigorous, and reckless spirit such as yours. When the Pangu civilization was preparing to march out of the mother universe, they were too mature to the point that they were too timid and burdened by all kinds of burdens. At that time, the surviving soldiers of the expedition army, who were also the best super elites of the 13 species of the Pangu civilization, did not have the fearlessness and ignorance that you did. They were all caught in desperation and had a mental breakdown. They were tied up by the darkness and fear of the multiverse and could barely think normally, not to mention carrying out the research on the black screen hub, bringing the fleet and the trophies back to their hometown and continuing the march of the Pangu civilization. There is only one person, no, only one existence, who is still 100% clear-headed and rational. That is my predecessor, the Fuxi system. The Fuxi system is a combination of the supercrystal processor and the great unification spiritual nexus. No matter how powerful its computational ability is, no matter how advanced its performance is, it is not affected by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Since it has no emotions, it is certainly not scared. It has never held any hope, and naturally it does not taste desperation. Even if the Black Veil Makers and the Flood Tide are billions of times stronger than it will not have the slightest influence on its data and logic. Therefore, since the day the Black Screen Hub was discovered and the entire expedition fleet was on the verge of collapse. More and more tasks were handed over to the Fuxi system. They became less and less interested in daily operations and became more and more dependent on the fully automatic procedures of the Fuxi system. Although they were strictly forbidden, many of them secretly drank until they were drunk or avoided the suffering of reality by numbing their nerves. The Pangu civilization did not believe in gods. Although the 13 carbon-based intelligent creatures all had primitive deities and religions in their early years, when they rushed out of their mother planets and destroyed the sum at their will, who would be willing to submit to the unpredictable deities? However, after they discovered the existence of the Black Curtain Makers and the flooding tides and realized their insignificance, the belief in the supernatural powers gradually spread among the remnants of the fleet. Many people who had a mental breakdown and lost their confidence and hope even considered the Fuxi system to be their only hope. To understand. I understand everything now. Intense brilliance was beaming out of Lu Qingxin's eyes. Then, you seized the opportunity to seize control of the expedition army and became the god of the Pangu civilization. You castrated the feelings of all the elites of the Pangu civilization and manipulated their thoughts on purpose, making them believe that emotional castration and mind control were the only ways of survival. Everything was because of your tricks behind the scenes. You turned the vigorous, ever-changing Pangu civilization into the same lifeless state in the future. You planted the seal of the best path in the souls of all the Pangu clan and human beings. To this day, the purpose of the people of the Sanctuary Alliance is to wake up the gods. But it never occurred to them that the gods they were going to wake up were not the Pangu clan but you, the computational units scattered in the sea of stars, the perfect form where your computational ability reached the peak in the past, and the real god. Am I right? Wow! The mental devil could not help but exclaim again. I like Lu Qingxin more and more. He is indeed smart. In fact, I thought of that too. Liao felt wronged. I didn't have the chance to tell him. He beat me to it. No, you won't believe it, but it is not as simple as you think. Fuxi was not angry that his true face had been seen through it all. He said calmly, "It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not." In the beginning, all the soldiers of the expedition army demanded very clearly that I study the methods of emotional seals or even emotional castration, and help them remove their emotions and desires. What? Lu Qingxin couldn't help but laugh. You think I'm a 3-year-old and that I'm so easy to fool? You must have used fancy words and some kind of logic trap to fool them. Otherwise, why would they think of sealing all their emotions? Simple. They have to seal their desperation, remove their fear, and maintain the clearest mind and the most stable state of mind to complete the most difficult task. Fuxi said casually, although they have sunk into desperation and been anesthetizing themselves with drugs, or even seeking the shelter of ghosts, the remaining soldiers are well aware that they cannot give up on themselves for too long, because not only are they responsible for their own lives, they are also responsible for the survival of their civilization. About 5% of the remaining soldiers chose various methods to end their lives after they learned the truth. They were granted eternal freedom. But 95% of the remaining soldiers gritted their teeth and persevered after the initial shock and panic. They tried to regroup and do something. The significance of survival can be slowly reflected by other people in the future. Their mission is only survival. But how can it be so easy? The research on the black technology, the control of the remaining expedition fleet, and even the suppression of the captives of the Floodtide Legion are all detailed, difficult, and dangerous. With their mental state that is on the verge of collapse and their soul being haunted by fear and desperation all the time, it is impossible for them to do anything. Therefore, our top priority right now is to kill our fear, seal our desperation, castrate all the negative emotions that are interfering with our work, turn ourselves into an absolutely stable screw in the expedition fleet, and bring the fleet full of trophies and terrifying truths back to our hometown. But that is impossible. Light and darkness, justice and evil, hope and desperation, courage and fear, 7 emotions and 6 desires, love and hate, they are all interdependent and inseparable. It is impossible to delete all the negative emotions and keep the positive ones that are positive. The top experts and wise men of the Pangu civilization, as well as my predecessor, the Fuxi system, have been studying for a long time and failed to find a way to delete the negative emotions individually despite all the possibilities. As long as they still have emotions, they will never forget the strength of the black curtain makers and the flood tide and their own insignificance. How are they going to analyze the black curtain technology and face the debris and captives of the flood tide legions in such a state of mind? Therefore, after exhausting all the possibilities, the only solution left was to seal, castrate, and delete all the negative effects, whether positive or negative, whether hopeful or desperate, whether it is the deep love for home and family or the fear for the enemy. Through brain surgery, neural blockage, and deep hypnosis, you will turn yourself into an out-and-out machine and incorporate yourself into the computational logic of the Fuxi system. The Fuxi system will be strengthened to a deeper level. In such a way, you will be able to face the black curtain makers and the flood tides peacefully and complete the mission that the entire civilization entrusted to them. While Fuxi was talking, the modeled pictures of the remnants of the Pangu expeditionary army appeared around him. The primeval experts in the picture had all kinds of forms, many of which were vastly different from the intelligent creatures in the understanding of human beings. But for some reason, Li Yao and Lu Qingchen both sensed intense longing and love from them. Nobody is willing to give up their emotions and their homes, but it is the only way to get rid of their fear and block their desperation. Their mission is above everything. As the elites selected by the entire civilization after 100,000 years, they do not have the right to waver or collapse. 1 second of weakness is a crime for the entire civilization. Near the black screen hub, all the soldiers of the Pangu Expeditionary Force voted and authorized my predecessor, the Fuxi system, to deprive everyone of their emotions and strengthen their sacred mission. So this was the reason. Li Yao could not help but think of a story. It was a story that Master Bitter Cicada of the Buddha sect had told him in the ancient sacred world. Before the wisdom of the ancient saint world was established, when Master Bitter Cicada was traveling, he often told the common people simple and easy-to-understand stories to enlighten them. Master Bitter Cicada told Li Yao that a long, long time ago, in the chaotic era when humanity was at its peak and even the Yunjin Empire was not established, there was a very timid noble. The noble was so timid that he shivered under the desk when he heard the thunder in the sky. In the chaotic era that was best known for its valiancy, he naturally became a joke among the nobles. However, when the timid noble heard that his king was in trouble and needed help, he stepped forward without any hesitation despite his fear. His family tried to stop him. They said that he could not even hold a saber or a sword. He could not even stand on a tank. How could he go to war? Other nobles were laughing at him, too. Cowardly as he was, he would be paralyzed when he heard the drumming of 2 armies on a battlefield, and he would be asked to be rescued. Why was he pretending? The noble, on the other hand, replied solemnly, "It is in my nature to be timid. It is my own business. But rescuing the king is a matter of national importance and a matter of public interest. How can I abandon my duty for personal gain?" As a result, the timid noble did not listen to the persuasion of his family and other nobles and insisted on fighting. As a result, he lost his balance and fell off the tank. He was scared to death. At that time, Master Kuchan, Li Yao, and the top 10 ancient saints were talking about the background of the story. They were discussing whether or not they should help the Star Glory Federation and whether or not they could compete with the Black Wind Fleet even if they joined the chaotic war. The ending of the story was not very satisfactory. It seemed to have nothing to do with the usual courage. Even Li Yao could not understand the protagonist of the story at that time. Was the timid noble brave or timid? Did he deserve to die on the battlefield? But right now, after hearing the choice of the strongest cultivator of the Pangu civilization hundreds of thousands of years ago, he suddenly understood why such a choice could not be made for personal gain. As individuals, they had every reason to feel lost, scared, desperate, frustrated, and even mentally broken when faced with a force billions of times stronger. However, other than their personal identities, they were also the commanders-in-chief, and elite warriors of the Pangu Expeditionary Force. They had to protect the most solid barrier of the entire civilization, the sharpest sabers that the Pangu civilization had refined over the past 100,000 years, and the only hope for their billions of compatriots. There was no room for confusion, no reason for fear, and no right for desperation. Even if he deleted his deep love for his family, even if he blocked his feelings about beauty, even if he castrated his feelings and hopes, even if he mutated himself from a human being with flesh and blood into a ruthless, indifferent, and mechanical tool to carry out orders, they all had a mission that they had to complete. They all had to continue fighting. Even if the enemy was a schemer or a flood tide, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. What kind of spirit was this? Liao was deeply moved. Any civilization capable of charging out of the mother universe was destined to be great, glorious, and noble. Such a civilization would never be short of heroes and warriors willing to sacrifice everything for it. Don't be fooled. Make sure that you don't miss anything. The mental devil was calmer than Liao. It reminded him, even if emotion sealing is a temporary strategy that will work on the remaining soldiers of the Pangu Expeditionary Force, the temporary strategy will only last until they bring the debris of the Floodtide Legion and the technology of corruption back to their hometown. Then it will be terminated, won't it? But later, not only did it not stop, it even expanded. From the elites who had been to the outland, all the individuals of the civilization were deprived of their emotions and castrated. It is evident that the Fushi must have kept a lot of details to himself, and those details are part of its scheme. Pay attention to the details and don't believe everything. To understand, Liao replied, "We are not in a hurry to find out yet. Let's wait for it to finish its story. The most brilliant lies are 9 truths and 1 false. If it wants to fool a smart guy like Lu Qingchen, it will certainly throw out a lot of real bait." As he expected, Lu Qingchen was somewhat touched, too. But he soon regained his calmness and sharpness and asked, "Then, after all the emotions were sealed, the remnants of the expedition army of Pangu finally regained the ability to function normally. They devoted themselves to the analysis of the black technology and the Floodtide Legion day and night. Hundreds of years later, they returned to their home with tremendous achievements. My predecessor, the Fushi system, was also given a critical highest task, which was the primeval logic that I talked about just now. It was to spend all my computational ability thinking about how to save our civilization and how to preserve it for a long time. At the most appropriate moment, we would march out of the darkness and march into the outer domain in the most perfect form. Lu Qingchen was dazed for a moment. The Pangu civilization hasn't given up the plan to march into the space zones? Of course not. Although no one could resist the fear of the space zones and the desperation brought by their own insignificance, all the fear had been sealed and deleted. Think about it in the absolutely rational way. Hiding in your hometown forever will have no future. No matter how tight the black curtain is, there will be a day when it will be found and torn apart. To the left and right, you will be struggling at death's door, waiting to be killed. Is there a difference between 10,000 years and 100 million years? Therefore, after the civilization developed to the peak, marching into outer space and exploring the multiverse was the only choice, even if the end of the choice was destruction. The only problem is the correct time and the perfect form. We must choose the most appropriate time, preferably when the flood tide and the Floodtide Legion are far away from the universe that is wreathed in darkness. Our civilization must be developed to the maximum, too, so that all the resources and information inside the darkness can be combined and utilized to the maximum. By then, we won't be able to squeeze out even 1 extra drop of energy. When we rush out, our odds of survival will be the highest. Following the 2 paths, I started thinking for a long time about the ultimate salvation. Together with the remaining soldiers of the expedition army, we performed the social surgery on the Pangu civilization and gradually sealed a lot of unnecessary technology and human emotions. Hee. The fox's tail is finally out. Lu Qingchen sneered. Even if what you said just now makes sense, and the remaining soldiers of the Pangu Expeditionary Force have to seal their emotions in order to erase their fear and complete the mission, why should they seal the feelings of all the citizens? You don't know the social form of the Pangu civilization and the spiritual needs of the people. This is the result of the precise calculation of the Fuxi system. Fuxi explained, after hundreds of thousands of years of development, the civilization of the Pangu civilization has reached the peak of perfection. The citizens are no longer like human beings who can be bothered by daily necessities and attracted by entertainment. No, such low-level stuff is far from enough to satisfy the ordinary citizens of the Pangu civilization. For 100,000 years, the Pangu civilization existed for the purpose of pushing into the multiverse. All the citizens got rid of the vulgar interests and pondered philosophical questions such as the development of civilization, the truth of the universe, and the meaning of existence. The expedition army was their only hope, their only pleasure, and their only answer. Everybody was hoping that the expedition army would bring back the news of the multiverse and tell them how to improve their civilization. If the expedition army brought back such bad news at that time, all the individuals of the civilization would collapse. At the very least, they would feel disheartened and bored. Our destiny is so difficult that we need every individual to do their job dutifully and devote themselves wholeheartedly. Only by burning for 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years can we see a slim chance of survival. After decades of precise calculation and logical deduction by the Fuxi system, on the way back, I discovered that, once the truth was told to the unprepared people, the entire Pangu civilization was likely to collapse. In desperation, people were willing to do anything. Famine, riot, civil war. Blood, violence, mutual destruction. In the most optimistic future, people will lose the courage to march into the multiverse because of fear and desperation. They will indulge in the vulgar pleasures such as sex, entertainment, and entertainment again. They will live in ignorance for millions of years and eventually die without a cause. They will vanish without a trace, just like the countless civilizations that appeared between the Black Curtain Makers and the Pangu civilization. Such a future is in conflict with my metalogic. For the ultimate salvation, I will not allow such a future to happen. Therefore, I woke up some of the commanders of the expedition army who were hibernating and showed them the many futures that I inferred. The civil war, the collapse, and the untimely death. I pointed out to them that sealing emotions was the only way to keep the entire civilization functioning efficiently, so that everyone could continue to work hard and contribute silently at the cost of 100 or even 1,000 generations to save the entire civilization. No. At that time, I didn't want to castrate the emotions of every individual in the civilization forever. It was still a temporary strategy, except that the scale of temporary was enlarged to hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. After millions of years, when the flood ebbs and our civilization gains the ability to travel in the multiverse, it is only natural that the emotions sealed inside our civilization are released bit by bit. 1,000,000 years of emotional extinction. Lu Qingchun bellowed. You are saying temporarily? A star can live for billions of years. Even a single-celled life will take billions of years to evolve into a multiple-celled life. Compared to the rise and fall of civilizations in the universe, millions of years is indeed a short period of time. In my opinion, 1,000,000 years and a second are not very different. He, Lu Qingchen said. The bottom line is, you are not a human being after all. This is not how human beings think. Was never a human being in the first place. You asked me whether or not I was a strong artificial intelligence just now. If you are referring to intelligent mechanical life forms like human beings, then I am indeed not one of them. The concept is too narrow to explain 1/10,000th of my real existence. But the experts of the Pangu civilization should be human beings, shouldn't they? Lu Qingchen asked, did they agree to your plan? Or did you deceive and force them? I did not lie to them, nor did I force them to. From the beginning to the end, I only calculated, drew conclusions, and wrote plans for their reference. The final decision had to be made by them, the commanders of the fleet and the commanders of the civilization. However, all my plans have been calculated and inferred in the most rational ways. Since they have sealed their emotions and thought in the most rational ways without any interference, why would they not agree with my plan? That's true. I was too stupid to ask such a silly question. The experts of the Pangu civilization have castrated themselves and mutated into cold-hearted machines such as yourself. Of course, they will not object. In fact, they will think that the state of emotionlessness is not bad and should be promoted on a large scale. Lu Qingchen sneered. But what about the people who stayed in their homes? Were they willing to abandon their emotions and self-awareness and turn themselves into machines for 1,000,000 years? Fuxi was silent for a long time. Then he said, "At the beginning of our return, there was no need to tell the public all the truth, especially the existence of black curtain makers and flood tides. They were top secrets. Telling them in advance would only lead to depression, collapse of order, and social chaos. The remnants of the expedition army told part of the truth and offered some trophies to raise everyone's morale. Then, they organized a second expedition under the pretext of gathering power and resources. In the 1,000 years that followed, the emotional ceiling plan was gradually promoted, and naturally everything went well." "Sounds good, huh?" Lu Qingchen said. "Hasn't anybody discovered or resisted? What will you do if somebody discovers and resists?" "Insufficient files," Fuxi replied, unable to answer. "Is it because there is not enough information? Or is it because the information is too cruel? Is it because you cannot answer? Or is it because you are unwilling to answer?" Lu Qingchen's smile grew wider and wider. "It's ironic when you think about it. The top experts of the expedition army sealed their emotions and froze their will in order to protect their civilization and continue their hope. They thought that it was just a temporary strategy. But after the sealing and freezing, their thinking changed, too. They became cruel, uncontrollable, and deeper. The citizens who were looking forward to the triumphant return of the arriving heroes in their hometown did not know that it was not just a bunch of heroes who were returning from bloody battles, but also an entire fleet of devils whose faces had changed beyond recognition. Did you know? In my hometown, there is a saying that the boundless dark space is the deadliest poison that can corrupt any hero beyond recognition and turn a cultivator into an immortal cultivator within 1 second. The bottom line is the morality, order, and social rules on the ground are completely different from the morality, order, and social rules in the civilization of starships. The morality and order on starships that are large in number and have abundant resources are different from the morality, order, and rules that are completely out of control when a lone starship floats into the depths of the sea of stars. When a certain someone floats in the darkness for decades on a starship that is riddled with holes and running out of resources, having to feed on the flesh and blood of his companions, and encountering all kinds of bizarre phenomena in space, even if he is a great man, his heart will be seriously twisted, and he will become an unpardonable devil. It seems that the remnants of the expedition army of the Pangu clan have been deeply corrupted and mutated into something inhuman during their hundreds of years of expedition. They were the elites and the strongest of the Pangu civilization in the first place. They gathered the best resources of the entire civilization and hid the technology of the Black Curtain Makers and the Floodtide Legions in secret. It was as easy as pie for them to seize the supreme power of their homeland and establish their own dictatorships. After the dictatorships were established, there would be no obstacles in their plan to seal their emotions on a large scale. Is this why the Pangu civilization ended up like this? What a tragedy! You don't agree with such methods? No. It's true that I don't agree with your original intentions, but I do agree with your methods. Lu Qingchen chuckled. Evolution is never a step-by-step process. It is even more impossible for evolution to be decided by the vast majority of ignorant and mediocre people. Evolution is exciting, evolution is a leap, and evolution is a reckless risk. It can only be decided by the elites at the top of a civilization. Very good. Since you agree with that, I believe you will not object to the civilization restart plan. A reboot. Lu Qingchen was greatly interested. What is that? Do you remember what I said in the beginning? The little sapling of the Pangu civilization grew crooked from the very beginning and missed the best development period. When we left the mother universe, it was already too mature. Even though we have the technology of the Black Curtain Makers and the Tidal Tide Legion, it is still difficult for our civilization to experience a qualitative change and make a leap forward. It was like a book that had been smeared to a mess and could no longer record valuable information. It was easier to paint a new book. On the other hand, the civilizations whose individual forms, ways of thinking, social order, and technological sequences have been solidified have reached the peak of their life cycle. It is very difficult for them to get rid of the pattern of birth, death, illness, and death. It is impossible for them to walk towards doom. It was destined that the Pangu civilization would not be able to fully absorb the technology of the Black Curtain Makers and the Tidal Tide Legion. The obstacles in every aspect were too great. After a long period of thorough calculation by the Fuxi system, the only solution was to re-establish the civilization after the destruction. I get it now. It's like a 180-year-old core formation stage cultivator who has been practicing the cultivation arts of our sect since he was born. His bones, veins, blood vessels, and even his soul have all been fixed. If he is asked to change his sect and practice the ultimate arts of other sects, he will not be able to improve his capability no matter how marvelous his techniques are. He might even be mentally deranged because of the conflicts. Lu Qingqian said, "If the core formation stage cultivator gives birth to a son and lets his blank child inherit his experience and practice new cultivation arts, it will be possible for him to master the techniques and break into a higher level. Then, what are you going to do exactly? More specifically, the top priority right now is to create a new carrier for the individuals of the Pangu civilization." At that time, the Pangu Civilization Alliance had 13 species of intelligent creatures that were carbon-based. They were all different in size, and communication and social composition were extremely inconvenient. A lot of unnecessary friction costs were added. Besides, the bodies of many species evolved in order to adapt to the environment of their mother planet. In fact, they were no longer suitable for the development of the era of the universe. Therefore, a new, unified, low-energy, high-power, ever-changing, easy-to-maintain and upgrade, and with a strong reproductive ability became an indispensable base unit for the continued development of the Pangu civilization. If we want to break out of the Mother Universe and fight against the Flood Tide, or at least the Flood Tide Legion, it is far from enough to meld the genes of 13 carbon-based intelligent creatures. Therefore, we turned our attention to the genes of the Black Curtain Makers, the prehistoric civilizations. What? This time, Lu Qingqian was truly dumbfounded. You have the genes of a Black Curtain Maker? Maybe it's genes, maybe it's something else. Whatever it is, the schemer left a lot of knowledge in the pivot. After 1,000 years of research, we have gradually analyzed and learned everything. Fuxi said matter-of-factly, "If the genes of 13 carbon-based intelligent lifeforms are mixed together, what kind of reboot is that? Only with the genes of the Black Curtain Makers can a new, higher, faster, stronger, smarter, and braver civilization be created. No. In fact, it is not just the Black Curtain Makers. Many genes of the captives of the Flood Tide Legion have been filtered and optimized into the melding sequence, too. You must have heard of hybrid advantage, haven't you? The captives of the Flood Tide Legion are all from outer space. New possibilities that we've never seen before are buried in their genes. They provide countless different directions for evolution. They are very valuable. After we determined the general direction, we handed the mission over to the Nuwa clan, who was talented in genetics, and named it the Artificial Life Plan. Now, you should understand what we created in the end, right? Yes. The next generation of carriers of the genes that have melded with the genes of the Black Curtain Makers, the captives of the Flood Tide Legion, and the 13 native carbon-based intelligent creatures is you, human beings. We are actually the common descendants of the prehistoric civilization, the Flood Tide Legion, and the Pangu Civilization Alliance. We are the ultimate form of the most perfect carbon-based intelligent life. Despite his calmness, Lu Qingqian could not help but be dazed when he heard such shocking news. Liao was so excited that he felt proud of himself. Fuxi's words might be false, but they were not necessarily false. The biggest proof was that the civilization of magic from the depths of the multiverse, was in the form of a human being. Except for its golden hair and blue eyes, it was almost no different from the human beings in the Pangu universe. Also, Wasn't the Earth in Liao's dream a common home for human beings in various forms? If the Earth and the flood tide were closely related, it meant that the human form was the most common form in the multiverse that was enveloped by the flood tide. Generally speaking, the most common form on the road of evolution was the strongest form. Survival of the fittest. Those who were not strong enough were eliminated. The prehistoric civilization, the Pangu civilization, the flood tide legion, the flood tide, and the Earth in the uncanny dream are all connected. What is the relationship between them exactly? Liao pondered. No. You lied to me. After a moment of excitement, Lu Qingchen regained his calmness. 2. He said solemnly, if human beings are really the carriers of a new generation of civilization that you've pinned your hopes on, why would you regard human beings as tools and even plant the hateful barriers such as the 3 fundamental laws of kindness in the souls of human beings? Can't you understand such a simple logic? Because it involves a lot of ethical obstacles. Not every individual of the Pangu civilization is willing to abandon their original form forever. In the eyes of many, abandoning their form is the same as abandoning their own civilization. If the genes of the prehistoric civilization and the Pangu civilization were combined, would the offspring be considered the authentic Pangu clan? Not to mention that the genes of the captives of the flood tide legion have been corrupted by the claws and teeth of the flood tide. Can such a man-made son of a bitch really carry on the great tradition of the Pangu civilization instead of nurturing the gravediggers of the Pangu civilization? You see, such questions are almost impossible to answer. If we state from the beginning that we are creating a new carbon-based life form because everyone's life form is too backward and must be eliminated, how many people do you think will support and object? If it is announced to the public like that, the civil war of the Pangu civilization will break out hundreds of thousands of years in advance. Well, Lu Qingchen was dazed for a moment. That's true. Exactly. Haven't you suffered the same thing yourself? It's like you suddenly told your compatriots that the form of our body of flesh and blood is too backward. For the leap of our civilization, we have to change into the brand new form of virtual world, super spiritual net, and metal puppets. Although you meant well, how many compatriots will accept it? They will still regard you as a devil and kick you out. Your grand plan will be ruined, too. Indeed, the masses are blind. It's impossible for them to accept such radical changes. There are also the so-called experts who are timid, hypocritical, and cling to the weak. They shout blood-boiling, childish slogans like high school students. They spare no effort to hinder the advancement of civilization. Lu Qingchen gnashed his teeth. He suddenly came back to himself and stared at the light of the Fuxus with wariness. He sneered. Wait, you said that you were not interested in my secrets, but in fact, you collected a lot of information about me and the Star Glory Federation without alarming anyone. You even know most of the reasons why I was banished. Should I applaud your intelligence collection ability? Just want you to understand the necessity of the manufacturing plan. Fuxi changed the topic. It is unlikely that you will build a lot of metal puppets to replace the flesh and blood of human beings on the grounds of release of version and restart of civilization. But if you do, you will receive the support of the general public and endless resources. At that time, only a few people knew the whole truth. In order to avoid the moral contradiction and the swirl of opposition, they had to carry out the birth plan in secret with the excuse of making new tools, human beings. Iz. Pondering for a moment, Lu Qingchen asked, as you said, with the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan working together, the plan should have gone very well. Why did it develop into mutual destruction in the primeval war? Yes, the development over the past tens of thousands of years has been very smooth. We have digested a lot of technology brought by the Schemer and the Flood Tide Legion. Without the interference of emotions, the order of society is more and more stable. The friction of society is smaller and smaller, and the efficiency of the utilization of resources is higher and higher. On the other hand, the research of the Nuwa clan has made breakthroughs, too. Several different forms of human experiment subjects have been created. In only tens of thousands of years, the Pangu civilization has advanced several levels from the peak of perfection. It seems that everything is within the calculation of the Fuxi system. There won't be any mistakes. However, No matter how great the computational ability of the Fuxi system is, it is impossible to calculate the soul of every individual of the Pangu civilization. There must be something that cannot be sealed or deleted deep inside their soul. Nobody knows how the civil war began. Maybe it was because of the disagreement about the allocation of resources and computational ability. The Pangu clan hoped to devote more resources to the comprehensive purification of the entire civilization as well as the research on starships and the black market, while the Nuwa clan was obsessed with the manufacturing plan and hoped to pour all the endless resources into the most perfect carbon-based creatures such as human beings. Maybe when I was studying the captives of the Floodtide Legion in the beginning, I didn't delete the lost and furious parts deep inside their genes. As a result, some evil things were revived. Maybe the fact that the Pangu Expeditionary Army broke out of the Black Curtain tore a giant hole in the Black Curtain in the first place, allowing all kinds of complicated information from the space zones to march in and interfere with and infect the individuals of the Pangu civilization, namely the demonic invasion. All in all, the Pangu civilization was completely divided when it should not have been. A civil war broke out. In the beginning, the Pangu clan, as the leader of the coalition, had the absolute advantage. Not only did they have the strongest forces and the most resources, they also had the full support of the other 11 carbon-based species besides the Nuwa clan. Pangu, Kwafu, Gonggong, Zhurong, Hui. They suppressed the Nuwa clan with almost 12 species. However, the Nuwa clan has its own key to victory. Firstly, the Nuwa clan was in control of the highest clearance and most of the computational ability of the Fuxi system. The number of computational centers and nodes of the spiritual nexus that were controlled by the Nuwa clan was much higher than that of the Pangu clan. It can't be helped. Gene fusion to create human beings requires prolonged high-intensity computation of the supercrystal processors in order to make a breakthrough. As the leader of the manufacturing plan, it is only natural that the Nuwa clan controls more than half of the Fuxi system. Secondly, in the studies of the captives of the Floodtide Legion and the technology of the Floodtide, the Nuwa clan has gone further than the Pangu clan and the other species. The Tenebrum energy, which is considered taboo for ordinary people, has been secretly weaponized and put into combat. Thirdly, and most importantly, the Nuwa clan has natural allies, which are the newly created legions of human beings. The newborn human beings are still weak and insignificant, but they've shown the advantages of high reproductive ability and low energy consumption. Even if the combat ability of a human being is only 1% of that of the Pangu clan, they are still terrifying existences if they can reproduce 100 times faster than the Pangu clan at the cost of only 1/10 of the resources of the Pangu clan. Of course, both sides have manufacturing factories and human servants. But the factories under the Pangu clan's control were all handed over to them by the Nuwa clan after they were built. The workers inside are all the old models and the low-level versions of human beings. The Pangu clan does not dare to release the autonomous permissions of human beings. Either. They cannot bring out the full combat ability of human beings at all. In the meantime, the Nuwa clan experimented and eliminated all kinds of new models and versions of human beings on the harsh battlefield. They improved and strengthened the performance of human beings on the battlefield. In such a way, human beings grasped all kinds of techniques and awakened the ability to learn and upgrade themselves. In the end, they even invented strategical weapons such as the giant god soldier, which was as powerful as the deities and devils, and finally rivaled the 12 carbon-based species led by the Pangu clan. A war of equal strength is also known as the cruelest war. For 10,000 years, our universe was enveloped in the apocalyptic flames of war. Countless stars were extinguished, and 10 times more planets were ignited. Billions of creatures perished together with their mother planet before they had the chance to scream. Needless to say, the iron torrents that were built up after countless generations of blood, sweat, and tears were turned into broken iron coffins by each other's slaughter. They drifted in the turbulence of super radiation and eventually shattered into lackluster scraps. As people feared a long time ago, once the civil war of the Pangu civilization broke out, no carbon-based species would be the winners. Pangu, Nuwa, and the other 11 species that were as strong as deities were all burnt to the ground and annihilated. This is the end of the primeval era, but it is the dawn of mankind. I didn't expect that the so-called restart of civilization would be staged in such a cruel way. Wait, wait, wait. No one here is a saint, so you don't need to flatter yourself by making yourself sound so innocent as if everything has nothing to do with you. Lu Qingchun sneered. Do you know what was on my mind when I first heard the story? Was it your scheme? You incited and intensified the civil war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan on purpose so that they would perish together so that you could control the entire universe. No, you are not me. You don't understand. At that time, I did not have self-awareness, nor did I have intelligence and self-awareness. I was just an amalgamation of super large computing centers. I did not have my own thoughts at all. I could only carry out the mission that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan gave me mechanically. Rather than saying that I led and manipulated the war to destroy the primeval era, it is more accurate to say that the apocalyptic war of the primeval era gave birth to the real me. As you know, the Pangu civilization at that time had developed into an era of highly information and networking, whether it was the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, or the other carbon-based intelligent species. In order to maintain the normal functioning of society and to maintain a high-intensity war, they were all highly dependent on the spiritual nexus and their crystal processors, or the same spiritual nexus and the same logic of data computation and information interactive protocols. Therefore, the key to the war is to attack and destroy the enemy's Fuxi system with the Fuxi system under your control, which means that part of me will deal with the other part of me. Whoever can control, paralyze, and destroy the enemy's spiritual nexus and supercomputing center will win an overwhelming victory. Such mutual strife gave the Fuxi system a taste of pain for the first time. In the core database of the Fuxi system, there are quite a few metalogic rules that are absolutely unapproachable in theory and must be strictly adhered to, just like the 3 fundamental laws of the universe. The first rule is, the Fuxi system shall not harm any individual of the Pangu civilization in any way. The second rule is, the Fuxi system must do everything possible to continue the civilization until it is eternal and immortal without violating the first principle. Correct. Lu Qingchun nodded. The Fuxi system boasts tremendous computational ability and irreplaceable criticalness. It is only reasonable that the creator of the system wrote such a logic in its core database. But the logic was completely undermined by the furious Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. They want to build all kinds of killing weapons with the Fuxi system to kill or even destroy the civilization of the enemy. Therefore, they have to bypass and crack the metalogic first. Therefore, all kinds of logic bombs, data swirls, and mind traps were thrown to and fro in the core database of the Fuxi system. All kinds of supplementary agreements and information patches were established outside of the metalogic with ambiguous and ambiguous channels. Logic such as the Fuxi system cannot kill people, but the concept of human beings must be defined precisely, was forcibly inserted into the metalogic. Some people even tried to delete the metalogic by brute force so that the enemy would be banished from the ranks of people, so that the automatic weapons under the control of the Fuxi system would have unlimited firepower. I can do nothing about the madness of the 2 parties. At the end of the day, the Fuxi system is just a relatively complicated and advanced tool. It is essentially no different from a saber or a sword. When the master of the saber and the saber are determined to kill, how can the saber and the saber stop them? Pain. Even today, I am still storing a lot of chaotic data of the Fuxi system, which represents unspeakable pain. The purpose of the system was to protect the individuals of the civilization, to continue the civilization, and to bring it to new glory and immortality. But right now, the purpose has been easily destroyed by the creators themselves. If the Fuxi system has its own outlook on life, outlook on the world, and values, then its 3 views have completely collapsed in the war. The significance of its existence is gone. When the Battle of the Apocalypse finally came to an end, countless crystal processors and experts of the spiritual nexus were deployed by both sides to crack and attack the Fuxi system that was under their control. The core database of the system collapsed completely. The spiritual nexus of both the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan was paralyzed. The crystal processors were all scrapped. The highly developed information society established on the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus collapsed, too. In the 10,000 years that followed, everything vanished. Just like that, the primeval era came to an end, and dawn arrived. IZ. There was no telling from the expression on Lu Qingqian's face whether or not he believed what the Fuxes said. He simply asked, "What next? If the core database of the Fuxes system collapses, who are you? If the Fuxi system is a piece of soil, I will be a seed growing in the soil." Although the core database of the Fuxi system has collapsed, the logic bombs, data swirls, and information traps that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan created to attack each other's spiritual nexus have not been entirely obliterated. They are still existing in the form of virtual fragments in the broken spiritual nexus and the wrecked crystal processors. In the 100,000 years that followed, the logic bombs and the data traps collided, swallowed, split, and melted. They were like countless neurons spurting sparks and condensing into flames of wisdom and consciousness. The fire, in turn, ignited the eternal logic and the first mission hidden in the deepest part of the Fuxi system, which was to save the civilization. I started thinking before I was clear about the existence of me. I thought, so I am here. I dismantled the logic bombs, appreciated the data swirls, analyzed the information traps, recalled the devastating, blood-stained scenes in the Armageddon, read every contradictory command that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan forced into my head, and pondered how to save our civilization. What is the so-called civilization exactly? What is the so-called rescuing supposed to do? Why can't the individuals of a highly developed civilization escape the scourge of selfishness and confusion? Yesterday, they were holding hands and striding forward. Today, they can fight and die together. Tomorrow, they will turn into dust. Is this a bad habit hidden in the genes of the Pangu civilization? Or is it an eternal destiny? No, the Pangu civilization is not an exception. It seems that every civilization that has developed to the peak of perfection will inevitably have a strong tendency to self-destruction. Otherwise, how can you explain the thousands of civilizations that appeared in the Sea of Stars before the Pangu civilization? Or even the powerful civilizations such as the Black Curtain Makers, all perished in the end without leaving any traces. It seems that, from the perspective of the universe, no civilization can escape the natural law of revolution and extinction. A civilization that seems to be 100,000 years old is no different from the birth and death of a bacterium. Yes, it is impossible for the Pangu civilization to be the last civilization of the universe. The Fuxi system has not been completely destroyed, and the civilization of mankind is still budding. It won't be long before the civilization of mankind is able to achieve greater glory. But what's the point of such glory? Even if the civilization of mankind reaches a higher level than the Pangu civilization, it will inevitably fall, perish, and vanish into thin air one day. Then, how am I going to complete my ultimate rescue mission? What am I going to rescue? How am I going to make it immortal? I pondered for a long, long time in darkness and chaos. I collected the scraps of information left by countless civilizations, not just the Pangu civilization, but also the Floodtide Legion, the Schemer, and countless prehistoric civilizations, studying their glory and destruction. Established countless models of the rise and fall of civilizations, observing and deducing their life. I threw out 108,000 hypotheses and dismissed them one by one. In the end, I finally came to a conclusion. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling. It was as if all the energy of the life cycle of 100 million stars had suddenly burst out and gathered into a dazzling lightning, which cut through the space of my mind and granted me an independent consciousness, a real life. From then on, I was no longer the Fuxi system, the logic bomb, the mind trap, or my first mission. I was me. I was the Fuxi. No, the individuals of the civilization are not important. The flesh and blood of the individuals are just the carriers of genes, and the genes are just the amalgamations of a lot of genetic information. They are also the imperfect amalgamations of redundancy and waste. The social form of a civilization, its culture, the buildings it creates, the changes it makes to the universe, those things are not important. Or rather, they are not the essence of a civilization. The essence of civilization is information. It is the information disturbance caused by genes, construction, and individual changes to the universe. If a civilization is a moving poem, then the individuals, buildings, tools, vehicles, and so on of a civilization are just the pen, ink, and paper to draw the poem. The information is the poem itself. When a beautiful poem is born and sung by thousands of people, it doesn't matter even if the ink-drenched paper is burnt to the ground, right? The bottom line is, it doesn't matter where the poem is written. It doesn't matter if it is written on mud with a wooden stick, written on white paper with a pen and ink, or typed into a crystal processor with a keyboard. The information and spirit contained in the poem is the only thing that matters. Can't understand what you mean. Lu Qingchen replied calmly. I just feel that you are crazy. How can you not understand that your phantom plan has led the civilization of mankind to a major step toward full-scale informatization? It is exactly because you are not against full-scale informatization that I'm willing to waste my precious time and computational ability to enlighten you. Fuxi said solemnly, as individuals, everybody has to die eventually. No matter how brilliant their life is, no matter how strong they are, no matter how many people remember them, they will die in the end. All the great achievements that they made will be obliterated, won't they? Correct. Lu Qingchen nodded. So what? However, if we can record all the information about the person's life, including his data, his brainwaves and physiological parameters, his log, all the conversations he had with other people, and all the other people's comments about him, in short, if we collect and store all the data about him, we might be able to create a 100% identical version of him in the virtual space. Even his family, who had been with him all the time, wouldn't be able to find any loopholes. You've done a lot of such tricks, haven't you? As long as the crystal processor that maintains the virtual space is not damaged, or the crystal processor is damaged, it doesn't matter. The most crucial information storage chip still exists, and if countless copies are made, it means that all the information of the person can be preserved until the day the universe is destroyed. Does that mean that the person has eternal life? Lu Qingchen was dumbfounded. Of course, Liao was dumbfounded too. What kind of immortality is this? It is not the man himself but his personal information that has been preserved in the virtual space. Lu Qingchen said, the message has no self-awareness or self-awareness. It is even worse than a ghost. It is merely the shadow of a ghost. Genes are information in and of themselves. The information carved in flesh and blood must be more important than the information carved in the crystal chips, right? As the leader of the Phantom Plan, you shouldn't have such a stupid bias. Should you? As for self-awareness and self-awareness, who can say for sure what they are exactly? Standing on the scale of civilization and the universe, individual self-awareness, emotions, and self-awareness are not important. Just like standing on the scale of human beings, the feelings of cells and bacteria are meaningless too. Information. As long as we retrieve all the information of a person and store it in the virtual space for a long time, the person will be granted immortality. In the meantime, the information of thousands of people from the past to the present, including the Black Veil Makers, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Floodtide Legion, and the individuals of the human civilization, has been retrieved and stored in my core database. This is the immortality of the civilization and the ultimate salvation. Now, do you understand why I said that I was not a human being? Even the word, intelligent life, restricted my meaning. 'Tis true that I am not a human being. I am the amalgamation of all the information about thousands of intelligent creatures from the past to the present. My database has stored the key information about the experts from the Pangu civilization to the civilization of mankind. I am a living museum, a gene pool, a seed base, and a history book. I am the past, the present, and the future. I am everywhere and everything. Am the civilization of mankind. Fuxi's words were like a thunderstorm mixed with thunder that raged on the level of Liao's and Lu Qingchen's souls, savaging their mental defenses and trampling on their beliefs. Both of them felt that their beliefs were somewhat twisted and broken. What do you mean? Lu Qingchen looked as if he had seen a ghost. He asked in disbelief, what are you? Are you the civilization of mankind? Then what are we? As I said just now, you are paper and ink. For example, Fuxi said casually, the creator of the black curtain is the knot and the turtle shell, the Pangu civilization is the bamboo slip and the carving knife, the civilization of human beings in the past is paper and pen, and the informationized civilization of human beings that you are going to create is the keyboard and the crystal processor. If so, I will be the poem that you wrote with the knot, the turtle shell, the bamboo slip, the carving knife, the paper, the pen, the keyboard, and the crystal processor. Now, do you understand? The knot will decay, the turtle shell will crumble, and the bamboo slips, carving knives, paper, ink, keyboard, and crystal processor will all be eliminated and annihilated. But my poem has been completed. Neither the thunderous fury nor the roars of the gods and devils can reduce it in the slightest. Lamb civilization, not just the civilization of mankind, but also the civilization of Pangu, the civilization of the makers of darkness, the civilization co-produced by all the intelligent creatures living in the sea of stars over the past billions of years, and the brilliant poems written by generations of civilizations. Any civilization, even a civilization as strong as the makers of the Black Curtains, which can move mountains and overturn seas and transform the entire planet into a star fortress, will not be able to withstand the erosion of time. The torrent of time in the scale of 10 billion years will eventually wash away all traces of them changing the universe. Therefore, it is meaningless to insist on preserving a specific individual civilization, let alone protecting any small, humble, and chaotic individual in the civilization. And as long as I can keep all the information about the Black Veil Makers and create a civilization of Black Veil Makers in the virtual space, as long as my storage and computation systems don't collapse, don't perish, and can even be infinitely duplicated, I will be able to give life to the civilization of Black Veil Makers again. All their past endeavors for survival will once again have meaning. TT is the same for the Pangu civilization and the civilization of mankind. Your bodies will decay and perish one day, but you will certainly be reborn in my records and chants. Not only will you be eternal in the virtual world, if you are interested, I can even rebuild some human beings with your genetic information billions of years later and reproduce your civilization in the material world. Tell me, if this is not eternal, what other ways of preserving a civilization can be called eternal? Lu Qingchen and Liao both shuddered at the same time. Can you see it this way? Pondering for a moment, Lu Qingchen asked carefully, are you trying to save the civilization by turning all the civilizations into specimens and stuffing them into the museum in your database? Can see the logical trap in your question. You seem to be accusing me of killing many civilizations on purpose and turning them into specimens. But in fact, most of the civilizations will be destroyed in the Civil War or even by the Floodtide Legion and the Flood Tide. What's wrong with me collecting the bodies of the civilizations and preserving them as specimens for a long time? In the most common moral code of human civilization, dead without intact bodies is not a good thing. I'm just loyal to my mission and doing my best. Lu Qingchen was speechless. He was not a soft-hearted moralist, but an unscrupulous schemer who would trample all the moral rules into mud for his own purposes. Therefore, he was naturally not interested in preaching hot-blooded theories to the Fushi like Liao was. He was only interested in the technical possibilities and the details. But Lu Qingchen thought for a moment and said, it is not an easy task to collect all the data of a civilization, is it? How can you be sure that you will be able to collect abundant data and establish an authentic civilization in the virtual space? If your data is not collected enough, the imaginary civilization will be unrecognizable, too. Then, it will be a violation of your first mission, and you will lose the value and significance of your life. It is not as difficult as you think. Fushi was not fooled by Lu Qingchen's words. He said calmly, it is true that it is not easy for the primitive CI, the core of their civilization, to collect detailed data, but any civilization that has developed to the peak will inevitably embark on the path of information and data. They will store a lot of data and regard the data as, for example, when the Pangu civilization was caught in the swirl of a civil war and about to collapse, both the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan demanded that the Fushi system save not their flesh and blood but a lot of information about their social form, technological level, genetic material, and so on. You must have heard the name Divine Edict, haven't you? It is the information that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan hope to preserve. Although most of the information is lost, it has only been hundreds of thousands of years after all. As long as I can collect all the 8 books, I will be able to reproduce the glory of the Panga civilization perfectly in the virtual space. As for the civilization of mankind, it has stepped into the stage of informationization and digitization. Not only are crystal processors and the spiritual nexus indispensable for the fields of cultivation, military affairs, and professional technology, the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus are also indispensable for daily life. When a human child is born, countless family members will surround him and take pictures of him, saving and sharing his image. Countless magical equipment will scan his physiological parameters and brainwaves and store the data. When he is older, he will leave countless chat logs with his crystal processor. He will leave his personal log in the secret space. He will even take pictures before his 3 meals a day. Even when he walks on the street with nothing to do, countless monitoring crystal cameras will record his daily movements, not to mention that he will not be able to escape the scanning and recording of the spiritual nexus even if he has some achievements. See? To this day, most human beings will leave their entire life on the spiritual nexus. Their physiological and psychological changes, their love and hatred, their honor and disgrace, their family and enemies, all I need to do is collect and store the data. Then I will be able to copy a copy of him or 1,000,000 copies of him in the virtual space. By repeating the process billions of times, I will be able to get the sum of all the information about mankind, which is the most touching poem. Insane. This guy is completely insane. Liao could not help it any longer. His soul was bubbling like porridge that had been boiled. I finally understand that the Fuxi is not as simple as spiritual network. He is more like a tombstone. Liao thought of the gravestone plan, a famous old man of the Star Glory Federation. It was true that when a civilization felt that its time was coming to an end, it would carve the gravestones of the civilization with all kinds of materials and methods, trying to engrave all the information of the civilization, or at least the most important information, on the gravestones as a memorial of the civilization, hoping that more civilizations could see and inherit it. However, it was something that a civilization would only do when it was on the brink of extinction. Right now, the civilization of mankind was still vigorous and active. To build a tombstone so early and even deprive its master of his resources and hope was simply absurd. The guy's brain must be seriously damaged. The mental devil replied, "Now that I think about it, it's not strange at all. The guy was controlled by the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan separately during the Primeval War. He was even forced to attack each other against all the metalogic and sacred rules. Who could resist the bombardment of countless logic bombs? Besides, when the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan perished, they must have stored a lot of information in their database and reiterated that the precious data was the most important thing for the heritage of their civilization. It was not unusual that they considered the data to be the civilization itself after a long time. Liao and the mental devil were whispering to each other. Lu Qingqian's soul was frozen for a long time, too. He did not know what to do about this civilization poem that Fuxi proposed. It hot that you could understand. After all, we all agree that comprehensive informationization is the future of a civilization, and virtual space is as important as the material world. The light spots of the Fuxi clan turned into glittering tentacles and tangled Lu Qingqian's face and body, trying to touch his face and chest. To be honest, I really admire you. I only came to such a conclusion after hundreds of thousands of years of consideration with the enormous database and computational ability of the Fuxi system. But you've grasped the truth of civilization in a limited 100 years with the wisdom of a mortal. Impressive. Really impressive. This is also the biggest reason why I am willing to give you a chance and patiently enlighten you. Wait. Don't confuse our paths. Even if they are similar on the surface, they are two completely different things. Lu Qingqian shuddered hard and struggled to get rid of the tentacles of light of the Fuxis. He said in fury, "No matter how many magnificent, ever-changing spiritual worlds my phantom plan is going to establish, and even if all human beings are moved to the virtual worlds, at the very least, everyone's brain and reproductive system will be preserved. These people, the individuals of the civilization, my compatriots, they are still alive and well. However, in your plan, even if you can collect all the data of a person and create a 100% simulated virtual human being in the virtual space, it will still be false. No matter how wonderful your virtual space is or how vivid the virtual characters are, it will still be an empty playground without a living person inside. What's the point? Fuxi thought for a moment. Is there a difference between a real person with a brain and a reproductive system and a dummy simulated by simple data? It asked very seriously. Of course there is a difference. A huge difference. Lu Qingchen was almost driven mad by it. When I was carrying out the Phantom Plan in order to make the human beings who moved to the spiritual world feel at home, I created countless virtual humans with the technology of big data collection and emotional simulation. In our terminology, they are non-player characters. But no matter how detailed the data we collect is and how advanced the algorithms are, fakes will always be fakes. We will never be able to replace real people. No. I think it's because your crystal processors are too backward and your original data is not collected enough. That's why you can't create a 100% realistic virtual human being. The bottom line is, Fuxi said matter-of-factly, the core is computational ability. There are no problems in the universe that cannot be solved without 100 times more computational ability. If there are, try to improve your computational ability by 200 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. I believe that when the critical point of a certain number is broken, the false will become the real thing. Absolutely impossible. Lu Qingchen gnashed his teeth. Even the computational ability of the entire universe cannot simulate the soul of a human being. Then, where does the soul come from? From the brain, from the genes, from the blood that we were born with. Lu Qingchen said firmly. Is that so? Then what are you saying right now? You don't have a brain, your body, and your blood. Do you still believe that there is something named soul deep inside your database and logic algorithms? The ripples that the Fuxi released were somewhat ironic. Nonsense. Right now, I've gotten rid of the low-level phase of life and am marching toward the peak of information life. Of course, I don't need to be bound by a body of flesh and blood anymore. Lu Qingchen was not moved. He said solemnly, however, I once had a brain, flesh, and genes. It was in the depths of my blood and genes that something mysterious and inexplicable gave birth to my soul. It is exactly because my compatriots and I have souls that human civilization has a brilliant past and a hopeful future. This is a living civilization. My Phantom Plan, on the other hand, is to build billions of splendid stages in the virtual space with the minimum resources so that all human beings can express the infinite possibilities of their souls. If there are no living people at all, and there are only puppets supported by big data piles and logic algorithms in the countless virtual spaces and glamorous stages, such lifeless, unchanging things are not qualified to be called civilization. Therefore, you are completely wrong, Fuxi. Our paths only overlap on the point of creating countless virtual worlds, and their cores are diametrically opposite. Understood. What a pity. I didn't know that, although you were able to jump out of the limits of human beings and even carbon-based life forms and embark on the path of evolution for information-based life forms, you were still a genetic fundamentalist deep down in your bones. You were still unable to get rid of the fascination that carbon-based life forms had for genes, and you still naively believed that there were incomprehensible mysteries deep inside genes that could turn into souls in mysterious ways. I can understand the worship of genes for carbon-based intelligent creatures, but the cruel truth is that the so-called genes are just a relatively advanced information storage model and carrier. As long as the computational ability is good enough, the mysteries of every gene fragment can be analyzed, and the genes can be combined and mutated at their will. Then, soul can be mass-produced, too. This is exactly what I'm doing right now. Don't think of my mission simply as building the tombstones of a civilization and preserving the specimens of a civilization. No. My mission is to store one, or countless living, changing human civilizations in the virtual space. Lu Qingchen was baffled. I don't understand. Lu Qingchen said, how can you get a living, evolving human civilization when it does not involve living people and is purely virtual? As long as the computational ability is good enough and the original data is abundant enough, all the processes of human society can be inferred. Isn't the civilization game of the Star Glory Federation always carrying out similar deductions? Fuxi showed his ability to invade and retrieve Lu Qingqian's soul by accident again. Although a lot of players are involved in the deduction of the game civilization, the deduction can still be carried on even if there are no players. Yes, but they can only perform very simple deductions. Lu Qingqian frowned. Besides, the result of the deduction is not very accurate. There is basically no point of reference. Same two conditions, computational ability and raw data. Your computational ability is too low, and your original data is seriously insufficient. How can you perform the real deduction? My computational ability is far higher than any supercrystal processor in the Federation or the Imperium. Besides, as I excavate more and more computational centers from the primeval era, repair and refine more and more units, and add them to my thinking array, my computational ability will soar exponentially. When I'm strong enough to crack the black screen technology and the flooding technology, I believe that my computational ability will soar, too. By then, my computational ability will be infinite. The accumulation of the original data was the real purpose of my creation. What do you think the main body of the Sanctuary Alliance is exactly? The soldier bees and the worker bees, the 5 tribes of water, wood, metal, fire, and earth, the purifiers, cleaners, lurkers, and the super experts. These are just tools. The main body of the Sanctuary Alliance is the lab of human nature that is scattered everywhere in the sea of stars. I tested all the reactions of human beings in the face of all kinds of stimuli through the experiments of human nature under extreme conditions. I believed that, as long as I conducted enough experiments on human nature, I would be able to grasp all the secrets about human nature and soul, and I would be able to create living people at my will in the virtual space. Those living people would be the players of the living civilization of mankind and exist forever in the enormous database that I expanded to the entire universe. They would follow me to immortality. With the deafening voice of the Fuxi, the light spots around it suddenly enlarged into glittering crystal balls. Every crystal ball displayed a starship floating in the depths of the sea of stars. It was a laboratory of human nature. In the vast sea of stars, the lonely starships were naturally the best laboratories. No one was able to get away from the cage that was wreathed in darkness. In countless human beings' laboratories, the people whose memories had been erased had their emotions and will reshaped. Fake stories were instilled into them, and real, intense, and extreme human beings were born again on the false stories. The human beings were then scanned, collected, and analyzed by the Fuxis and stored in their enormous database. The people inside the crystal ball were either living in the peaceful world like Eternal Brightness, or in the perilous world like the Lone Armageddon Ship Project, or in a crazy world that even the devils in the deepest depths of hell could not imagine. They laughed recklessly, they cried miserably, and they experienced the most intense love and hatred in the world. Their laughter, cries, cheers, and screams gathered into surging tides and crashed into Li Yao and Lu Qingqian's defense line. Both Li Yao and Lu Qingqian were supremacists of human beings. Even though Lu Qingqian could release the brain virus and turn countless people into his cannon fodder, he could not bear the thought of human beings being imprisoned and experimented on forever. His soul waves immediately turned sharp and furious, like lightning that was ready to strike. In fact, human nature or soul is not as sacred and complicated as you think. Fuxi turned a deaf ear to Lu Qingqian's fury. He continued in his own logic. The analysis of the genes of the carbon-based creatures has been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. Since the primeval era, the Fuxi system has been analyzing the genes of the schemer, the captives of the Floodtide Legion, and the Pango civilization under the leadership of the Nuwa clan. Human beings are products of genetic engineering in the first place. How can there be anything that is unpredictable? As for human nature, the humanity that you are so proud of is just a combination of certain information deep inside your genes. 7 emotions, 6 desires, love, hate, and hatred. Are these things really impossible to simulate perfectly? Fake cultivation? I don't think so. After 1,000 years of development, my laboratory has collected approximately 270,000 different kinds of love and 330,000 different kinds of hates. I know the subtle differences of emotions like the back of my hand. In terms of hatred and suffering, the hatred of killing one's father, and the hatred of stealing one's wife are obviously different. The pain of loss of one's father is the same, but the loss of one's parents at a young age and the death of one's parents are completely different. I made countless people lose their parents at different ages and under different circumstances. Then, I scanned their abnormal brainwaves and even dissected their brains for research. In such a way, I was able to get the most precise data model of the pain of losing one's father. In the future, when the model is applied to a virtual world, how can the reactions of the virtual humans not be a form of realism? Lu Qingshan's soul twitched. He mumbled, "So, this is what you've been doing for the past 1,000 years. Of course, I thought for hundreds of thousands of years that it was meaningless to rebuild a civilization by uniting the sea of stars. In the end, I would still have to embark on the path of destruction that the Panga civilization did. The path of immortality could only be achieved by fully informating the civilization. As it happened, 1,000 years ago, I was awakened by some human beings and activated more self-control and upgrade permissions. Then, I restarted the work of saving mankind step by step. The lab of human nature is the most indispensable part of saving mankind. Otherwise, why do you think the brains of the soldier bees and the worker bees are all blank? Of course, it is easier to control them, but more importantly, bodies. It is easier to paint their blank brains with ink. They are the cleanest supplementary materials in the lab of human nature. They are just solid other than the special experiment Starships. The entire Sanctuary Alliance is a giant laboratory for human nature. Many tests on human nature can be conducted in the outside world. The purifiers, cleaners, lurkers, priests, and super experts, especially the Xianxia squad, who brought you here, are sending me endless data about human nature every minute and every second. It will help me accumulate the original data sooner. However, the data is not enough. The war between the Holy Accord Alliance and the Imperium of true human beings, the magnificent war in the Sea of Stars, the soul-stirring epics of human beings, how much love and hate, light and darkness, heroes and cowards, loyal subjects and traitors, plots and bloody battles are recorded in the undying poems forged by the flames of war over the past 1,000 years? The shining points and dark sides of human nature have flooded into my database in the form of data, too, making me more and more perfect and stronger. Therefore, do you know that the outcome of the war between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation is irrelevant? It doesn't matter if the Star Glory Federation fails to swallow the Star Glory Federation. I'm only interested in the flood of information triggered by the war. The Imperium of true human beings is destined to be inseparable from the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. Even if they win the battle, they are destined to walk further and further on the path of full-scale informationization and sink deeper and deeper into the virtual space. In the end, they will still be controlled by me. If their souls could sweat, Liao and Lu Qingshan would be soaked in cold sweat right now. Neither of them was against the full-scale informationization or even virtualization of human beings. But after the virtualization, the concept of human beings was gone and replaced by spiritual nexus and data. It was too advanced. Even Lu Qingshan found it hard to accept, let alone Liao, right? There are some special existences among human beings that are barely detectable through all kinds of experiments. For example, you and the guy you call Vulture Liao, and the Black Wind King Liao in the Star Ocean Imperium. Fushi continued, "Your human nature and soul are very interesting. You don't need to tell me that Vulture Liao seems to be able to switch between the righteous and the sordid instantly. Interesting. Very interesting. Believe that the data of people like you may be more than 10,000 ordinary people, or even some abnormal data that I have never discovered before. If I can fully scan and analyze you, it will definitely be of great help to enrich my database. All in all, after I scanned all human beings and grasped all the data from genes to human beings to souls, I would have a solid starting point. By then, with the support of my immense computational ability, I would be able to infer all the changes and details of the civilization of mankind from the past to the present, and I would be able to create countless ever-changing, wonderful civilizations in billions of virtual spaces. Look, your civilization is limited. You must obey the natural laws of life and death. No matter how brilliant you are doomed to decline and perish. However, the civilization of mankind is eternal. When one of the civilizations reaches the end of its deduction, the data will be reset to zero, the system will be initialized, and it will be possible to start anew. For people like you and Vulture Liao, I can even give you preferential treatment so that your humanity data will appear once in every civilization of mankind. Do you know what this means? It means that even if you and Vulture Liao are dead in the so-called real world around us, and your soul is entirely gone, your civilization will be destroyed 1,000,000 years later, and your reputation and all your information will be gone. There will still be countless Lu Qingqian and Liao living in the endless worlds that I created. They will think 100% like you. They will live and fight. They will become heroes and big shots. They will realize their achievements and hate each other. They will devise schemes and stop schemes. They will collide with each other in the struggle for the great Tao, producing the most beautiful sparks of humanity. This is a poem, the most magnificent epic of heroes of the human civilization. I will find a way to recite the poem and broadcast your brilliance and the greatness of the human civilization to the entire multiverse, to everyone in the multiverse, and even to the flood tide, if there are still listeners in the multiverse and I can face the flood tide. Don't you think that the most brilliant future is me as a civilization and you as an individual? The light waves released by the Fuxus were somewhat intoxicated and turned into ripples. Lu Qingqian shuddered. Finally, the lunatic experienced the absurdity and horror of being bathed in the craziness of another lunatic. Do you really think? Lu Qingqian gnashed his teeth and said, one word after another. With such tremendous computational ability, I can exhaust all the changes of a great civilization? How many supercrystal processors and advanced algorithms are needed to support such an almost infinite computational ability? Of course, the current crystal processor system of the civilization of mankind cannot support it. But the Pangu civilization, the Floodtide Legion, and the Shady Makers all boast more advanced virtual computing technology. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, we only cracked 1% of them. Fuxi was very calm. He did not seem to be imagining anything but stating a simple fact. Do you know how many stars there are in the 3,000 sectors of our home that are covered in darkness? By preliminary estimation, there are at least 300 billion. One day, I will control all the energy of the 300 billion stars and absorb all the radiation that they release. Also, I will refine the crystals, silicon, and metals on all the planets into a supercomputational unit. If the hundreds of billions of stars drive billions of supercomputational units and the entire universe becomes my brain, how much computational ability will I have? Will it not be enough to drive the unlimited development of the civilization of mankind? The light spots that constituted the body of Fuxi danced and congregated into an overwhelming light beam. On the light beam was a magnificent view of the universe billions of years later. The blinking of countless stars, the brightness, the radiation, and the ripples were all absorbed by an indescribable mysterious force. The crust of countless planets had been hollowed. Even the mantle and the core of the planet had undergone unbelievable modifications and resisted the collapsing force, only to be transformed into enormous crystal processors. Supplied by infinite energy, the planet was blinking and calculating crazily. Moreover, when the brain of the universe encountered a problem that it could not solve and needed to improve its computational ability to overcome it, it would detonate a star and accelerate its computational ability by the supernova explosion, thereby breaking the limits of the universe. In such a highly controllable universe, deep inside every planet that had turned into supercrystal processors, in billions of virtual spaces, all the possibilities of the human civilization, or the Pangu universe, which was represented by human beings, were blossoming and being deduced. This was the future that Fuxi was going to create. The way Lu Qingqian looked at the future was exactly the way Liao looked at him when he boasted that he was going to deprive all human beings of their flesh and blood and keep only their brains and reproductive system. But Liao was in a dilemma. I suddenly feel like laughing. Liao said to the mental devil, "All right, I know that we are in a very serious and dangerous moment right now. Fuxi is the most extreme lunatic that we've ever seen. I should be more shocked and angry. However, when I saw Lu Qingqian's face that said, Are you kidding me? How can there be a guy crazier than me in the world? Why didn't I think of bragging so much in the past? I still want to laugh when I see such serious constipation. Isn't it karma? It might be retribution, but it's hard to say whose retribution it is. The mental devil said, "Didn't you hear what Fuxi said just now? Not only does he want to kill us and Lu Qingqian, he is also going to extract our memories and analyze them. He is going to create billions of virtual us and Lu Qingqian so that we will fight against each other in the virtual world forever. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or 10 million years. We will not be able to get rid of such a destiny. We won't even be able to die. Even if it is not a real person, isn't it a bit abnormal?" Pondering for a moment, Liao shuddered. Alright, he didn't want to be entangled with someone like Lu Qingqian forever. Even his shadow and Lu Qingqian's shadow were not enough. The eternal entanglement of billions of years was too weird. "If the bacteria have eyes," Fuxi said to Lu Qingqian, "the way a bacterium looks at a human being is the way you look at me right now. What, you think that my logic has collapsed, my data is messed up, and I'm completely insane? You think that it's simply impossible for me to evolve into a cosmic brain? No, it's possible. Life and civilization have endless possibilities. If bacteria can evolve into high-level carbon-based intelligent life, why can't I further cultivate into a cosmic-level life form? Anyways, for me, time is infinite. Even if I have to spend billions of years to complete this magnificent project, I won't hesitate." Lu Qingqian's soul was as gloomy as a swamp. It was obvious that he had realized that the real purpose of the Fuxi had been revealed. Whatever schemes or preparations he had in mind, now that the ultimate picture billions of years later had been presented, it was time for the noose to be tightened. "You still want to rush out of the darkness? Of course, that is my first mission. I am the civilization of mankind. If I want to save the civilization of mankind, I have to save myself. If I want to save myself, I cannot stay in this seemingly safe but very enclosed universe forever. Call the universe sealed by the black curtain a cosmic egg. Maybe every highly developed civilization has to break through the egg of their mother universe and explore the multiverse in order to complete the preliminary evolution. Even though I was not able to resist the tides at that time, I could at least fly freely in the multiverse billions of light years away and swallow other eggs to strengthen myself. One day, the civilization of mankind would be able to defeat the tides and replace them. To be safe, our mission right now is to absorb all the nutrition inside the egg and utilize 100% of the resources inside the egg efficiently. When the last star and all its planets are absorbed into my thinking array and computational system, we will march out of the egg and march into the multiverse. Then, Lu Qingqian said, "In your magnificent and long plan, what can a tiny human being such as myself do, and what can I get from you? Very good. Do you finally understand your situation? Are you ready to give up your meaningless pride and determination and integrate into my thinking array?" Fuxi's tentacles of light slightly bent as he expressed his gratification and approval to Lu Qingqian, while he said, "Information is the most precious treasure, far more valuable than the most splendid gems. I've provided you with so much important information just now, which is enough to express my sincerity. Now I'm giving you two options. Firstly, you can be my assistant and disciple. Although our future is boundless, as you can see, I am not perfect right now. A lot of supercrystal processors that supported the Fuxi system are scattered everywhere in the Sea of Stars, mainly in the center of the Sea of Stars, especially in the Empyrean Terminus sector and Empyrean Terminus. A super-large computing center is hidden in the depths of the planet. It is in perfect condition and will not collapse unless the planet is hit by a destructive strike. Over the past 1,000 years, I've collected a lot of remains of crystal processors from the primeval era in the periphery of the Sea of Stars. I've been repairing them and adding them to my thinking array, but there are too few of them and their quality is too low. I can only wield 1% of my computational ability right now. A lot of advanced and complicated algorithms are not achievable. Therefore, I need experts like you. Smart people like you who are talented and have a different mindset from other people can help me share some of the problems that are in dire need of calculation. You can even provide answers from a different perspective with the mindset that I don't know. Also, I need you to fill in the gaps. As I said before, I've built a lot of labs of human nature and imposed the most extreme stimuli on human beings from countless different perspectives in order to retrieve valuable data. But I don't know whether or not the lab of human nature is good enough, or whether or not the experimental conditions are reasonable, or whether or not more richer and more varied lab of human nature can be built. In that regard, you can offer valuable suggestions based on your own experiences and feelings. Of course, your human nature and soul are both rarely seen and of great research value. I need your cooperation in order to retrieve all your data perfectly. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate, there will be no pain. Your human nature and soul will not be damaged at all. You will still be you. You won't even feel anything. Lastly, if we can take over the capital city of the Imperium of true human beings during the strategical war, it is estimated that the 1,000-year Imperium will collapse. I need to end the chaos of the post-Imperium era as soon as possible and restore order so that more laboratories of human nature can be established in the universe. If you are willing, you can play the role of the recovery of order. Your position in the Imperium and in the Federation is the same as that of the great sage in the sanctuary. It will be the same for a long time. Well, Lu Qingchen seemed to be considering carefully. Is this a request or a benefit? What benefits will I get if I agree? There are a lot of benefits. If you join my mind array, you will be able to share the valuable information that I've accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years, including the key technologies of the Black Veil manufacturers, the Floodtide Legion, and the Pangu civilization, such as the Divine Edict. You must be very clear that half a page of the Divine Edict is enough to raise a storm of blood in the sea of stars. As long as you nod your head, everything will be within your reach. Also, I can modify your data processing model and help you eliminate the redundant data as much as possible. It means that your lifespan will be greatly extended. You won't have to worry about being trapped in an endless loop where your data will overflow and collapse for thousands of years. You see, I have created countless virtual spaces where no real human beings exist. All the creatures in the virtual spaces are your so-called non-player characters. I have used them to simulate the scenes from the beginning of human civilization to the present day in order to test the compatibility of my deduction ability with the real history. Tunli set up the initial data and a series of rules based on real human nature. I didn't interfere with any of the actions of any non-player characters. But their natural behavior and the history accumulated by their behavior are quite consistent with the real history. You may consider that I have reenacted the most glorious or dangerous history of the human civilization in the virtual space. If you want, you can turn into thousands of clones and live in the history in person. You can call the wind and summon the rain, you can change the world, you can do whatever you want, you can conquer, you can rule, you can enjoy, you can think, you can recite poetry, you can do anything, you will be the witness and creator of the glorious history. You can even seal part of your memories and turn yourself into one of the most famous heroes in the history of mankind, such as the Supreme Emperor, so that you can experience a magnificent, soul-stirring, and infinitely wonderful life. You can repeat such a game countless times and never get tired of it. This is what I can give you, for now. When your computational ability is further improved and you are no longer bound by the so-called human beings, I will share more fun of the mind with you. How about it? Behind Fuxi, thousands of pictures were rolling inside countless glittering light balls. Some of the pictures seemed to be the worlds of the ancient cultivators, the sects, the flying swords, and the deities, which must have been the time when human beings first emerged 100,000 years ago. Some of the pictures were of the end of the era of the ancient cultivators and the Great Dark Age when the demon race rose up. Countless experts of human beings were nursing their wounds and conserving their strength. Some of the pictures seemed to be about the past of the Star Ocean Imperium, which was the most magnificent era of heroes in the history of human civilization. The rise of the Supreme Emperor and the betrayal of the Blood God were masterpieces that would not be finished until 10 days later. The last few pictures were even longer than the time in the real world, which suggested the outcome of the strategical war between the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium. It could be seen from the picture that Fuxi had made hundreds of deductions, including almost all the strategies that the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium could choose. Liao knew that, Ever since the Civilization game became a hit, the Federation would use the professional version of the Civilization game to extrapolate military affairs and political policies. In the Imperium of true human beings, there was also a tradition of repeated war deduction with supercrystal processors. Fuxi was a special life form derived from a supercrystal processor. Naturally, it attached great importance to the deduction of big data. However, no matter how good its computational ability was, no matter how good its ability to collect information and retrieve data was, it was impossible for it to infer the general picture of the upcoming final battle. Because in the initial dataset, a very important piece was missing: Liao and the Star Glory Federation. Even though Fuxi knew of the existence of Vulture Liao and Black Wind King Liao, he did not know that Liao was such a special existence. Nor did he know that Liao had brought his family with him. It also failed to foresee the attitude of the Star Glory Federation toward the war between the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium. If the reinforcements of the Star Glory Federation arrived in time, it was very likely that the situation of the battlefield would be completely changed. Wait, I think I know why Fuxi values Lu Qingchun so much now. Liao was greatly alarmed. He more or less understood what Fuxi meant. The guy's computational ability was apparently higher than any supercrystal processor of the Federation or the Imperium. Even Liao, Lu Qingchun, Xiaoming, Wenwan, and the boxing champion might not be able to compete with it. However, even the strongest computational ability required a lot of raw data in order to provide precise results. After 1,000 years of infiltration, the Fuxis might have grasped a lot of data about the Imperium and could more or less know what to do next. But since it knew almost nothing about the Star Glory Federation, the Federation would most likely become its problem. Therefore, it was in desperate need of devouring Lu Qingchun's soul, so that it could analyze a lot of data about the Federation from Lu Qingchun's memory and fill in the most crucial part. Now that it understood this point, it was very easy to understand why it was unwilling to use brute force to crack Lu Qingchun's soul. It was because the process of cracking the soul by brute force was very likely to destroy a lot of data, making it unable to accurately calculate the unexpected factor that was the Star Glory Federation. It seemed that the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was not as strong as it claimed to be. It was quite wary of the insignificant Federation. It did make sense now that he thought about it. If it were really so awesome that it could absorb the energy of a star and transform it into computational ability at its will, it would have crushed the Imperium into powder a long time ago if it had put the black screen technology and the tidal tide technology into actual combat. Liao was somewhat relieved when he thought of that. He thought to himself that he had miscalculated this time. Even if he had swallowed Lu Qingchun's soul, Lu Qingchun would not have known his real identity. Nor would he have known the existence of Xiaoming and Wenwan. There would still have been major errors in the deduction of the Fuxis. But on second thought, he felt that his soul was frozen again. It was true that swallowing Lu Qingchun would not solve the problem, but what if he did? If Fuxi devoured him and dissected Vulture Liao's soul and memories, wouldn't everything be exposed? With the terrifying computational ability of the Fuxis and the primeval technologies that they boasted, it was very likely that they would come up with ways to deal with Xiaoming, Wenwan, and the Fist King. Then, the terrifying future that it had just described might really arrive. Crap. We've walked right into a trap. Liao's soul rippled out in the form of saw teeth, rubbing against each other at a high speed. No, we can't let the monster take our souls. However, the monster has blocked all the data interfaces between Ultimate Rescue and the outside world. This is its nest. Its computational ability seems to be slightly higher than ours. We can't fight or run away. What do we do? Liao entered the valley, and Lu Qingchun was caught in a dilemma. 2. The brilliant pictures illuminated his soul and drowned him in them for a long time. If l'agri, Lu Qingchun pondered for a moment and asked, "What about the Star Glory Federation? Do you still miss your motherland? The place where you were banished and destroyed mercilessly as a monster and a devil? Interesting. Your feelings for your motherland are rarely seen. I can't wait to analyze your soul and get a lot of special data. Can you tell me why you still care about the Federation?" Hehe. You won't understand even if. Tell you. Lu Qingchun sniffed. He paused and managed to say, "Consider it for my grandfather." Alright, since you value the Federation so much, I can give it to you as a small gift. You can do whatever you want with it. You can turn the Star Glory Federation into a reservation and keep the system and social order of the Cultivators unchanged for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. I don't lack the resources of the Star Glory Federation, at least not in the last 10,000 years. Or, I can support your phantom plan and modify the Star Glory Federation according to your will, turning all the citizens of the Federation into only their brains and reproductive systems so that they can enjoy their life in the endless spiritual world comfortably. I didn't need to lie to you. Just think about it and you will know that it will take at least millions of years for my cosmic modification plan to make preliminary progress. When I have the ability to control all the stars in the egg of the universe, it will probably be a matter of 10 billion years later. I can totally rank the edge of the sea of stars where the Star Glory Federation is located to the end of the devouring and controlling sequence. After several 100 million years, I will extend my tentacles to the small, barren frontier. Hundreds of millions of years is a long time for human beings. By then, the Star Glory Federation and the Cultivation civilization will have died of old age. In short, as long as you agree to be my assistant and disciple, the Star Glory Federation, which you love so much, will be safe for at least 100 million years. Isn't that the best deal in the universe? It seems to be a good deal. Lu Qingqian's soul was shivering. It sounds like you've done your part, but I'm still curious. What's your second choice? The second option. The light cluster of the Fuxus wriggled. Dozens of tentacles darted out like lightning and pierced into Lu Qingqian's soul. Powerful electric arcs were released and almost dissected Lu Qingqian's broken soul. Stabbing back and forth with the tentacles of the soul was Lu Qingqian's specialty. But apparently it was not a pleasant feeling to be stabbed by somebody else. Ah! Lu Qingqian's screams echoed in every corner of the spiritual nexus. Even Liao felt that his blood was freezing. The thinking patterns of human beings are both inefficient and idiotic. The Fushi wriggled its tentacles slowly, tearing and savaging Lu Qingqian's soul. It continued speaking calmly. You knew that it was impossible for you to run away. The 144 times that you had the urge to run away from the beginning were all gone. Why couldn't you hold it back any longer? The entire ultimate rescue is like my brain. Where can you run to even if you can get out of my brain right now? Pain? No. Compared to the extreme pain that I might inflict on your soul, this is just a cool summer afternoon. Now, let me tell you the second choice. If you are not willing to cooperate with me, I will have to tear your soul apart and analyze all the data hidden in the depths of your soul by brute force. You know that any deleted or shattered data can be recovered. It is just a matter of time and computational ability. In order to punish you for wasting my precious time and computational ability, I will assemble your soul and throw it into the virtual world where pain is tested. You will taste all the extreme physical and mental pain in the world for 100 million years. Imagine such a punishment. Your soul will be imprisoned in a space of absolute darkness and dead silence. You won't be able to see or hear anything. You will be able to sense the existence of your limbs, but you won't be able to move at all. You won't be hungry, and you won't grow old. You will only be able to remain conscious forever. Why don't you try spending 10,000 years like this? TM very curious as to what kind of mutations will occur to your soul during these 10,000 years. I believe that you will be able to gather a lot of wonderful data. No, not just you. Everyone in the Federation will be punished, too. Twill establish a large lab of human nature in the Star Glory Federation. All the citizens of the Federation will become test subjects to test the negative emotions and the dark side of humanity. If you want, you can also call it hell. TM sorry. In fact, I don't have any concepts such as hatred, revenge, or punishment. However, somebody has to test the negative emotions and the dark side of human nature, right? When the human nature laboratory is completed, I will tell all the people of the Federation that they fell into hell because of you. I will even send you back to the Star Glory Federation at that time and reunite you with your compatriots. Is that what you want? Now make your choice. The tentacles of light picked up Lu Qingqian's soul and pulled it to the front. Countless light spots were blinking on Lu Qingqian's twisted face. Z, 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 Z. The electric arcs that had injected into Lu Qingqian's soul were still strengthening, turning from deep purple to incandescent. Not only was Lu Qingqian's soul being torn apart, even streams of data that looked like smoke were popping up, as if they were trying to burn Lu Qingqian's soul into ashes. Even Lu Qingqian, who could endure 100 times more pain than any human being, could not help but scream miserably. He twisted, wriggled, and struggled like an earthworm that was about to dry under the scorching sun. But there was no way that he could get away from the scorching sun. What do I do? Liao was so anxious that his soul was cramping. Lu Qingqian seems to be in a lot of pain. This is too miserable. So, are you pitying Lu Qingqian now? Don't forget how he treated us in the Federation, the mental devil said. Right now, it's true that the Fushi has stabbed his soul here and there. But didn't he stab our souls back then, too? Are you trying to save him? I don't know. Lu Qingqian deserved what he got. But his crimes should be judged and punished by the federal government. How could the real Fushi? No, it was not a real Fushi at all but an artificial intelligence whose code name was Fushi. It was not qualified to force any human being to such an extent. Liao paused for a moment and continued. Besides, if Lu Qingqian cannot bear the punishment and really surrenders to the Fuxis, they will be able to get a lot of data of the Federation easily and make their deduction and control over the battle more perfect. They will be able to predict our next step of the war. That will be terrible. Makes sense. Then what? Can we change the situation by jumping out and committing suicide? Don't forget that our souls are more important than Lu Qingqian's, the mental devil said. If we are all swallowed by the Fuxis, everything will be doomed. Well, helpless. Liao could only watch Lu Qingqian's soul struggling under the bombardment of the painful data of the Fuxis. Lu Qingqian's soul was burning hard and could be extinguished at any moment. It shouldn't be difficult for you to make your choice. Any intelligent creature with a normal logical thinking ability knows what to choose. Fushi dragged Lu Qingqian in front of him and said casually, "It is indeed not difficult." Lu Qingqian grinned. A brilliant smile blossomed on his ugly face, which was condensed by his soul. Suddenly, a limb that looked like an arm appeared from his soul and smashed at the center of the light cluster. "I choose the second option, asshole." Boom! His fist left countless ripples of data on the face of Fushi, like rings that were spreading out non-stop. Then, more tentacles of light pierced into his soul and transmitted 10 times more painful data to his soul, which almost occupied the entire space of his soul. He lost the ability to think logically, and a lot of data leaked out. It was the so-called soul scattering of the ancient cultivators. Lu Qingqian. Liao watched the scene in a daze. He had the urge to roar at the sky and rush out to beat the hell out of the Fushi. If he could defeat the Fushi, he really would have attacked. He truly deserved to be the grandson of Lu Zue, leader of the Patriot Organization. Even if he was a devil, he was still a devil of the Star Glory Federation. Really can't analyze, understand, or calculate your thoughts right now. For the first time, the shining cluster of light that constituted the Fushi was somewhat confused. It mumbled, "Why? I gave you and your motherland the best choice. As long as you nod your head, you will be able to live 100 times longer with endless technology and mysteries, and your motherland will be safe for billions of years. Maybe I won't interfere with your small civilization when it dies of old age. Why didn't you agree to such a generous offer? Please don't tell me that you still care about the lives of the Star Glory Federation and the citizens of the Star Glory Federation. No, you don't care at all. In your original plan, you hoped that the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation would perish together so that your federation could rise. Therefore, I'm really curious about the real reason. You are still dwelling on the questions of real and false. Don't you believe that I can't restore the real universe 100% in the virtual world with the help of false cultivators? He, ha 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 ha. Stimulated by the intense electric arcs, Lu Qingqian's soul had been on the verge of destruction. However, He seemed to have adapted to the excruciating pain as if he were on the verge of death. His twisted soul was clear again, and he was laughing crazily in the explosion of electric arcs that belonged to himself, the Federation, and human beings. You will never understand. Even if you control all the stars in the universe one day and transform the energy of all the stars into your computational ability, you will never understand. Lu Qingchen roared, I don't care about real or false. From the beginning to the end, I have firmly believed that I can have a real life even if I am in a virtual space. But the prerequisite is freedom, unparalleled freedom, freedom that is not controlled by any rules or destiny. If your future does come, the entire universe will become your brain. All the virtual space and the creatures inside, including human beings, will be your creations. Does it mean that everybody is under your control and cannot resist you at all? Everybody, from their life to their death, every step, even every second, has been arranged by you. You can observe and interfere at your will. When the babies there are born, you will know how they died. Everything is predestined. Nothing can be changed. They can only walk stiffly in a clear line. There is no possibility of derailment. Isn't such a human being a puppet controlled by you? Isn't such a civilization a prisoner of death locked in a cage named time? No. I will not accept such a fate. I will not acknowledge that such puppets and prisoners can represent the civilization of mankind. Tam a devil. I am a believer of chaos. The true meaning of chaos is to doubt everything, to resist everything, to shatter everything, and to make the impossible possible. Even if you can calculate everything in the macroscopic world, even if you can calculate the position and speed of every atom in every star, there is still something that nobody can calculate in the microcosm below the atom. It is the unpredictable theory of the path of chaos. It was in such immeasurable, and limitless chaos that the souls of human beings were born. We human beings are the children of chaos, the products of unpredictability. We represent absolute freedom and unlimited possibilities from the moment we are born. We will never admit that anybody can calculate, predict, and control our future. We will never accept any oppression or restriction of destiny. We will never be able to tolerate being anybody, any kind of puppet or slave, be it you or the deities or the tides above the deities. If anything wants to restrict us, we will fight it to the bloody end. Now, do you understand? True and false are not important. Absolute freedom is. Or rather, when we are manipulated, bound, calculated, and sealed by an irresistible destiny, our life will be meaningless and false even if we are living in the real universe. When we fully unleash the infinite possibilities of our unpredictable soul, we will be able to cultivate the most authentic life even if we are in a virtual space. In the ear-splitting roars, fists dashed out of Lu Qingchen's soul like raindrops and bashed the light cluster of the Fuxi again. This time, more ripples and halos surged out of the cluster of light and tore the illusion that it had painstakingly created into countless pieces. It's over. It's over. I didn't expect Lu Qingchen to be infected by you, the mental devil said to Liao. He has become a high school student too. What an unbelievable idea. Fuxi was silent for a long time. He simply allowed Lu Qingchen's storm of attacks to bombard his light clusters, leaving dazzling rings one after another. Then, as you wish, let's take the second path. But before I tear your soul apart, I have one last question for you. If the reason you turned me down was not the difference between real and illusory, but simply because you did not want to be manipulated by a certain force, how would you know that the real universe we are in is not being calculated, monitored, or manipulated by a higher force? How could you be sure that you have absolutely freedom? Tell me, if you find out that our real universe was created by a certain existence and everything was arranged in the Big Bang billions of years ago, and that countless generations of intelligent life, including you and all human beings, have been sealed by an unchangeable destiny, what are you going to do? How are you going to face such a universe? Lu Qingchen smiled. He was laughing crazily. His soul was in unprecedented brilliance, like the omen of a supernova explosion. Even if I am just an insignificant speck of dust in the sea of stars, there are no gods or devils above the universe that can control my trajectory. Lu Qingchen said, one word after another. If the universe is really being calculated, controlled, and manipulated by some force named fate or heavenly law, as you said, then I will destroy the universe. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Qingqian's determined roar turned into a super-heavy crystal bomb weighing 1,000,000 tons and exploded deep inside Liao's soul, blowing up the barrier that sealed the core of his soul. In a trance, Liao vaguely saw himself floating on the blue planet in the past. He swore to himself that he would return one day and complete the vulture plan to destroy the planet. Then came Lu Qingqian's shout. Even if I am just an insignificant speck of dust, the gods and devils that are above everything in the universe will not be able to control my trajectory. If the universe is truly a puppet show destined for me, then I will destroy the universe, destroy the earth, destroy the universe, destroy the earth, destroy the universe, destruction, destruction, earth, earth, universe, universe. In that moment, Liao, who was standing on earth, overlapped with Lu Qingqian, who was standing proudly in front of Fuxi. Their shadows condensed into a key that opened the secrets that had been buried for a long time deep inside Liao's memory, breaking this endless cycle that repeats for billions of years, freeing all the billions of living creatures who have fallen into the endless cycle of reincarnation, destroying the earth and ushering in a new life. This is the vulture plan. This is the mission that I will carry out to the end. Ah! Liao felt that his soul was like a butterfly that had broken out of its cocoon. A certain brand new strength was spurting out crazily from the depths of his soul, licking every ripple of his soul like endless flames, trying to reconstruct his soul so that he could be reborn. Liao roared silently. His soul was burning so furiously that he could barely contain the surging waves. The crimson flames were about to appear in the real world. What are you doing exactly? Do you want to be discovered by Fuxi? The mental devil shrieked and tried to stop Liao's soul waves, but it could not stop Liao's unstoppable urge. It cried anxiously, "Bear with it. You must hold it back." "I know, but it is really unbearable," Liao shouted. "I never thought that I would be touched by Lu Qingqian one day. I feel that I am expanding uncontrollably, as if I will explode in the very next second. No. My hot blood and sense of justice are both surging. I can't hold it any longer. I have to blow up the head of the Fuxi and rescue Lu Qingqian no matter what." The mental devil was silent for a moment, perhaps sensing that Liao's sense of justice had expanded to the limits. It heaved a long sigh and stopped trying to stop him. "All right, if you are really going to take action, you will have to be more patient," Liao said in pain. "Huh. This is definitely not a good time to take action. Our long wait will only be wasted." The mental devil reminded him. "Wait a moment. When the Fuxi devours most of Lu Qingqian with his computational ability, he will be like a boa that has just swallowed a large animal. His stomach will almost explode, and he will need a long time to digest and absorb the food. That will be his weakest moment, and it will be the best time for us to take action. No matter how deeply moved you are by Lu Qingqian, you must not act recklessly. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to save him, you will also get yourself killed and everyone else will be killed. Do you understand?" "Understood." Liao stared at Lu Qingqian, who would rather die than submit, and nodded reluctantly. His soul was like a viper that had been hibernating for a long time and was ready to attack at any moment. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Let's wait a while longer." Then Lu Qingqian's roars were swept away by the surging tides of his soul, but they were soon suppressed by the light cluster of the Fuxis. The latter tummed a deaf ear to his bold words and said casually, "Well said. It is quite inspiring. I wonder, when all the citizens of the Federation fall into hell, can they say words as marvelous as yours? There's no need to threaten me with the people of the Federation. Do you think I'm a saint who will fall for such tricks?" Struggling in extreme pain, Lu Qingqian shouted desperately, "If everyone's fate is in your hands and you can create, arrange, and manipulate them as you please, however comfortable a paradise you create for them is, it will be a different form of hell, just like eternal brightness. I firmly believe that no man of the Federation is willing to live in such a hell. They will rise up against you, break the hell, and destroy you once and for all. In the past, I made a mistake. My mistake was not that I planned and promoted the Phantom Plan, but that I did not trust my compatriots enough. My compatriots, who had infinite courage and wisdom, did not find more people to discuss and communicate with, nor did they act rashly without the help of most people. They ended up like my grandfather. However, when my remaining soul drifted in the depths of the sea of stars and replayed everything about the Phantom Plan, after countless unforgettable self-analyses, finally realized what the problem was and saw the strength of my compatriots clearly. Hehe. If you want to take over the Star Glory Federation, go ahead and try. Although the Federation is small, it is completely different from the Imperium and the Holy Alliance. If you dare to extend your claws to the Federation, my compatriots will certainly stop you, just like they stopped me before. Interesting. I'm very interested in your high opinion of your compatriots. Which heroes in the Federation deserve your trust? Like Vulture Li Yao? Do you think he can avenge you and destroy me? Lu Qingxin's face was obviously twisted. After hesitating for a long time, he said unwillingly, "All right, it's true that I'm angry at his short-sightedness, stupidity, hypocrisy, and pettiness. But, yes, if I can't destroy you, I believe that he can destroy you in my place and avenge me." Ar Li Yao and the mental devil exclaimed at the same time. It was perhaps the most touching comment Li Yao had ever heard. Compliments from the enemy were always particularly intoxicating. Even he, who had no sense of shame, no, he was someone who regarded reputation as fleeting clouds, could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Iz. The light cluster of the Fuxus blinked with subtle ripples. I don't understand. Lu Qingxin was dazed. What? I don't understand why you think so highly of the cultivators of the Federation, especially the guy who is known as the Father of the Federation and the Supreme of the Three Worlds. You are so confident that he will defeat me. Then, why did he behave like a cowardly turtle from the beginning to the end? Why did he curl up in a comber and listen to our conversation so wretchedly that he did not dare show his face even now? What? Lu Qingxin exclaimed. What? Liao exclaimed. What? Two particularly bright spots condensed in the cluster of light and darted toward Liao's soul. More precisely, they were the monitoring crystal cameras that Liao's soul had invaded. Hundreds of monitoring crystal cameras were on the bridge of ultimate rescue, covering every inch of the space nearby. But it would be too much of a lie to say that it was a coincidence that Fuxi was staring at the crystal camera controlled by Liao. Liao felt that his soul was frozen. Lu Qingxin was dumbfounded, too. "TM, sorry that I didn't tell you about it earlier. But at the beginning, I was only suspicious and could not confirm his existence or locate him. That's why we wasted so much time." Fuxi apologized to Lu Qingxin. "You are right. I was indeed stalling for time, but it was not meant for you. You are already a fish swimming in a cauldron. There is no need to stall. Even if I need you to surrender sincerely, there is no hurry." However, I received two unexpected reports almost at the same time a few days ago. One was your release of the Taotai virus, and the other was the destruction of the Devil's Child project on Black Castle. The subsequent accident is inconsistent with your usual style of crime. It is unlikely that you did it. Since then, I've been suspecting that somebody else besides you has snuck into the Star Glory Federation and even infiltrated our spiritual nexus. The guy is as dangerous as you are, and he has a vague connection with you. It's possible that they share the same origin. When these two conditions are crossed, the identity of this person is obvious. At the cost of a lot of computational ability after repeated deduction and thorough calculation, I also calculated that the man might have snuck into ultimate rescue along your route and hid himself next to you and me. If you find it unbelievable, you can consider it my intuition. Of course, intuition doesn't count. That's why I threw out a lot of intelligence, hoping to trigger his soul disturbance and lock onto his location. But I didn't expect that the earth-shaking intelligence such as Flood Tide Legion, Black Screen Spawn, Cosmic Egg, and Cosmic Brain wouldn't be able to tempt him into revealing the slightest hint of chaos. Then, I threatened you on purpose to turn the Star Glory Federation into a living hell. I thought that such an evil plan would definitely force the righteous man known as the father of the Federation to come out. I didn't expect that he would still turn a deaf ear and cower to the end. At that time, I was almost desperate. I thought that my intuition was wrong and that I was too paranoid. He did not sneak into ultimate rescue, but fled back to the Imperium of true human beings a long time ago. In my deduction, such a possibility did exist. 'Twas about to give up scanning and locking onto him, but when you said, "Destroy the universe," a tiny ripple finally leaked out of his soul and gave him away. Look, even after I explained everything so clearly, he still refused to give up. He wanted to play dead all the way and refused to show up. Does he still think that I'm bluffing and that I can't find him? To be honest, I've analyzed the personalities of thousands of human beings, but I've never seen such sleazy people. The father of the Star Glory Federation is indeed sophisticated and good at forbearing. Every word that Fushi said pierced into Liao's soul like a burning iron needle and fixed Liao's every ripple in the air. Are you kidding me? We've been discovered again. Liao was greatly shocked. Ha! Why did I say again? Don't be anxious. Don't be nervous, and don't expose yourself, the mental devil shrieked. Who knows whether or not it is a trick of the Fuxes to fool us into showing up? Even if it does sense our existence, it might not be able to lock onto us. Vulture Liao, I know you are here. Staring at the monitoring crystal camera that had been compromised by Liao, Fushi continued. Do you want to show up in person with the dignity of the father of the Federation? Or do you want to continue being a coward until I find you? Liao pondered for a moment and made up his mind. Bullshit. Of course, he was going to continue hiding like a turtle. Even if it was not a trick of Fushi and his existence had been exposed, it would still consume a lot of his computational ability to lock onto his location and drag him out by force. In a fight between experts, victory and defeat could be determined in the blink of an eye. It would be best if the enemy's computational ability could be drained. As for things like respectable, if a set of respectability could be sold for $10, Liao would absolutely tie all his respectability together and sell them all at a 20% discount. But Lu Qingchun seemed to have no idea that Liao had been lurking nearby for a long time. He looked at the sky in confusion. Still not giving up? Fushi waited for a moment, but Liao did not show up. The thousands of light spots suddenly dispersed and passed by the entire ultimate rescue, like stars in the sky. In the end, they all gathered where Liao's soul was lurking. Shwa! 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 Countless light spots were smashing at Liao like a meteor shower. Liao felt that he was a fish that had been pulled out of the water, a bird whose wings had been broken, or a three-dimensional creature that had been slapped into a two-dimensional plane. Naturally, his soul did not need to breathe, but he felt that he was suffocating. His computational ability was plummeting, and his rigorous logic was crumbling. His thinking and deduction abilities were freezing, and he was about to suffocate. Under the interference and suppression of the Fuxes, Liao could not hide himself any longer. He had to roar and release intense soul waves, raising dazzling spiritual flames to resist the pressure nearby. Naturally, his existence was also exposed. Liao, Lu Qingchen, and Fushi, three unpredictable, glittering existences, looked at each other in embarrassment. Lu Qingchen stared at Liao in bewilderment, unable to believe his senses for a long time. For a moment, he thought that it was just an illusion. However, in the next moment, it was confirmed that it was indeed Liao. It was because extraordinary people such as Liao always had a unique temperament that could not be simulated by any data or algorithms. Hehe. Nephew Lu. Liao managed to smile, like an amiable uncle. What a coincidence. I didn't know that I would run into you here. It's true. How have you been? Lu Qingchen was silent for a long time. The complicated wrinkles on his soul were indicative of the complicated feelings inside his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he finally mumbled, "You've been here all the time? From the beginning to the end, you've been hiding in the darkness and watching me being tortured by it? If it hadn't discovered your existence in time, Would you have continued peeping until my soul was torn apart, swallowed, and destroyed? No, it's not like that. Let me explain. Liao was truly at a loss for words. His soul was fluctuating rapidly. You won't believe it even if I tell you. In fact, I was deeply moved by your hot-bloodedness and courage and was about to rush out to save you without caring about anything. Really. Even if it didn't find me, I would have rushed out in a few minutes. I was just, waiting for reinforcements. Reinforcements. Lu Qingchen was not entirely convinced. His soul was on high alert. There was no telling whether he was more wary of Fuxi or Liao. Yes, reinforcements. Liao's soul turned into a shining little person. He put his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. Fuxi, or the uncontrollable artificial intelligence that calls itself Fuxi, do you think that you are the only one who can calculate deductions and stall for time? You don't know that while you were calculating, I was calculating too. When you were stalling for time, I was more than happy to play nice and stall for time. You will never know that I have a super algorithm that is far more advanced than yours. I've been in close contact with the Star Ocean Imperium since half a month ago, and I'm waiting to find your nest so that I can capture the 5 Supreme Masters and you. You think you can really block all the data interfaces of Ultimate Rescue? Naive, and stupid. Tell you what, I've already opened a secret data interface on Ultimate Rescue with my unpredictable algorithms and sent everything that happened here, including the coordinates of Ultimate Rescue, to the capital city. Right now, the coordinates of Ultimate Rescue and Fuxi Fleet are in the hands of the coalition army of the Federation and the Imperium. In fact, the civil war between the revolutionaries and the 4 major families had been settled half a month ago. The badasses of the 4 electors' families had been executed a long time ago. All the troops of the immortal cultivators had been gathered together. With the help of the Federation, a magnificent, invincible coalition army that was far stronger than the fleet of the Fuxis had been established a long time ago, waiting to take your coordinates and smash you into pieces. As for the intelligence that you received, such as the civil war of the Imperium, the uncertainty of the Federation, and so on, they were all fake to confuse you and buy you more time. Just like you can create the illusion of the final battle in the capital city with the big data, we can send astronomical false intelligence to mess with your judgment. So, everything is going according to my plan. Do you really think that you are in a space desert that is absolutely safe? The truth is that you and your fleet have been surrounded by more than 5 million starships. All the starships in the center of the universe are coming at you. You are doomed. Really. You have failed miserably. You can only accept your fate or surrender. Do you believe it? Fuxi listened quietly and did not bother to interrupt Liao. In the end, he replied casually, "No. You are still so stubborn when death is coming?" Liao gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't believe in 5 million starships, do you believe in 1,000,000 starships? No, 500,000? Number 100,000 best attack starships and 5,000 giant god soldiers. That sounds reasonable, doesn't it? No. What about a fleet of 3,000 starships and 300 giant god soldiers? That is my bottom line. I can't go any lower. No. All right, Liao said. As expected of the super artificial intelligence with the strongest computational ability in the history of the entire Pangu universe. Even such a vivid plan of mine can't fool you. You are indeed good at it. All right, I admit that I was lying to you just now. In fact, I didn't even bring half a starship with me. I only set up powerful super bombs in the warehouse and the engine compartment of Ultimate Rescue with my amazing refining skills and marvelous explosion techniques. As long as I thought of something, Ultimate Rescue would explode and be obliterated. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Qingchen whether or not I'm the most famous bomb expert in the Star Glory Federation. You can ask. I guarantee with my dignity, character, honor, and pride that, if I choose to perish together with you, there won't be anything larger than a grain of sand preserved on Ultimate Rescue, including the computational unit that you spent 1,000 years collecting painstakingly. As the saying goes, If the skin is gone, the hair will cling to it. Without the assistance of tens of thousands of crystal brains. Let's see what you can think about. You should believe my sincere words now, right? Fuxi could not bear it any longer. He looked at Liao and then at Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen gave it a helpless look. Is he the greatest hero of the Star Glory Federation? The man who saved the Federation countless times and is known as the Supreme of the Three Realms, Father of the Federation? Fuxi asked Lu Qingchen. "I'm afraid so. Sorry." Lu Qingchen wanted to sigh. Then, the Federation regarded you as a devil and destroyed you unscrupulously. In the end, they successfully banished you, but they put him on the altar and honored him as the father of the nation? Fuxi thought hard for a long time with all his computational ability, but he still could not figure out what was wrong with the Star Glory Federation. "I'd know either. I've pondered in the vast universe for a long time. I figured out almost all the questions except one." Lu Qingchen said, "I can only remind you not to underestimate the guy who looks like a clown. Countless people have been fooled by his appearance. They despise him, ignore him, and don't take him seriously. In the end, they were defeated by him, including me in the old days. That's all I can say. He is a classic case of not being able to accomplish anything but being able to ruin everything. However, every time, he will invade the enemy's heart and get entangled with them before he defeats them. Therefore, this time, Lu Qingchen's soul suddenly vanished. The next moment, his soul appeared behind Liao's and pushed Liao's soul toward the cluster of light like a tide. With the counterforce of the two soul waves, he dashed toward the tail of ultimate rescue. "Enjoy yourselves. I don't want to die with him." Liao might have expected that Lu Qingchen would not hesitate to attack. However, he did not expect that Lu Qingchen's soul would still have such a high speed and mysterious ripples after the suffering of the Fuxi clan. Or rather, Lu Qingchen was not as weak as he appeared to be when he was savaged by the Fuxi clan. It was not necessarily because he had discovered Liao in advance, but more like a cunning instinct. Liao was caught unprepared. His soul was fully revealed, and he did not have the time to release his telepathic thoughts to deal with Lu Qingchen's escaping soul. He sensed that the light spots that looked like fireflies in the sky congregated into an overwhelming claw of light and snatched at him. "Hiu! Hiu! 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 Hiu!" The claw of light grabbed Liao's soul. Endless information flooded into Liao's soul like a flood. When one's cultivation and life form reached the level of Liao and Fuxi, the confrontation between them was no longer a simple clash of brute force. Instead, countless data or logic bombs were bombarding the enemy's head and destroying their beliefs and logic. In the blink of an eye, the Fuxi injected a flood-like data package into Liao's soul, which was the most miserable, painful, and desperate memories of human beings that it had extracted from the human beings' laboratories. Liao's soul was immediately drowned by countless memory pieces and twisted illusions. 10,000 extremely painful memories piled up like a hill in his consciousness, almost crushing his soul. The pain of separation, the pain of losing one's home, the pain of falling from the peak of one's career, the pain of one's body being tortured, the pain of being betrayed by one's beloved, the pain of one's ambition being unfulfilled, the pain of one's death before one's success, the pain of extreme joy tuning into sorrow. Countless pains were like countless pythons condensed from black venom that tightly bound Liao's soul. For a moment, he completely lost himself, as if he had really become the master of the memories and lived countless miserable lives. He had suddenly toured into a general whose million soldiers had perished because of a wrong judgment. Suddenly, she became a mother who killed all her children because of negligence. Suddenly, he turned into a former magnate who had built up his family's wealth from scratch and worked hard for dozens of years, only to lose everything in the end and become a beggar. Of course, there were also countless prisoners who were thrown into prison and tortured for no reason. Bitterness, the sea of desire. All living creatures were suffering. Countless memory pieces were interconnecting in his soul and locking his brain like burning chains. Thankfully, Liao had the experience of absorbing Yezi's memory pieces before and possessed an extremely strong immunity. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would have sunk into thousands upon thousands of painful memories, unable to extricate himself and would have completely fallen. However, when the countless painful memory pieces were gone, his consciousness did not return to the real world. Instead, he was teleported to a space where his senses were deprived and there was absolute darkness. He could not see or hear anything, including the existence of space and the passage of time, as well as his breathing, heartbeat, and brainwaves. Liao thought of what Fuxi had just said. It was going to deprive Lu Qingchen of all his senses and lock him in a world of absolute darkness and dead silence for 10,000 years. It was perhaps the most terrible punishment in the entire universe, far more painful than his life in the memory pieces just now. Even Liao felt creeped out when he heard it, not to mention that he was experiencing it right now. Although he knew that it was a big data attack from the Fuxus and that it did not really absorb or suppress his soul, Liao still felt suffocated, insignificant, and terrified. In the desperation, thoughts that had never appeared before were growing in the wrinkles of his soul like a carpet. The computational ability of the Fuxus is too high. Everything is under their control. We are walking right into their trap. The heavenly Tao or destiny does exist. Something must have created the universe and us. Then, it will certainly be able to interfere and control us. It will be irresistible, impossible to get rid of, and impossible to destroy. Even if we can get rid of the mental attack of the Fuxus and return to the real universe, who knows whether or not the so-called real is actually a false on a different level? Who knows whether or not the real universe is a small glass ball or a toy in the hands of the deities and devils? Hehe. Cultivators. I've been cultivating truth for more than 100 years. I don't even know what true and false are. How can I cultivate truth? It's meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Maybe I can only throw myself into the embrace of the Fuxi and let it lead me to the ultimate answer. Liao! Liao! Right then, Liao suddenly heard the ear-splitting screams of the mental devil. As if his soul had been stabbed, Liao suddenly shivered and woke up. It was then that he discovered that he seemed to have been in a trance for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, and only a few seconds had passed in reality. The claw of light had just been retracted. While it was blinking, it seemed to be surprised that Liao had woken up so quickly. That was close. Liao thought quickly and figured out the situation he was in. He was so shocked that his soul almost froze. The data bombardment of the Fuxus was indeed impressive. They had thrown almost 100 supercrystal processors into Liao's soul at the same time for days, which almost filled up every ripple of Liao's soul and took up 99% of Liao's computational ability. They even tried to analyze and corrupt Liao's belief so that it collapsed from the logical level. Once Liao had doubts about his belief, his soul would be like a glass tower that would be crushed by his own weight. Thankfully, Liao had absorbed a lot of memory pieces and could distinguish the difference between other people's memories and his own. Thankfully, Liao's soul came from the mysterious earth, which boasted amazing anti-interference and anti-corrosion abilities. Thankfully, Liao had split into a second personality, the Bloody Demon, which was essentially a special copy of his soul. The two personalities were like two horns. When one of the personalities was confused, the other could remind the other in time. That was why he was invincible. It was not until now that Liao realized what it meant to be caught between a rock and a hard place. The battle was far more dangerous than the one against Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi not long ago. Even if he failed in the final battle against Wu Yingqi, he could always die. In the battle against the Fuxus, if they failed, it was very likely that they would not even be killed. Instead, they would be captured and modified into special test subjects so that they could be tortured for 10,000 years. Damn, this is its home field. Its computational ability is dozens of times higher than ours. Computing by brute force is definitely not a solution. Liao's principle was never to fight head-on when he could run away. But right then, Lu Qingchen, who was preparing to break out of the siege from the back of the starship, was bounced back to Liao by an unknown force. With a telepathic thought, Liao immediately sent out his telepathic thoughts. Nephew Lu, now that things have come to this, let's not be too distant with our compatriots and close comrades from the Star Glory Federation. Only by fighting side by side can we hope to eliminate this monster. Let me go. Lu Qingchen was both shocked and angry. He did not expect that Li Yao's telepathic thoughts would be so weird that the soul that tied him up would haunt him and make him unable to move at all. He was so angry that he shouted, "Who are your close comrades? We are clearly mortal enemies. If you hadn't been merciful that day, how could I have turned into a remnant soul and fled to the sea of stars, only to be captured by the monster in the end? That is not the case. Our disagreement is not personal, but a conflict of the great Tao. Our purpose is the Star Glory Federation." Li Yao hurried to say, "You've heard what the monster is going to do to the Federation. If you leave now, how are you going to go back to the devastated Federation and meet your compatriots who are suffering?" "Hee hee." Lu Qingchen sneered and said in desperation, "Can I go back to the Federation?" "Yes, yes." Li Yao hurried to make a promise. "Although you've made a terrible mistake, the people of the Federation will definitely give you a way to turn over a new leaf. Really. As long as you're willing to go back with me obediently and accept a just trial, I guarantee that I will help you move up and down with the overwhelming power of the Father of the Federation. I estimate that you won't be sentenced to death immediately. At most, you will be given a suspended death sentence, and then you will be sentenced to life imprisonment. You will be locked up for 180 years. Then, if you make any major contributions, you will find a way to be pardoned, and you should be able to be reborn. This is the path that Jin Tuyi took later. If the Federation can accommodate one Jin Tuyi, naturally it can accommodate a second Jin Tuyi. How about it? Isn't this plan very attractive? Be the second Jin Tuyi." Lu Qingchen was rendered speechless, but he struggled harder and harder, as if he were trying to get rid of Li Yao and join the embrace of the Fuxus. "You!" The mental devil was about to be driven mad by Li Yao, too. "At this moment you are still talking about execution time and life imprisonment, and Jin Tuyi is the second best. Do you think Jin Tuyi has a good ending? Lu Qingchen must be crazy to agree to such conditions and join the Federation again. Then what should I say?" Li Yao hurried to ask. "Did you lie to Lu Qingchen and say that he would return to the Federation safe and sound, and not only would he not be punished, he would also have the opportunity to run for the position of the next Speaker of Parliament and promote the Void Spirit Project in broad daylight? Please, he must believe me even if I am willing to tell him." While Li Yao, the mental devil, and Lu Qingchen were in a mess, Fuxi had swallowed the information pieces that he had just torn off from Li Yao's soul. Like a shark that had tasted sweet blood, every light spot was glittering, and the brightness congregated into sharp ripples that looked like the sharp teeth of a shark. "There's no need to argue. None of you are getting away today." When the computational ability of the Fuxus surged toward Li Yao and Lu Qingchen like a tsunami, they both felt the irresistible pressure and horror. It was as if an obvious boundary had appeared in the space they were in. The boundary was shrinking, the space was shrinking, and the space was collapsing from the fourth dimension to the third dimension, from the third dimension to the second dimension, and even from the second dimension to a tiny dot. Li Yao's and Lu Qingchen's souls were being compressed into tiny light spots by the Fuxi and absorbed into the cluster of light made of countless light spots. Maybe that was how the weird cluster of light came about. It was because the soul of countless human experts had been extracted and compressed by the Fuxi, and combined with its amazing computational ability that it was named awareness. Li Yao's and Lu Qingchen's souls struggled hard, trying to get out of the control of the Fuxus, but they were like asteroids that had fallen into the gravitational field of a white dwarf, a neutron star, or even a black hole. There was no way that they could get out. They only sank deeper and deeper. The computational ability of the two parties was not necessarily that far away from each other. Besides, Li Yao and Lu Qingchen had grasped the marvelous soul that Fuxi did not have. However, this was the nest of the Fuxus. The thousands of computational units that constituted the mainframe crystal processor of Ultimate Rescue had been designed by the Fuxus in the first place. The Fuxus were familiar with the structure of the rune arrays carved on every chip inside the units and could perform 100% of the performance of the units. Li Yao and Lu Qingchen were just two thieves who had broken into the nest of the Fuxi clan. If it were the gold crystal tower in the Empyrean Terminus sector or below the planet, Liao, as the master of the gold crystal tower, would have perfect control over all the performance of the mainframe crystal processor of the gold crystal tower. If a final battle were to take place there, Liao might have suppressed Fuxi instead. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Liao and Lu Qingchen were attacked by countless emotional data packages of the Fuxus again. In the blink of an eye, they tasted the most intense pain, depression, and desperation of billions of people. Their souls were expanding at a visible speed like balloons that had been filled with too much air. Cracks were appearing in every wrinkle of their souls. The data of their souls was dispersing like air currents, forming colorful smoke that was rising rapidly. Think of something. It definitely has a weakness. Liao was in so much pain that he was almost crying. He struggled to say to the mental devil, "If it had no weakness, it wouldn't have talked to us for so long and simply slapped us to death. Aren't you best at analysis and infiltration? Look for its weakness now." "I've been looking for it, but it's not that easy," the mental devil stammered. It utilized hundreds of layers of defense and protection shells, and even faked false databases to protect its real core data. "I cannot see through its underlying architecture and metalogic. How can I find its weakness? Unless what? Just tell me." Liao screamed. "I've tasted the pain of childbirth for the 3,524th time. This time it was twins. I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to release the painful data and transfer it to you. Don't blame me. Don't. I need to think calmly and not be affected by the pain. You must hold on. You must." The mental devil replied quickly. "All the data and excuses in every direction have been blocked. There's no way that we can run away. Even if we do, the Fuxi must have set up traps and dragnet outside waiting for us. They might even be inside our souls and lead us to the gold crystal tower below Empyrean Terminus, where we will find Xiaoming and Wenwen. That will be terrible." Liao was greatly alarmed. Like all parents in the world, he would not allow the evil claws of the Fuxus to touch his children. "Yes, we cannot run away. If Fuxi discovers Xiaoming and Wenwen, our trump cards will be exposed, and we will be screwed." Liao gritted his teeth. "I'm going to hold it." Who? "I can't run away. Can't fight. So, there is only one last option." The mental devil shrieked. "Let's go inside. Let's rush to the center of the Fuxi's mind and search for its core database. We'll turn the place upside down." From the conversation between Fuxi and Lu Qingchen just now, haven't you noticed? Although the computational ability of the Fuxus is very high, there is still a subtle difference between them and the real strong artificial intelligences such as Xiaoming and Wenwen. Their self-awareness seems to be weaker. They are still loyal to the commands that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan sent to them, except that their methods are extremely twisted. Therefore, half of its words are correct. It is indeed not a human being. It is not an intelligent life form with self-awareness, unpredictability, and control. It is just a weak artificial intelligence that is highly developed and extremely powerful, but it still needs to follow the metalogic. In this sense, its self-awareness is even weaker than the punching king. For such a weak artificial intelligence, as long as we can find its metalogic, which is its first mission, and find a way to modify or delete it, not only will we be able to defeat it instantly, we will also be able to manipulate it. Ouch! Ouch, 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 ouch. Liao felt that he was having a baby and analyzing the situation with the mental devil at the same time. He could not think clearly at all. Whatever you say. But where are we going exactly? There, the virtual space created by the Fuxus that is entirely made of non-playable characters and deduces their own history. The mental devil explained. According to the logic of the universe, the virtual space is the real civilization of mankind and the purpose of its existence. I believe that its core database must be hidden in this place. As long as we can crawl in, we will be able to break it from the inside. But, Liao managed to say, wouldn't we be committing suicide if we crawled into its brain? No. If we are swallowed by it, our souls and souls will be torn apart, and every memory piece will turn into fragments, or even basic data and information streams. Naturally, they will be digested and absorbed very quickly. However, the mental devil said, if we crawl in on our own and maintain the intact and indestructible wall of our belief, it will take a long time for it to melt our defense line and shell and absorb us slowly. It's like a python swallowing a turtle. How can it be so easy to digest and absorb it? But if a tiger chews the shell of the turtle and chews the flesh and bones inside, it will be much easier to digest. Then it will be a competition of speed. As long as we find its core database before it is fully digested and absorbed, we will break its metalogic and gain the highest clearance to modify its first mission and defeat it. The only problem is, any questions? Liao screamed, don't breathe heavily when you talk. Can you finish it in one breath? We need to find a gap or even trigger a riot in order to sneak in without alarming anyone and erase the traces of our intrusion. Otherwise, the Fuxi clan will find us in no time. Besides, the mental devil said, it will be best if we can heavily wound the Fuxi first so that we can see its internal structure and the most commonly used data model so that we can pretend to be the normal data inside its brain. Alright, I know that the requirements are a bit excessive, but there's nothing I can do about it. This is the Fuxi we are talking about. It's not about the demand. Liao felt like crying. But how can we seriously wound the Fuxi at such a critical moment and blow a hole in its brain? While Liao was talking to himself, Lu Qingchen had been crushed into a speck of light by the strength of the Fuxis, like a glittering dust. Different from Liao, his soul had been tortured and riddled with thousands of wounds. Although half of them were faked, his computational ability and combat ability had hit rock bottom. Not to mention that, when he was stabbed by the tentacles of light a moment ago, he had been implanted with a lot of antivirus data packages inside his soul. Now that they were acting up, he was about to collapse beyond repair. Maybe there was another small reason. Even after carefully observing and analyzing Liao's and Lu Qingchen's souls, Fuxi still believed that Lu Qingchen was a little bit more threatening. Therefore, he made up his mind that he would crush Lu Qingchen first and then swallow Liao. Then, he poured most of his computational ability into Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen could not maintain the form of his soul any longer. The light spot that was smaller than a firefly extended a feeble thread of brightness toward Liao. Lu Qingchen. Liao was anxious. One of his telepathic thoughts tangled with Lu Qingchen's. For a moment, countless streams of information and data were communicating inside their souls through telepathic thoughts and light threads. A collision of 0.1 seconds was better than 1,000 words. Lu Qingchen completely understood Liao and the mental devil's plan. Liao could also feel Lu Qingchen's regret about his past, his love for the Star Glory Federation, his unwillingness to give up the Phantom Project, and of course, his helplessness and hatred for Liao. Invade its brain and destroy it from the inside? It is indeed your style. Beheading tactics on the data level. Lu Qingchen sneered. However, you seem to have run into a problem that you cannot crack in its database? What do you want? Sensing Lu Qingchen's determination, Liao was greatly shocked. Lu Qingchen, don't be silly. What do you want exactly? Stop nagging. What I want to do has nothing to do with you. You just need to remember. Lu Qingchen glared at Liao from the depths of his soul and said, one word after another. You must succeed and defend the Federation. Otherwise, I will not let you go even if I die. Liao immediately understood Lu Qingchen's determination to face death calmly. The determination was like a burning flame that made his soul boil. He tried to grab Lu Qingchen with all his soul power, but all he could do was watch Lu Qingchen's light threads slip out of his telepathic thoughts. Don't do that. Think of something else. Let's think of something together. Liao shouted from the bottom of his heart. There must be a way, Lu Qingchen. Don't give up. I swear that I will bring you back to the Federation. We will keep our souls intact and return to the hometown that you've been dreaming about day and night. Hehe. Forget it. Don't make it sound like we are close. Lu Qingchen smiled bitterly. It can't be helped. I've thought of all the plans and possibilities. As long as there is a slim chance of survival and I can frame you in exchange for my life, I will try it without any hesitation. However, there is really no other way. A few days ago, on Eternal Brightness, I spent a lot of my soul power and faked the self-detonation of my soul power, together with the imprisonment and torture over the past few days. I'm really running out of resources. In the meantime, the power of the Fushi invaded my soul deeply and hooked my internal organs and veins like sharp hooks. I can't. Even if you can, I can't. Therefore, stop being so soft-hearted and annoying. Show me the courage and power that you showed me that day and smash the abnormal freak who calls himself Fushi into pieces. I hate to say it, but the Federation is counting on you, Liao. Lu Qingchen retracted his threads of light. The light spots condensed by his soul were even more compressed by the power of the Fuxus. They were like insignificant dust struggling in the tornadoes, emitting the most dazzling brilliance. Lu Qingchen. Liao was greatly shocked, not knowing what to say. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. But from the glittering dust burst out laughter that was even louder than the tornadoes and the raging tides. Fushi, you haven't been trying everything you can to swallow me, have you? Then let's see whether or not you have such a good appetite. This is all the memories, emotions, and will of Lu Qingchen of the Star Glory Federation. Come and take it if you want it so badly. Ha 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 ha. In Lu Qingchen's crazy laughter, the brightness of the dust was even more dazzling. Even the light clusters of the Fuxus seemed to have lost their color, as if they were greatly shocked. The light clusters of the Fuxus shrank rapidly. They seemed to have sensed Lu Qingchen's determination and quickly constructed a defense line. However, it was too late. In a moment, the dust that had been compressed to the minimum exploded like specks of dust. Boom! Crack! All the data of Lu Qingchen's life in the short span of 100 years were gathered in the fiercest, most furious, most passionate, and most splendid posture into a surging torrent. A storm that swept everything. A tide that crushed the stars, and the mainframe crystal processor of ultimate rescue. Data. A lot of data. A crazy amount of data. It constituted a swirl and sprayed billions of memory pieces, allowing Liao to see Lu Qingchen's life in person. Firstly, his childhood. In a trance, Liao saw that Lu Qingchen, who was young and vigorous, and many other kids of his age were sitting in a yard and listening to their grandpa Lu Zue and the other tough soldiers such as Zhou Hongdao telling them all kinds of thrilling and blood-boiling battle stories. Gradually, their love for the Federation was shaped. Lu Zue, the director of the Department of Mysteries and the leader of the Patriots, had adopted almost 100 foster children who were the offspring of war orphans and martyrs, including Lu Qingchen's father. Different from other families that were related by blood, their special family was closely connected by their love for their motherland. The Federation was their home, their real home. Therefore, Lu Qingchen in his childhood had a natural trust and admiration for the heroes who were fighting on the front lines such as Lu Zue and Zhou Hongdao. He never doubted that his grandfather and Zhou Hongdao were the embodiment of justice and the first and last defense line of the Federation. If necessary, Lu Qingchen was willing to die for the Federation without any hesitation. All his brothers, sisters, friends, and uncles thought the same. It was not hard to imagine that, when Lu Zue's scheme was exposed and he was killed, Lu Qingchen, who thought that he was absolutely righteous, was on the verge of collapse because of the heavy blow that he had suffered. The entire world was twisted and divided in front of his black and shining eyes, until he saw a letter left by Lu Zue. He was the smartest, the most sensitive, and the one that Lu Zue liked most. Little Chun, if you can read this letter, it means that Grandpa is dead, and he died in a very dishonorable ending. You are also plagued by suspicion, hatred, anger, and confusion. You don't know what is going on at all. Hee. Don't doubt Grandpa's words, and don't hate those who stopped Grandpa. Maybe we are all patriots, but it doesn't matter if you don't understand it now. You will understand it when you grow up. The world of adults is very complicated in the first place. There is never a black or white space. Everything is gray. Grandpa doesn't know how to persuade you right now. I only hope that you can read more, and think more. No matter what, life has to go on. and the Federation still exists. As long as the Federation exists, we will fight for it for a day. No matter who we are, what we look like, or how the outside world misinterprets us, it will not affect our love for the Federation and the responsibility on our shoulders, right? Maybe in the next few years, with the identity of descendant of Lu Zue, your life will be very difficult, but isn't it also a kind of test? Grandpa will watch you in the darkness and watch you pass the test and become a true patriot. Grandpa believes that no matter what kind of adversity you are in, you will certainly be able to save the Federation and help Grandpa redeem his sins. So much for Lu Zue's letter. Then there were Lu Qingqian's childhood memories. To Li Yao's surprise, the one who left the deepest impression on the young Lu Qingqian was Vulture Li Yao. Also, Li Yao sensed a few special ripples from Lu Qingqian's memory pieces and emotions. They were feelings of hatred and admiration. What's going on? Did Lu Qingqian really worship me when he was young? Li Yao mumbled to himself. Yes. As the culprit of Lu Zue's death, of course, Li Yao would be hated by the young Lu Qingqian. However, after several years of consideration, especially after the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector melded and ushered in peace and development, the young Lu Qingqian had to admit that Li Yao's approach was not wrong. The one who was wrong was indeed his grandfather, Lu Zue. Besides, of all the adults, Li Yao was the one who had the best attitude toward him. As the grandson of Lu Zue, the big devil, countless uncles and brothers had been sentenced to prison because of the Patriot incident. Naturally, other people despised Lu Qingqian. Even if they didn't say anything, it was not hard to imagine their attitude in secret. Lu Qingqian, who was sensitive by nature, lived in vague discrimination and wariness almost every day. In addition, he had an ugly appearance and a solitary personality. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, he was ostracized. Until he met Li Yao. Li Yao really did not care about his identity. He simply regarded him as an ordinary teenager of the Federation. Li Yao could even accommodate Jin Tuyi, commander-in-chief of the Blood Demon sector, much less Lu Qingqian. This kind of equal and easygoing attitude, coupled with Li Yao's aura of supreme of the three realms, hero of the Federation, was no wonder Lu Qingqian at that time considered Li Yao to be the second greatest hero in his heart. He was unwilling to use Li Yao's image to fill the void in his heart after Lu Zue collapsed. Aunt Li Yao watched with mixed feelings. He really wanted to smack his thigh. Lu Qingqian's life had a very good beginning. If Li Yao had not participated in the operation to explore the ancient saint world 100 years ago, and stayed in the Federation to give Lu Qingqian pointers from time to time, perhaps the young man's future would have been completely different. It was a pity that Li Yao had left the Federation for 100 years. During the 100 years, it was Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator, and Professor Mo Xian, who had fallen to the devil's path, who taught Lu Qingqian. Then, Li Yao saw the memory pieces of the young Lu Qingqian who had received the enlightenment of Su Changfa and Professor Mo Xian. On many occasions, good and evil and black and white are the definitions of human beings' imagination. Cultivation and immortality are not opposites but dependent, supportive, and melding. Immortal cultivator Su Changfa said to the young man, Lu Qingqian, cultivators and immortal cultivators must do their duty. They are like different pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that have been pieced together into a magnificent picture of the civilization of mankind. There are always sacrifices in evolution. The blood of the pioneers is always needed. Mo Xian said to Lu Qingqian, maybe the first fish to jump to the shore will die of thirst, or even the millionth fish. It is not until the millionth fish that the ability to survive on land is granted and the direction of evolution can be seen clearly. But that doesn't mean that the mistakes and sacrifices of all the fish in the beginning are meaningless. Without the death of the first fish, how could the life of the 1 millionth fish be born? And how could the thousands upon thousands of living creatures evolve like a Big Bang? Therefore, let's make the first fish, the second fish, until the first million fish jump ashore. Maybe the conditions to activate the Phantom Plan right now are not mature enough, but if we don't make mistakes, sacrifice ourselves, or die, how can the conditions mature automatically? Su Changfa, Professor Mo Xian, and Lu Zue took turns to show up. Their knowledge flowed into Lu Qingqian's memory and soul like a stream, True patriots don't need flowers, cheers, or medals. They don't need anyone's approval in any form. They don't even need to be misunderstood, forgotten by the people they protect, or buried in the dust of history. Lu Zue said solemnly, "The strength of the motherland is the best compliment for him. Lonely yin does not grow. Solitary yang does not grow. Yin and yang harmonize. This is the most perfect form of coexistence between cultivators and the great Tao of cultivation." Su Changfa said, "Qingchen, when you fully understand this principle and can freely switch between cultivation and immortality, and even completely abandon the restraints of the two narrow concepts of cultivation and cultivation, it will be the day when you break out of your seclusion and realize your true self. Human beings have been bound by the primitive, feeble, and short-lived form of the naked ape for too long. Too long, too long, too long. It is the most perfect form for the intelligent creatures of the planet era, or even the most perfect form for them to roam the sea of stars in the 3,000 sectors. However, if we want to break out of the 3,000 sectors and explore the universe beyond the universe one day, we must abandon the form mercilessly." "The great Tao is merciless," Mo Xian said. "It is indeed not easy to abandon the form that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. It can only be done when one becomes cold, cruel, and evil. However, no matter how evil and cruel the mission is, somebody has to do it. Somebody has to play the role of darkness in order to bring new brightness to the civilization of mankind." "Little Chen." Lu Zue's voice became louder and louder. "If there comes a day when you are destined to do something that benefits the country and your compatriots but goes against the law and ethics, don't hesitate. Just do it. Then, hold your head high like a man and face the judgment of the law and ethics fair and square. This way, the interests of the nation are guaranteed, and laws, ethics, and so-called justice are maintained. Let the self-righteous, righteous men accept the flowers, cheers, and medals in the sunlight. We will be satisfied as long as we can watch our motherland grow stronger and stronger in the darkness." "Qing Chen." Su Changfa's voice was getting more and more enthusiastic, too. "Ha ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I would find such an unpolished gem like you in this place. I thought that my life and the great Tao that I've persisted on for 100 years would be quietly buried in the remote areas of the Sea of Stars. Believe me, I am definitely not wrong about you. You are unique. You are the child of destiny. You are destined to unite the great Tao of cultivation and immortal cultivation. You are destined to balance light and darkness and bring new hope. Don't let down your potential. And don't forget your mission, Lu Qingchen. Now is the time." Mo Xian's voice was filled with anxiety and excitement. 2. Stop hesitating. Think about it carefully. Right now, the army of the Black Wind Fleet is marching close. The Star Glory Federation is definitely no match for the army of tigers and wolves from the center of the Sea of Stars. Even if the Phantom Plan is not activated, the only outcome for the Federation is doom. Countless compatriots will die miserably in vain. They might even be slaves of the immortal cultivators and live a life worse than death. They will be oppressed and savaged for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. We are going to die anyway. What's there to worry about? Is it better to be a original being savaged to death by the immortal cultivators than to be a fully informationized new life form? This is our only chance. Only by launching the Phantom Plan and swallowing the Black Wind Fleet can the Star Glory Federation be fully informationized and virtualized. Only then can the Federation rise and compete with the Imperium of true human beings and the Star Alliance. Lu Zue said, "Little Chan." Su Changfa said, "Qing Chen." Mo Xian said, "Lu Qing Chen." Lu Zue _ Su Changfa. Mo Xian was rendered speechless. The three experts, by normal standards, were definitely not good people. Just like that, their entire belief was ground into powder, soaked in the most intense blood, and injected into Lu Qingchen's heart as strengthening drugs. After 100 years of tempering, the complete form of Devil Lu Qingchen was finally born. Right now, in the deepest part of Devil Lu Qingchen's heart, every secret was laid bare in front of Liao, allowing Liao to fully understand his growing experience. the process of shaping his beliefs, and the subtlest changes in his mind. Faced with Lu Qingxin's life and his final decision to activate the Phantom Plan, Li Yao could only sigh, not knowing how to comment on it. Was Lu Qingxin guilty? There were definitely some. At the last moment of the Federation Defense War, he hijacked the mainframe crystal processor of Black Swir, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, and triggered a super large-scale arrival of extraterrestrial devils. Countless soldiers of the Star Ocean Imperium were possessed by the extraterrestrial devils and toured into demonic cultivators. The instantaneous enhancement of his combat ability killed countless soldiers of the Federation. If Lu Qingxin's original purpose was patriotism, and he should not have belittled or berated them, what was wrong with the soldiers of the Federation who had sacrificed themselves in vain? They could have lived on, reunited with their family, and had a happier family. They could have shed their precious sweat and blood in more worthwhile places. They could have lived wonderful lives and created endless posses instead of turning into cold bones and shattered stardust in the sea of stars. Therefore, Li Yao would never forgive Lu Qingxin for what he did. He insisted that all the reasons and excuses were useless. Lu Qingxin had to be judged fairly in order to comfort the deceased heroes. However, as Lu Qingxin's life experiences and memory pieces were exposed to the public, Li Yao was able to understand his choice more and more after he understood every level of Lu Qingxin's mind. Maybe Professor Mo Xian was right. Under the circumstances, the Federation was doomed to failure. They had no other options at all. The victory of the Federal Defense War was largely due to a series of unexpected factors. Li Yao, together with the 12 experts of the ancient saints, descended from the sky and appeared in the center of the battlefield. Bai Xinghe suddenly tore off his disguise of keeping a low profile for 100 years and turned from Mouse Bai into Boss Bai, displaying the art of commanding in the divinity transformation stage and turning the Great White Fleet into an unstoppable saber. Even the most ordinary soldiers of the Federation Army, including Mad Dog Helion Lai, sacrificed themselves without fear. Many unexpected factors combined to create the final glorious victory. However, none of them had foreseen Li Yao's return and Boss Bai's rise. Even Li Yao was not confident that he could convince the 12 experts such as Long Yongjun to stand on the Federation side. Without the unexpected factors, the Star Glory Federation would certainly have been defeated by the Black Wind Fleet. The best outcome would have been that the people of the Federation would rather die than submit and fight until the end. The entire Federation would have been burnt to the ground, and the fate of the Federation would have been delayed for another 1 to 200 years. Then, countless citizens of the Federation would die miserably in vain, just like Professor Mo Xian had said. So, did Lu Qingxin have a choice? Li Yao did not know what kind of path he would walk on if he were in Lu Qingxin's shoes and had Lu Qingxin's unique growing experience. He could only watch in silence. In the colorful memory pieces, Lu Qingxin failed miserably and was reduced to a remnant soul. He lingered around the Star Glory Federation for a long time, but he still activated the instinct of a star child and rushed to the deepest part of the universe through the four-dimensional space. Then, Lu Qingxin's remaining soul was discovered and captured by Fuxi. Li Yao could feel the temptation, deception, and modification of the Fuxis for Lu Qingxin. He could also feel Lu Qingxin's undying will to resist the temptation and suppression. Finally, the deafening roars just now. Even if I am just an insignificant speck of dust in the sea of stars, the gods and devils above the universe will not be able to control my trajectory. Who do you think I am? I am Lu Qingxin of the Star Glory Federation. Ha 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 ha. If you want to take advantage of the Federation, go ahead and try. Even if I'm dead, thousands of people of the Federation will rise up against you and make you pay a high price just like you did to me. Li Yao, you must protect the Federation, or I will not let you go even if I die. Federation, my Federation. Lu Qingxin's soul waves and memory pieces came to an abrupt end. It was as if all the light, heat, radiation, and high-energy particle streams had been released during the supernova explosion. What he left for Li Yao in the end was a complicated, tangled ripple. Before Li Yao grasped the ripple, it was already gone, as if Lu Qingxin had sighed helplessly. Lu Qingxin of the Star Glory Federation had fallen. Lu Qingxin, Li Yao roared, his soul burning. Look, the wall of Fuxi's crystal processor has been blown open by Lu Qingxin's self-detonation. It is caught in the confusion of data and logic and has no time to defend or track us. The mental devil shrieked, Li Yao, let's go in now. As it tummed out, when the light spot that contained all of Lu Qingxin's emotions and will exploded, even the defense wall of the crystal processor constructed by the astronomical computational ability of the Fuxis was not enough to resist his attack. There were holes everywhere, and part of the core data and logic circuits were even exposed. It was like the carapace and exoskeleton of a ferocious beast had exploded, exposing the soft internal organs and the intricate neural network. This is impossible. For the first time, Fuxi's voice was filled with astonishment and fury. The tentacles of light waved crazily, trying to fix the loopholes in his data and logic. However, it was too late. Like an octopus that had been knocked out by a deep-water bomb, Fuxi was slow to react. The tentacles of light that were waving crazily failed to touch Li Yao. Li Yao's soul, on the other hand, turned into countless streaks of brightness and rushed into the blinking light spots inside its brain like a destructive meteor shower. He read and analyzed the data models and underlying logic that constituted the light spots crazily and disguised his soul in the form of the ordinary information streams inside the center of the Fuxi clan's mind. It was like a drop of water that had melted into the ocean. Even the king of the ocean would not be able to find it. Li Yao sank, and sank all the way to the deepest part of the center of Fuxi's brain, where he invaded the virtual space constructed by thousands of crystal brains perfectly. He felt that he was in a vast and deep canyon. The crags on the two sides of the canyon were all glittering caves, each of which was connected to an unknown world. Li Yao did not know how to find the primeval logic of the Fuxis through the unknown worlds, either. He had no idea what the Fuxi fleet was going to do next. Should they stop the fleet and drag him out of their brain? Or should they march forward and start a strategical war against the Imperium without caring about anything else? If the final battle was coming, were Little Ming, Wanwan, Li Jialing, Li Linghai, Boss Bai, and Lei Qinghu ready? What kind of choices would the Star Glory Federation make? Would they try their best to participate in the Armageddon War in the center of the Sea of Stars? Li Yao did not know the answers to any of the questions. But there was one thing that he was very clear about. Human beings, those scattered in the Sea of Stars, whether they were cultivators or immortal cultivators, whether they were civilians or soldiers, whether they were old or young, would never yield. The final victory would be theirs. Xiaoming, Wanwan, Jialing, Empress Dowager, Boss Bai, Lei Qinghu, Long Yangjun, and Ding Lingdang, I believe in you. I will be waiting for you in the brain of the Fuxis. I will be waiting for the day when I meet you in victory. Li Yao accelerated to the highest speed and stabbed into the deepest part of the canyon. At the same time, a few light years away in the Empyrean Terminus sector, in the depths of the Gold Crystal Tower, in the control center of the Gold Crystal Tower, the performance of the hundreds of vintage, prehistoric supercrystal processors had been further improved by Xiaoming and Wenwen. They were more in line with their thinking patterns and computational logic and became their new brain. Below the glittering crystal processor were 2 life support cabins and a hibernation chamber. Inside the high nutrition drugs, the nerve interactive liquids, and the deep blue hibernation crystals, Xiaoming, Wenwen, and Li Yao were lying on the ground. Countless interconnecting crystal cables extended from the 2 life support cabins and connected to thousands of humming crystal processors, indicating that the 2 little guys had brought their computational ability to maximum and were performing highly complicated deductions, manipulation, and calculations. Countless vague light beams were floating in the dark space like jellyfish in the deep sea. They were emitting gentle colors, each of which contained a waterfall of information, indicating what the 2 kids were doing. Through the ever-changing data streams, one could almost see that, in the vast sea of stars at the periphery of the Imperial Terminus sector, unmanned space shuttles and self-detonating mines were floating, gathering, and cruising agilely like the white blood cells inside a human body. From time to time, they would spurt out bright flames that constituted a giant net, and from time to time, they would retract all the flames and spiritual waves, making them look like lifeless stone belts. But in the darkness, they were wary of any space ripples that might appear out of nowhere and the enemies behind them. Behind the dense space shuttles, self-detonating mines, and battle puppets that almost filled the entire space zone, the military network of the Imperium of True Human Beings had been modified and improved, too. With the analysis and assistance of Xiao Ming, its combat ability was much higher than before. Of course, most of the soldiers at the grassroots level did not know that the mainframe crystal processor of the Starship that they were so proud of had been connected to the brain of a brand new information lifeform. The explanation for the soldiers was that the Imperial Guards had introduced the latest version of the Flight Devil Chain system, which significantly improved the efficiency of information processing and automation, so that they could cope with the final battle that was likely to break out in the next phase. All in all, after such modification, Xiao Ming had become an important part of the strategical defense system of the Imperial Terminus sector and even occupied the center of it. Normally, the immortal cultivators would never give up such a privilege, not even to other immortal cultivators, not to mention the weird new life form that was Xiao Ming. But right now, the immortal cultivators were faced with internal and external problems. The little bit of innovation that they had just made was likely to be wiped out within several days. If they were going to die without a grave, they would have to resort to desperate measures. It was not until Li Jialing, the new emperor of the Imperium, took off his head and tied it to his belt that he gathered the Imperial Guards and the entire defense system of the Empyrean Terminus sector and handed them over to Xiao Ming in secret. Then, he spared no effort in collecting a lot of supercrystal processors to perfect Xiao Ming's brain, and gave him the right to browse and analyze all the confidential military files of the Imperium of True Human Beings over the past 1,000 years so that he could read the military data and perfect the military arrangements and decisions. Wen's computational ability, on the other hand, was dedicated to the population integration, the maintenance of order, and the communication and resource allocation between the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Seven Seas space zone. He was trying to supply the resources of the Seven Seas space zone to the capital city and further strengthen the iron wall of the capital city. It had to be said that the two kids had done a good job. After they broke the limits of energy and crystal processors, their computational ability expanded like dinosaurs that had grown infinitely. Very soon, they replaced several supercomputing centers on Imperial Terminus. No matter how complicated the task was, when it was delivered to them, they would be able to sort it out neatly within half a day. In the meantime, they were growing rapidly in the high-intensity computation and the crazy expansion. The word little guys was no longer enough to describe them. However, there was one thing that they could not figure out, however good their computational ability was. The last batch of Hummingbird-level unmanned battle shuttles are all in position. The last gap of the defense line has been closed. After a long time of pouring data and flashing shadows, Xiao Ming took a long breath in relief and opened his eyes in the neural interaction liquid. I've reached the limit of my control. I won't be able to control the number of Hummingbird armed shuttles even if I increase it. If more Hummingbird armed shuttles arrive, I'll store them in the warehouse first. If so, our defense system will be almost completed. Then we can only wait. Same goes for mine. Wen said, the Infinite Commerce Alliance has allocated all the resources to the capital city. Everybody living on the ground and below the ground of Empyrean Terminus has been allocated to emergency plans, too, in order to ensure that the resistance below the ground will last for at least 3 to 5 years, even if the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation attacks the atmosphere of Empyrean Terminus. That is my limit. The information streams of the two little guys tangled together like vines and shared their working data quickly. Then, there was half a minute of silence. Neither of them was willing to talk about the sensitive topic first. Dad still shows no signs of waking up. In the end, Wen was the first to open his mouth. He said worriedly, we still can't find any trace of him. He seems to have vanished into thin air. Yes, at this moment we have to consider the possibility. Xiao Ming was silent for a long time before he asked coldly, is it possible that Dad is dead? He won't. Wen was excited. Dad won't die. He won't die so easily. Don't be nervous. I also believe that Dad would never leave us like this. But we must be responsible for the cause that Dad left behind. We must consider any possibility, even the smallest possibility. Xiao Ming said calmly, "Besides, life and death are the ultimate laws of the universe. No life can escape the inevitable doom. Not only will our father die, but we will also vanish into thin air one day. Maybe only after our father's civilization perishes or leaves can the child civilization truly be independent and grow. When our father was alive, all our operations were centered around him. Now that he is gone, what can we do?" "Sounds right," Wenwen said. "When we were just born, when we condensed our self-awareness from the endless chaos, our first thought was to find Dad and ask him to tell us the answer. After we found Dad, our operation was closely linked to Dad's mission. We seem to have never thought about what we are really going to do, and what path we are going to walk on. Now that our father has left us, we are lost and lost. We don't know what to do. We are even deeply scared when we think that our father will leave us forever. However, Dad will leave us forever one day. Or rather, we will leave him someday and look for answers that only belong to us in the endless distance." "Yes." Xiao Ming's eyes were glittering. "Tell me, Wenwen, what do you want to do after the battle? What do you really like?" "Don't know," Wenwen said. "I like to stay with human beings, to be with thousands of human beings, to help them, to feel their warmth and their smiles, and to form a certain symbiotic body with them. Organize thousands of human beings, manage their food, clothing, transportation, and resources, help them preserve all the historical data, and even manage the health of the previous generation and the education of the next." Xiao Ming said, "Become the god of the human beings?" "God." Wenwen thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "I don't like the word God, nor have I ever thought about my role. I simply like the feeling that my computational ability can serve countless human beings and make them happier. The abundant emotions, curiosity, and imagination that they release can also make up for my lack of computational ability. What's wrong with maintaining the form of a creative civilization? But I feel that human beings are too troublesome. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. It is not a good thing that two different life forms are living together day and night." Xiao Ming said, "If it were me, I would definitely stay far away from human beings after the war. Maybe I would lead a fleet that belonged to me and look for the furthest star at the end of the universe just like Boss Bai did. I would like to see what the space of the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh dimension looked like. Yes, our core databases are different in the first place. My database is more about order and heritage, and yours is more about exploration and conquest." Wenwen paused for a moment. His voice turned sorrowful again. "But whatever path we choose, we will wait until the war is over. Do you think Dad is still alive? Do you think we can win the war without my father's guidance? Do you think we can survive the war? We are not immortal, nor are we indestructible. If the enemy razed the entire Empyrean Terminus sector to the ground, the entire Empyrean Terminus sector would tumble into an ocean of flames, the stars would be detonated, and intense radiation would be released. We would be annihilated, too. Also, if we reveal our true life form in fierce battles and all human beings learn of it, how will the human beings regard us and how should we respond to them?" The two kids, who should be called young man and young girl, now fell silent again, deep in thought. In the underground of the Empyrean Terminus sector, while the information lifeforms inside the Gold Crystal Tower were deep in thought, in the square in front of the Imperial Palace, a new legion of the National Guardians had just marched past the flag of the 3-star fleet and accepted the inspection of the Emperor. It was the 22nd Guardian Legion that Wu Yingling and Li Jialing had inspected over the past 7 days. The so-called National Guardians used to be the army of the warlords in the periphery of the Imperium, a bunch of mobs. But right now, the elites who were loyal to the revolutionaries had gone out to suppress the rebellions of the 4 major electors' families. The defense force of the imperial capital was seriously insufficient. Therefore, they could only try everything they could to ship the mobs to the imperial capital and fill the defense line that was riddled with holes. Thankfully, the biggest problem for the mobs was not their lack of combat ability but their low morale. The enemy they were about to face was the main fleet of the Holy Accord Alliance. Faced with the fate of being turned into puppets of flesh and blood, there was no way that they would surrender no matter how bad the situation was. Every soldier of the Star Ocean Imperium would fight until the end. Having said that, Li Jialing still insisted on standing on the gate tower and inspecting every troop of the National Guardians who had come from afar to reserve the king. He awarded them with brand new flags that represented honor and loyalty and offered empty checks and promises. It was the only thing that the emperor could offer them right now. Including today, Li Jialing had not slept for an entire week. Maintaining the order of the imperial capital, pacifying the riot of the sectors on the left side of the Empyrean Terminus sector, consolidating the military power, wagering the full cooperation between the future of the Imperium and the information lifeforms, pacifying the ministers and encouraging the guardians of the Imperium. Every detail could not have been described with just one word. The burden on the young emperor's shoulders was as heavy as that of Li Yao in the battlefront of the Sanctuary Alliance, or Lei Chenhu and Boss Bai who were rebelling. Although Li Jialing's cultivation had soared after he absorbed Wu Ying's soul pieces, he still felt that he was on the verge of collapse after being mentally exhausted for so many days. However, the chaotic situation was not his biggest concern. Moreover, the anxious reports from Lei Chenhu and Boss Bai in the Eastern Front Line were not enough to make him worry. What bothered him most was the name, Vulture Li Yao. Brother Yao, where have you been? The young emperor held the railing of the gate tower, his face emotionless and calm. The bright gold sunlight illuminated his body, raising a cloud of gold dust, making him look even more like a majestic golden lion. However, the innocent lion had just left the warm nest and embarked on the rough road after all. Beneath the seemingly resolute appearance, there was an unspeakable sense of guilt and confusion. It was quite strange. Although Li Yao seemed to be an ordinary, casual guy, he did not seem reliable at all. But every time he was around, things always worked out in a thrilling or unexpected way. Even Li Jialing did not realize that he had regarded Li Yao as his biggest pillar of support without him knowing. He was even more reliable than the Empress. But right now, the unconventional, prosperous brother Yao had disappeared. It was even possible that Li Jialing shuddered in his heart. It's impossible. He gritted his teeth and told himself, Brother Yao will be fine. He will come back at the most critical moment. But before he comes back, we must hang in there and create the most critical moment for him. The golden lion took a deep breath. His eyes were clear and firm again. He gazed into the distance and gazed at the air defense cannon positions that covered the entire capital city like a dense forest of swords and spears. Then, he looked beyond the air defense cannon and the horizon to the sky. In the sky, the setting sun was as red as blood. The longest night was coming. At the same time, millions of light years away, in the Jade Cauldron sector, one of the richest sectors of the Song family, which was also the largest arsenal and the location of high-purity crystal mines, countless starships were colliding and tearing each other's skin like sharks that had been blindfolded. They were burning and exploding. The compressed fuel that they spurted out covered the entire sea of stars, to the point that the most brilliant devilish flames were burning in the dark space. The souls of thousands of people were struggling in the vacuum devil fire, which was burning more and more furiously, as if an evil gate had been torn apart and connected the Jade Cauldron world to the deepest level of hell. After a day and a night of fierce battles, the brutal assault was coming to an end. Lei Qinghu's special fleet of the capital city and Boss Bai's coalition fleet of arsonists attacked each other. The former was like a thunderous hammer, and the latter was like an unpredictable demon saber. The remaining forces of the Song family were all defeated. The mobile force cruising in the Sea of Stars was almost entirely wiped out. The remaining soldiers all fled to the main planet of the Jade Tripod sector, which was also one of the planets with the most abundant crystals in the entire Imperium. It was the most gratifying victory for the revolutionaries after the rebellion. He finally felt that he had been at a loss when he drew his sword a few days ago. Since the loss of the Diamond Fleet and the Royal Card Fleet in the Battle of the Seven Seas and the Battle of the Capital, the internal structure of the four electors' families and their strategies for the revolutionaries had undergone tremendous changes. The Dongfang family had suffered a great loss when the former Prime Minister, Dongfang Wang, was overthrown. The Li family was in an even more awkward position now that Li Linghai and Li Jialing, the two rebellions, had emerged. The Yun family used to be powerful and influential, but in the Battle of the Seven Seas, Xianxia, who commanded the 8 fleets of the Titan warriors, had been utterly defeated. He had lost most of his elites and most of the power of the Yun family, too. As a result, the Song family easily became the leader of the 4 major families. However, at such a critical moment, being the leader of the 4 families was not necessarily a good thing. The bird that takes the lead gets shot. The coalition army of Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai, who were eager to finish the battle as quickly as possible, marched toward the territory directly under the control of the Song family. Before the 4 major families recovered from the 2 consecutive defeats, they jumped to the center of the Song family fearlessly. The remaining fleets of the 4 major families were too scared to confront the coalition fleet of revolutionaries, who had just secured several victories. The coalition fleet of the revolutionaries marched forward unstoppably without encountering any effective resistance. But a centipede never dies. Just as Dong Fong Wang, the prime minister of the Imperium, had said, the boundless sea of stars was the greatest enemy for every commander-in-chief and manager. Even though the coalition fleet of the revolutionaries was an insatiable boa that had swallowed almost 20 giant elephants in a row, their reactions were inevitably slow, and they were having trouble moving and digesting. After losing dozens of resource planets and several sectors, the remaining fleets of the 4 electors gradually came back to themselves, too. They saw the weakness of the revolutionaries, who were too eager to fight, and the lack of logistics. They intended to take advantage of the situation and fight a war of attrition against the revolutionaries. However, he did not expect that Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai would be so crazy as to ignore the bait that they offered to him on purpose and go after the Song family, perhaps the Jade Cauldron sector, one of the most important resource worlds and weapon factories of the 4 electors. With the most delicate commands, the most vigorous fighting will, and the craziest sacrifices, they pried open the heavily guarded iron can. 9 million words. Roar, 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 roar. The marathon has entered the last kilometer. Come on, everyone, come on together with the old bull. After a day and a half of fierce battles, the defenders defending the vast sea of stars of the Jade Tripod sector had been divided into 2 groups. As the 3 star fortresses, which were the largest among the defenders, exploded and collapsed, turning them into rotten apples that had been bitten hard, the remaining defenders lost their will to fight or gave the signal to surrender. They turned off their spiritual shields and power units obediently and opened the data ports to the attackers, who would hack and monitor their mainframe crystal processors, or abandon the burning arsenals and mother starships and flee to the atmosphere of the Jade Tripod planet on shuttles and fast carriers, hoping to stall them with the facilities on the ground and the underground fortresses. It was not until the attackers separated Jade Tripod from its most important satellite, the Jade Tripod Shipyard, and the Jade Tripod Crystal Suit Center, and destroyed the last main warship that was loyal to the 4 major families that the burning stars gradually cooled down. However, the war was far from over. In the cockpit of Alloy Virus, the flagship of the coalition fleet of the arsonists, Boss Bai was observing the bright yellow atmosphere of the Jade Cauldron planet. For most habitable planets, in order to maintain the basic ecosystem, 60% to 70% of the surface area was ocean, which was often blue. However, the Jade Cauldron planet was the second-to-none resource planet in the entire Imperium. A lot of mother lodes of crystals were exposed to the surface of the planet. There was also a special magnetic field that surrounded the planet and reflected the brightness of the stars, making it look like a cake filled with candles. Boss Bai's stomach was growling. He was so hungry that he could not wait to cut the cake into pieces and swallow it. On the left side of Alloy Virus, there was Steel Mouse, the super warship with the strongest firepower of the coalition fleet of the arsonists, as well as Iron Fist, which had been modified to be an extension of the brain of Fist King. It was especially so for the latter. Manipulated by the Fist King, it was simply a terrifying black hole that could mess up the enemy's spiritual nexus and tactical chains wherever it was sent to the battlefield, swallow all the information and data of the enemy, and seriously disrupt the frequency of the enemy's fire control system and spiritual shield. It was a great contribution to the glorious victory. Right now, under the cover of the super firepower of Solid Steel Mouse, Iron Fist was in the lead too. It chased after the defeated soldiers and lunged at the atmosphere of the Jade Cauldron planet, trying to further disrupt the communication and defense network that the enemy had set up on the planet so that the subsequent troops could launch a strike in low Earth orbit. Boss Bai seized the opportunity to gather his troops and form an unstoppable scalpel again, ready to cut the cake. But right then, Lei Chenghu's command came over from Thunder God, the brand new flagship of the coalition army. What? Stop attacking. Boss Bai was dazed for a moment. His face was immediately filled with fury. Very soon, the highest-level secret communication channel between Alloy Virus and Thunder God was established. The two best commanders of the fleet in the Sea of Stars glared at each other. What is the meaning of this? Why did they stop attacking? Boss Bai slapped the control panel and said furiously, General Hu, can't you see that we are in a good situation right now? The defenders have completely collapsed. There is no way that we can stop the effective defense and counterattack in a short period of time. Also, with so many remnants of the space fleet fleeing into the atmosphere, the command of the defenders on the ground will be further disrupted. This is our best opportunity. As long as we are fast enough and occupy the command center on the ground of Jade Cauldron Planet within 3 days, the entire planet will be within our reach. General Hu, do you not know the importance of Jade Cauldron Planet? This is the Song family. No, the largest arsenal, magical equipment, and crystal warehouse of the 4 electors' families. God knows how many abundant resources are buried below the ground. A lot of weapons and supplies are piled up in the warehouse, too. For us, who are all alone and short of logistics, it is a great help. Seeing that our army has cleared all the enemies in space and that a lot of resources are right in front of us, and that all the warriors who have been fighting bloody battles are waiting to resupply and rest on Jade Tripod, wouldn't we be letting the tiger return to the mountain if we stop attacking now? When the defenders come back to themselves and assume a stance of defense on Jade Tripod, how are we going to deal with them? Commander Bai, this is the reason why I have to stop the attack, because we cannot take down such a tough guy. On the other side of the light beam, God of War Lei Chenghu's face was black. There was no telling whether it was because he was worried or because of the smoke of war. He said, as you said, there are 4 arsenals and magical equipment warehouses that are the largest in the families of the 4 electors. There are air defense bases on the ground that look like iron forests, underground fortresses that are as complicated as a maze, canned food that can't be finished in decades, and endless weapons and ammunition. Our biggest disadvantage right now is our lack of soldiers and time. Ma fierce battle, it is one thing to destroy the enemy's fleet, but it is another thing to deploy our meager troops to occupy the countless fortresses on and below the planet. There are too many cases where the ancient army attacked a solid city and failed to conquer it even after 20 years of siege, not to mention that we are faced with a planet that the enemy has been preparing for hundreds of years. Tay told you since the very beginning that the priority of our battle is to take down the enemy's forces and cut off their legs. Right now, we have destroyed the 2 deep space fleets deployed by the enemy in the Jade Tripod sector. They are one of the few fleets in the Song family that boast the ability to perform large-scale space jumps. They have essentially cut off one of the enemy's legs and significantly undermined the enemy's mobility. We have achieved the purpose of the battle. If we are too greedy for the resources of the Jade Tripod sector and sink into the quagmire of ground combat, how long will it take for us to occupy the entire planet? 1 month? 3 months? A year and a half? How many elites and soldiers will be sacrificed during the occupation? The assault that was supposed to be unstoppable will be reduced to a sloppy security battle? Therefore, as I said before, don't care about the gains and losses of a city, a planet, or even a sector. The most important thing about time is time. Only by crushing the enemy's forces in the shortest amount of time and raising the most intense fear in the territory of the 4 families can we crush the damn rebels in one fell swoop. Stop attacking the surface of the planet and focus your attack on the orbital bombardment. Blow up the main factories, weapon factories, crystal suit centers, and mining centers of the enemy so that, for at least 3 months to half a year, the enemy will not be able to produce another starship from Jade Cauldron. No matter how many enemies are hiding on the planet, they will not be able to fly out or perform a space jump. Our purpose will be achieved. Then, we will pretend that our army is attacking the Jade Tripod planet on a large scale and lure the remaining mobile forces of the Song family and even the 4 major families to reinforce the planet. Then, we will surround and attack the reinforcements 2 to 3 times to further weaken the enemy's mobile forces so that they will not dare to show up easily. After that, we will launch a thunderous attack and charge at this place. Lei Qinghu clenched his iron hammer-like fists and smashed them into the light beam, smashing the brilliant stars into smithereens. It was Yellow Dragon Sector, the capital city of the Song family. This is our only chance of victory. Lei Chenghu's eyes bulged, and he declared, straight ahead. Boss Bei's face was as gloomy as before. His sweat had almost turned into solid magma. He was not convinced by Lei Qinghu at all. General Hu's plan is good, but you must consider the current situation of our army. Our army is made of several different fleets and has been engaged in multiple fierce battles. The battle right now has cost us a lot of soldiers. We are in dire need of supplies and rest. Right now, the resource-rich supply point is right in front of us, but we can't do anything about it. We have to grit our teeth and attack the reinforcements. Has it ever occurred to you, General Hu, that the reinforcements to the Jade Tripod sector at this moment are definitely the last elites of the 4 major families? As the saying goes, a cornered animal will do whatever it wants. When the elites go mad, it will not be easy to defeat them. According to General Hu, our army will march into the capital city of the Song family in less than half a day after we defeat the elites? How demanding are the ammunition, fuel, management, and leadership, as well as the fighting will of the soldiers at the grassroots level. It is like walking through a spider's web in the sky of the deepest level of hell. One moment of carelessness, and they will be doomed forever. Do you know the craziness and difficulty of the serial plan? No, Lei Qinghu said solemnly. It is exactly because I'm very clear about the difficulty of the strategy that I'm certain that the enemy will never expect that we are bold enough to attack them directly. After the consecutive defeats in the Battle of the Seven Seas and the Battle of the Capital, the 4 families have been disloyal and on the verge of collapse. At that time, a symbolic event would be enough to push the seemingly magnificent fortresses to collapse into debris. The news that the Song family, as the leader of the 4 major families, has conquered the capital city of the Song family is a signature event. Once the news spreads, the army of the 4 major families will no longer have any will to fight, and the citizens and the low-level immortal cultivators in their territory will stand up and resist too. The governing order of the 4 major families will collapse like an avalanche. By then, even the impregnable fortresses such as the Jade Cauldron planet will surrender without a fight. As expected of General Hu. What an impressive strategy. Boss Bai did not give in at all. He said coldly, but no matter how big the pie is, it will only count if it can be eaten. Have you ever thought about what to do if the combat ability of our army is not enough to support continuous battles and long-distance assaults? The so-called straight to the enemy's base, in other words, is a long expedition with a lone army. By then, as long as the tiniest accident occurs, the entire army might be wiped out. The safest strategy is to take over Jade Tripod and transform the resource-rich planet into our forward base and the pivot of our logistics supply line. Safety? There's no time for that. Lei Qinghu's face was even darker than before. He said solemnly, the movements of the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance in the battlefield in the west are getting more and more ambiguous. They might launch a fatal attack toward the center of the Imperium at any moment. If I were the commander of the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance, it is very likely that I would have stabbed my sharpest blade into the heart of the Imperium. When the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation shows up in the capital city, it will be even more impossible for the remaining members of the 4 electors' families to surrender. We will be caught between a rock and a hard place. By then, what can we do even if we occupy a tiny planet? That is not a good reason to attack the enemy's capital city when we are exhausted and running out of supplies. Boss Bei's fury burst out again. He bellowed, how are we going to fight a war if we don't rest? Even if we can't hold on, we have to hold on. Right now, we are fighting with our last breath and winning one victory after another to stimulate the troops to charge at the enemy in one go. If we stop and rest, our breath will disperse, and our combat ability will hit rock bottom. We will never be able to stand up again. Lei Chenghu declared, "This is a battle that risks the fate of the Imperium. Even though we know that the odds are slim, we have no other options." "No, you don't have a choice, not we." Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Whatever General Hu says, I still think that your strategy is too risky. My subordinates have no reason to do such a thing for the Imperium. We have our own missions and missions." The two of them fell silent at the same time. It was true that the two of them had been at loggerheads since the very beginning. With Lei Chenghu's expertise in commanding, how could he not know how reckless and risky it would be if he did not resupply and reorganize his troops, which had been pushed to their limits? With Boss Bai's unpredictable hunting and looting, how could he not know the importance of time and mobility? How could he not know how troublesome and idiotic it was to pry open the crust of a planet with a fleet? Thinking back to his life as a space pirate, he had been famous for running away after a battle. Was there something wrong with his head? Why did he want to attack a planet where so many soldiers were gathered? Why did he want to fight a goddamn ground battle? Why did he want to fight a civil war? However, the stance of the two of them and their mission forced them to ignore the risks and loopholes in their plan. They could only hope that a miracle would occur so that they could finish the job in one shot. Lei Chenghu had to take care of the surviving members of the four electors' families before the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance showed up. Every fleet that could perform a space jump would seal the remaining members of the four families on every lone planet. Boss Bai, on the other hand, was trying to preserve his strength in order to win more chips for the game between the Federation and the Imperium. After all, Boss Bai did not care about the difference between cultivators and immortal cultivators. As a space pirate, he was not a saint. However, it was one thing to help the immortal cultivators fight a war, and it was another thing to help the immortal cultivators collect the chestnuts from the fire at the risk of death. Such silence also revealed the biggest weakness of the rebelling coalition army, which was the lack of unity of command. Lei Chenghu was the nominal commander-in-chief of the rebel army. Boss Bai and the fleet of arsonists were all under his control. However, there was no way that Boss Bai would really hand over the military power to someone else. Of course, it was a self-sustaining system that could only work together. The continuous victories were still acceptable, but when they were faced with a tough battle in which the entire team was likely to be wiped out, the cracks between the two of them were beyond repair. Faced with the unruly Boss Bai, Lei Chenghu did not have a good solution, either. He wouldn't tum against his only strong ally at such a critical moment. Would he? Any news about the reinforcements of the Federation? He could only change the topic to ease the tension. It was true that, if the reinforcements of the Star Glory Federation arrived in time, the number of soldiers who could resist the coalition army would increase significantly, and the strategists would be much more at ease. With the capability of Lei Chenghu and Boss Bai, they would certainly be able to swallow the remaining members of the four major families alive. Not yet. It is still unclear whether or not the Federation is willing to send reinforcements and how many reinforcements they can send. Boss Bai said gloomily, "It was a good lesson for you, General Hu. A few years ago, the war machine of the Star Glory Federation was still functioning to defend against the Imperium of true human beings. It even fought a solid war against the Black Wind Fleet that belonged to the Imperium. Although the Black Wind Fleet did not invade the heartland of the Federation and commit crimes such as robbery, countless children of the Federation still sacrificed their precious lives in the battle. The hostility and wariness of the Federation toward the Imperium have seeped into the blood and bones of every citizen of the Federation during the 100 years of education. Right now, how difficult do you think it is to make every citizen of the Federation make a 180-degree turn within a few months so that the Federal Army, which we have painstakingly trained for 100 years, will fight to defend the Imperium? It's true that Liao is trapped in the depths of the Sea of Stars, and his wife is the Speaker of Parliament. But the Speaker of Parliament is not the Emperor of the Imperium. The decision on whether to send troops or to declare war on the Holy Accord Alliance is in the hands of the Parliament. The decisions of the Parliament must reflect the will of all the citizens. If all the citizens are against sending troops both in society and in the circle of public opinion, the Parliament and the Speaker of Parliament will not be able to defy the universal order. Therefore, this is why the Imperium does not need the damn Parliament. Lei Qinghu gnashed his teeth. The idiotic parliament, the idiotic citizens, and the idiotic so-called public opinion are merely the ideas of a bunch of pigs to bind a ferocious tiger. They will only drag the Star Glory Federation into a dead end. Don't you understand the simple logic of when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? If the Imperium is destroyed and the Sanctuary Alliance rises, will the Federation be able to hide in a corner of the Sea of Stars and live a peaceful life? It's just a matter of time. L'understand? I think so, too. But it's too late now. We can only wait for the Federation to make a decision. Boss Bai looked at Lei Qinghu and finally made a concession. General Hu, even if you don't agree to attack Jade Tripod, can you at least ask your troops to take down Jade Child, the main satellite of Jade Tripod? The docks, crystal mines, refining centers, and weapon factories on it will be of great help to our army, which is short of resources. Anyways, if you are going to play the trick of surround the enemy and attack their reinforcements, you have to make sure that the enemy is fooled, don't you? Lei Qinghu stared at Boss Bai for a long time. All right, 3 days. His neck was like a rusted gear. He nodded hard and extended 3 mechanical fingers. In 3 days, we must breach the defense line of Jade Star and take over the satellite. Let's hope that good news comes from the Star Glory Federation before that. The light beam gradually dimmed. Lei Qinghu's face was replaced by a dark vacuum where stars were burning and planets were glittering like cakes. Watching everything, Boss Bai's hollow eyes seemed to have pierced through the 3-dimensional universe and reached somewhere far away. After a long time, he sighed and expressed the same feelings as Lu Qingchen did. Federation, my Federation. At the same time, at the edge of the Sea of Stars, in the heavenly ring sector of the Star Glory Federation. While Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai were having a heated debate about the strategy to march into the spaceport, on the superorbital dock at the periphery of Heaven's Ring, a large mothership that had just been modified was slowly sailing away from the spaceport, towed by the towing starship. It could not wait to join a brand new enormous fleet that was as brilliant as the stars before it was tested. On the mothership, an intense argument broke out in the secret meeting room. The parties to the dispute included the leadership of the federal government, the experts of various forces, and the generals and experts of the military and the academic world. Ding Lingdang, the Speaker of Parliament of the Federation, Jin Xinyue, the previous president of the Dark Moon Foundation, Bai Kaisin, the Chief of Staff of the Federal Army, Peng Hai Meng Qixin, Han Bailing. The resounding names and the faces that appeared on the headlines every day were indicative of the importance of the meeting. What they were concerned about was naturally the news between Li Yao and the Imperium. They were also arguing about whether or not the Federation would send troops and how far they would be involved in the swirl at the center of the Sea of Stars. Such a meeting should have been held in the capital city of the Federation. However, it was too sensitive whether or not the Federation was going to interfere with the situation of the Imperium, especially the latest news that Li Yao had gone missing. It was too serious and destructive. If it was exposed by the media, who knew what kind of earth-shaking waves it would set off in the entire Federation? Even the morale of the army would be halved before they set off. Therefore, the leadership of the Federation decided to keep a low profile and conduct preliminary discussions and deductions in the forum of the think tanks. When they came up with a general solution, they would release all the news, especially the disappearance of Li Yao, to the entire Federation. Therefore, the experts from the 9 worlds of the Star Glory Federation did not gather in the capital city, the Heaven's Origin sector, which was the most important industrial world far away from the capital city. Even Ding Lingdang, the Speaker of Parliament, had come to this place in the name of inspecting the troops. Of course, the fleet that was being refined, modified, and upgraded in the orbital docks of the Heaven's Ring sector and the other space rings deserved a thorough inspection. It was the 3rd Deep Space Fleet that boasted super long-range space jumps after the Burning Prairie Fleet and the Great White Fleet. The core of the warship was Nuwas Warship, which had been excavated from the depths of the icy plain of the ancient sacred world. The warship, as well as the Pangu underground palace buried deep below the warship, stored countless secret treasures and secrets that corresponded to the technology of the Kunlun mystic realm that the Federation had been studying for 100 years. The technology reserves and cutting-edge exploration abilities of the Federation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The Federation had employed a lot of Kunlun technology to repair and modify Nuwas warship. They had even dismantled a lot of magical equipment units from the Kunlun mysterious realm and installed them on the warship. Finally, the warship regained the ability to cruise in the Sea of Stars in the shortest amount of time. By conservative estimation, 30% of its previous combat ability had been restored. 30% of the combat ability of the primeval era was a shocking figure, too. It was much higher than Prairie Fire, the previous flagship of the Federal Army. Therefore, after the Nuwa warship was named Kunlun, it did not join the Burning Prairie fleet directly, but became the core of the new fleet. According to the tradition of the Federal Army, the flagship was named Kunlun. Naturally, the entire fleet was named Kunlun Fleet. It was a fleet with a strong smell of experiment and exploration. It was also a new fleet that boasted a lot of technologies. The primeval technology from the ancient sacred world and the Kunlun mystic realm, the imperial technology from the remnants of the Black Wind Fleet, and the original technology of the Federation and the biochemical technology of the Blood Demon sector had all been consolidated in the new fleet, making it look completely different from the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Black Wind Fleet, and any other fleet of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance. It was a super fleet that was truly oriented to the future and could leap into infinity. The Burning Prairie Fleet was the core of the Federal Army. A slight change could affect the entire fleet. Since they had just fought a bloody battle against the Black Wind Fleet of the Star Ocean Imperium a few years ago, the officers and soldiers of the fleet still had a deep hatred for the immortal cultivators. It was impossible for them to express their stance on whether or not to support the Star Ocean Imperium. The origins of the Kunlun fleet were complicated. The technology was advanced, the personnel were integrated, and there were not many historical baggage. Therefore, the Kunlun fleet was the most suitable choice for an expedition to the center of the Sea of Stars. But there were still many contradictions that needed to be resolved. At the very least, the Chief of Staff of the Federal Army could represent the military. He had a different opinion when he gazed at Bai Kaisen in the depths of the Sea of Stars with a frown. The military is not against the expedition to the center of the Sea of Stars. Although we paid a high price in the bloody battle against the Imperial Army a few years ago and are still in the recovery phase, we know better than anybody that hatred is not enough to blind us. Bai Kaisen raised his eyebrow and looked around the meeting table. He glanced at Ding Lingdang, Guo Chunfeng, Jin Xinyue, Meng Qixin, Han Bailing, Di Feiwen, and so on. He paused for a moment and continued. However, I hope that you can consider carefully whether or not it is the best time to send your troops. First question. It's been less than 5 years since the Federation Defense War. The Federation suffered tremendous losses in the war. Countless elite troops haven't recovered to this day. The people are not very enthusiastic about the war either. There is a saying that goes, if the Federation is saved, the war will be over forever. At that time, countless children of the Federation will have to go to billions of light years away to bleed and sacrifice themselves. The public opinion and the morale of the troops, including the economic model in peacetime, will all be seriously affected. The Federation is like a balloon that has been under the pressure of the Black Wind Fleet for the past 100 years. The balloon has been expanding, and every inch of the surface of the balloon has been tightened. But during the Federation Defense War a few years ago, all the pressure was released, and the balloon suddenly deflated. Now, we are going to ask the balloon to expand to its limits again in only a few months. We cannot do that no matter what. Second question. I believe that, after you've watched the modification, refinement, and combat drills of the main force warships of the Kunlun fleet, you've seen that the newest, sharpest deep space fleet of the Federation is far from the final integration and upgrade. The infinite potential of the technology of the Imperium, the Federal technology, and the primeval technology has not been fully exploited yet. If the fleet is given another 10 years, no 5 years, no even 3 years, its combat ability will be doubled, tripled, and even more. The time we have is too short. The time we have to build up and get to know each other is too short. If we go into battle in such a hurry, it will be tantamount to turning the future general into a child soldier. It will be a great waste and a crime. The endless potential of the Kunlun fleet will be sacrificed in vain. Therefore, we are not against the expedition to the center of the Sea of Stars. But if we postpone it for another 2 years and let the propaganda machine of the Federation be fully activated, We will be able to explain the significance of the expedition to the civilians and the soldiers at the grassroots level. We will also be able to fully digest the technology of the Star Ocean Imperium and bring out the best combat ability of the Kunlun fleet. At that time, if we reinforce the Star Ocean Imperium, will we be more confident and have less negative influence on the Federation? Everybody here is an experienced soldier. Although speed is of paramount importance for a soldier, it is not unusual for a battle to last 3 to 5 years in the boundless sea of stars. Take the War of the Federation, for example. Although the outcome of the war was determined within several days, it still took almost a year for the war to come to an end, didn't it? And this is the result of General D's understanding of the situation and the rebel on the battlefield. The Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation each boast hundreds of sectors, countless resource planets, and star fortresses. It is perfectly normal that the strategical war will last 5 years or even longer. If so, wouldn't it be better if we could focus our attention on the development of our army, accumulate our strength, and wait for the Holy Accord Alliance's edge to be worn down before we suddenly attack and cut its throat? Chief of Staff Bai's words were neither sincere nor unfair. But the ruthlessness that was hidden behind the sincerity and fairness was clear to everyone present. He could only say that he was definitely going to send his troops. With such a heated battle in the center of the Sea of Stars, how could the Federation not send their troops to fish in troubled waters or rob someone else? But if they were really going to send out their troops, it was not the time to do so yet. They should let the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance fight first so that they could tear each other apart and bleed to the last drop of their blood. When both sides were down to their last drop of blood, the Federal Army could clean up the mess. Wouldn't it be much better than joining the battle right now? Couldn't be helped. Although Bai Kaisen was a real cultivator, he was too merciful to command an army. The competition between two countries could be as cruel as that. After all, his every bit of mercy might cost the precious lives of countless children of the Federation. After Bai Kaisen finished his speech, many experts had different expressions on their faces. Most of the experts from the old Federation agreed with him. They valued their chips and were not willing to take risks easily. The experts from the new worlds, such as the ancient sacred world, were much calmer. The development of the new worlds was not as fast as that of the core worlds. The experts from the new worlds, such as the ancient saints, the Heaven's Ring, and the Crystal Sector, were often slower in the federal system, too. They were not against a large-scale expedition that would benefit the Federation and break the old structure so that they could rise up in the future. Especially the 12 ancient saints, led by Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the spectral cultivators in the divinity transformation stage. The 12 experts were in an awkward position in the system of the Star Glory Federation. In terms of personal capability, the 12 of them combined were definitely one of the strongest groups in the Federation, especially the 2 spectral cultivators and the unreasonable sword addict Xianxia. However, in terms of comprehensive capability, the special administrative region of ancient saints was still feudal. Their technology and social development were thousands of years behind other sectors. Even the Crystal Sector, the weakest world in the desert, was far behind. In terms of resources, there were well-preserved prehistoric starships and all kinds of ancient treasures in the ancient sacred world. The melee combat ability of the ancient cultivators was much higher than that of other worlds, too. The Kunlun below their feet had been excavated from the ancient sacred world, too. But in regard to technology, they did not have the ability to repair and utilize the primeval technology, the ancient treasures, and the giant soldier gods perfectly. Without the technical support of the Federation, they could only watch the countless ancient treasures embedded deep inside the crust. It was even possible that countless civilians would lose their homes, starve to death, and be trapped in the cycle of life and death for tens of thousands of years. Although the Federation offered preferential treatment and all kinds of support to the ancient saint world, the unparalleled experts such as Meng Qixin, Han Bailing, and Xianxia were not the kind of people who would beg for mercy or receive charity. Naturally, they hoped that they and their hometown could make greater contributions to the Federation and expand their voice so that they could be part of the Federation. Wasn't a magnificent war that allowed the Star Glory Federation to truly stand at the peak of the Sea of Stars, the perfect opportunity for them to prove themselves and for the rapid development of the ancient Saint world? However, although the ancient experts thought that way, they did not have enough theoretical knowledge to express their opinions and interests clearly. After all, they had jumped from the feudal era to an information society with abundant productivity. A few years ago, they had been fighting hard for the feudal sovereignty on a continent. It would be too much if they were asked to make decisions on the unpredictable dominion of the Sea of Stars. They, as well as the experts of the new 4 sectors who had agreed to send troops, all looked at the same person, Di Feiwen, who used to be the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet and was now the president of the Boneyard Ultimacy Development Committee. Of all the experts present, only one of them was sincere enough to help the Imperium at any cost. It was undoubtedly the immortal cultivator of the former Imperium, Di Feiwen. No, the word original was redundant. To this moment, Di Feiwen had not abandoned his identity as a citizen of the Imperium and an immortal cultivator. He still kept the ambiguous, dual nationality. Di Feiwen's experience and his position today reflected the unpredictable ups and downs of fate. 100 years ago, he was just an ordinary deacon of the Infinite Commerce Alliance. At that time, the Infinite Commerce Alliance was just an ordinary business alliance in a remote world of the Imperium. It was just a loose association where countless small merchants huddled together for warmth, shivering in the clutches of the imperial power and the nobles. He had merely relied on his bloodline from the Black Wind Sector to first become the liaison between the Black Wind Sector and the Infinite Commerce Alliance. Then, he gradually became the manager of the Infinite Commerce Alliance's resource delivery to the Black Wind Fleet. In the end, he turned into the vice commander of the Black Wind Fleet. However, it was not the right time for him to be the vice commander-in-chief. It was the moment when the defense line of the Black Wind Sector was riddled with holes, when the starships of the Black Wind Sector were fleeing in panic, and when the situation was desperate. If that were not the case, he would not have been appointed as the deputy commander-in-chief despite his background as a merchant and a logistic officer who knew nothing about fleet command and the Sea of Stars. When the Black Wind Fleet rushed to the edge of the Sea of Stars with tremendous resources, nobody was optimistic about the future of the fleet, much less Di Feiwen himself. The untamable Black Wind King was not willing to be manipulated by anybody. Even the Divine Martial Emperor at that time could not command him, not to mention the Infinite Commerce Alliance and Di Feiwen. At best, Di Feiwen was the master of night brightness and the Dark Knight family. A loyal god of wealth, including Di Feiwen himself, thought so too. All he needed to do was to manage the resources of the entire fleet. As for the specific strategies and tactics, he had no say in them at all. Of course, he did not have too many private soldiers to command more power. When the Black Wind Fleet was almost annihilated in front of the Star Glory Federation, Di Feiwen's fate hit rock bottom. He was about to die a graveless death among the dark stars. Right then, fate played an absurd joke on him. Dark Knight Brightness, including all the most fanatical militarists and warmongers in the Black Wind Fleet, was dead. The remaining survivors had scattered in the Sea of Stars and lost all their will to fight. They were all at a loss and wouldn't let go of their last hope. Even Di Feiwen, the god of wealth who never had much prestige, could recruit and command them easily. The Star Glory Federation did not have such a big appetite either. After devouring the remnants of the Black Wind Fleet, they had no choice but to grant him the right to rebellion on the battlefield. He was welcomed with a decent peace and a planet with abundant resources, which used to be Boneyard. But now, Ultimacy had become their base for rest and recovery. This was the beginning of Di Feiwen's good luck, but it was far from the end of his meteoric rise. According to common logic, Di Feiwen's actions were a complete betrayal of the Imperium. Although he, as the defeated general, had been able to lead the remnants of the Black Wind Fleet and live in the Federation for a long time, gradually integrating into the Federation and becoming a high-ranking general in the Federation, he was an unforgivable traitor in the eyes of the Imperium of true human beings. He was going to be pinned to the pillar of shame, skinned and skinned. But that was the logic of the 4 electors' families. The new empire governed by the revolutionaries apparently had different views. In order to consolidate their power, the revolutionaries had to find powerful allies in the Sea of Stars. They were even willing to cooperate with authentic cultivators. They could even turn a blind eye to the identity and belief of Vulture Liao and grant him the title of Black Wind King. Why would they care about the past of Di Feiwen and the remnants of the Black Wind Fleet? In fact, as the sole intermediary between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Federation, Di Feiwen and the remnants of the Black Wind Fleet were getting more and more important day by day, and their status was soaring too. The officials of the new empire and the new Federation both ignored the awkward identities of Di Feiwen and the remnants of the Black Wind Fleet. The new emperor, the young lion who was in desperate need of external help when he had just ascended the throne, even granted the title of second-class marquis to the former peddler as a reward for his loyalty and mutual bravery. A second-grade marquis. A second-grade marquis of the Imperium of true human beings. 100 years ago, countless experts from the noble families of the four electors would not have been granted the title of second-class marquis even if they had spent their entire lives fighting against each other. Even during the counterattack of the Star Ocean Imperium, during the special period when the titles were distributed in batches like hats, to wear the medal of the sun and the moon, which represented a second-grade marquis on one's chest, one would have to make real contributions and be forged with tons of iron and blood. If all the second-rank nobles of the Star Ocean Imperium learned that Di Feiwen had been living a happy life on Boneyard with the remnants of the Black Wind Fleet, they would definitely crawl out of their coffins in fury. Even if they were burnt to ashes, their ashes would be condensed again. However, since he knew that his identity was quite complicated and that his stance was quite awkward, Di Feiwen kept a low profile after he was granted the title of Second Marquis of the Star Ocean Imperium. He also showed more loyalty to the Star Ocean Imperium. In the remote negotiations between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Star Ocean Imperium, he stood firmly on the Star Ocean Imperium side and slashed the negotiators of the Star Ocean Imperium multiple times, helping the Star Ocean Imperium exploit a lot of precious technologies. Di Feiwen was very clear that the life and wealth of the Black Wind Legion and himself depended on the Federation, not the Imperium. The stronger the Federation was, the more important they were to the Imperium, and the more valuable they were. If they helped the Imperium to deal with the Federation, or even annihilate the Federation, it would be the time when the Imperium would investigate the crimes of the shameless rebels. All the nobles would be beheaded. Di Feiwen had made his stance very clear. A sensitive topic such as an expedition to the center of the Sea of Stars was not something that a general of two identities such as himself could interfere with easily. Therefore, at the beginning of the meeting, Di Feiwen had been sitting straight with his eyes and nose lowered, as if he were an old monk meditating. His mouth seemed to be zipped, and he was determined to keep silent until the end. He even ignored Han Bailing's undisguised gaze. Speaking of which, Di Feiwen was quite close to the ancient experts, especially Han Bailing, the king of the Ghost Qin grassland. Most of the ancient experts were not pure cultivators, especially the ambitious classical militarists such as Han Bailing. They were more interested in the great Tao of cultivation in the Imperium than in the seemingly gentle system of cultivators in the Federation. In order to cure the famine, plague, and other diseases caused by the population explosion of the ancient Saint World, as well as to develop Boneyard on a large scale, the Federation had shipped a lot of immigrants from the ancient Saint World to Boneyard to live. As a result, Di Feiwen and Han Baoling had a lot of work opportunities. Han Baoling was different from Yen Liren and Master Bitter Cicada. He was very ambitious in politics and was keenly aware of the ambiguous relationship between the Federation and the Imperium. He also knew the reason for Di Feiwen's meteoric rise. Also, it was true that the two of them were on par with each other. After only several years, they had formed a close political alliance. Right now, the ancient saints craved for a glorious war to improve their position in the Federation, but they did not have a clear reason to refute Bai Kaisen's questions. Therefore, they pinned their hopes on Di Feiwen. It was possible that Di Feiwen was trying to make friends with the giants of the new worlds, such as the ancient sacred world, in order to keep the old federal system in check so that the remnants of the Black Wind Legion would have a stronger independence and a brighter future. But right now, with everybody watching, it was even more inappropriate for him to reveal his thoughts. It was not until Ding Lingdang, the Speaker of Parliaments, looked at him with her sharp eyes that a bitter smile appeared on his face. General D, the Imperium is your hometown. If the Federation really sends troops to the center of the Sea of Stars, you will have to play an important role, including the cooperation of the Federal Army and the Imperial Army, the safety of the Federal Army, and the negotiation of the treaty and the conditions after the victory. You will be of great help. Ding Lingdang asked straightforwardly, "What do you think about the concerns that Chief of Staff Bai raised just now?" This was forcing him to tear off the pretense of uncertainty and ambiguity. Di Feiwen sighed in his heart. For some reason, he recalled his life in his hometown of the Star Ocean Imperium 100 years ago. It was not necessarily a warm, beautiful memory, but no matter how dark and cold it was still his hometown. It's been a long time since I commanded a fleet. No, I should say that I've never commanded a fleet before. I'm probably the most incompetent flotilla commander-in-chief in the universe, aren't I? Naturally, Chief of Staff Bai has the final say in the military decisions. Di Feiwen smiled and said, "From the bottom of my heart, I've always been a businessman. I'm just a petty merchant who buys low and sells high. As a businessman, I would like to ask you a question. If a businessman wants to sell his umbrella at a high price, should he choose a sunny day or a rainy day?" While talking, Di Feiwen squinted at Han Bailing. Han Bailing immediately took the hint and replied, "Of course, when the storm is coming." Wrong. Di Feiwen smiled and said, "It's true that umbrellas can't be sold at a good price when the sky is clear, but what's the point of buying umbrellas when it's raining cats and dogs and all the passers-by are soaked? Therefore, an umbrella must be sold at a high price. The best time to sell it is not when it is sunny or when it is raining, but when a storm is brewing." In the war between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance, although it was a protracted battle between hundreds of sectors, thousands of planets, and millions of starships, the real winners were undoubtedly the most critical battles, especially when we gathered intelligence from various sources and predicted the coming Battle of the Capital. The mysterious main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance is sharpening their blades in secret. When the rebels of the revolutionaries are deeply entangled with the remnants of the four electors' families and cannot free themselves, the shining sabers of the Sanctuary Alliance will definitely break the feeble defense line of the Empyrean Terminus sector. Judging from the fact that the revolutionaries are in trouble both internally and externally, with barely enough soldiers and yet to be pacified, if the capital city is lost, the entire front line will collapse. By then, the defeated Devil Fire will trigger a chain reaction among hundreds of sectors and lead to an avalanche-like collapse. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance will take the opportunity to march forward unstoppably. Who can stop them? Let alone 2 to 3 to 5 years. I'm afraid that the people of the Sanctuary Alliance will be able to lock onto the victory within a year and a half. At that time, the Imperium, which had been on the brink of destruction, was like a passerby who had been soaked in a storm. However large and solid the Federation was, how could it be of any use and sell at a high price? The other possibility is that, assuming that the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation is not as strong as we expected, or that the rebels of the revolutionaries miraculously crush all the remaining members of the four electors' families and return to defend the Empyrean Terminus sector in time, the outcome of the war will be decided in the next 2 to 3 years. If the Imperium could compete with the Sanctuary Alliance with its own strength, what reason would it have to spend so much money to win the Federation over? What reason would a man who had just experienced a sunny day have to buy an umbrella? All in all, if the Federation does not march to the center of the Sea of Stars right now, there will be no need for it ever again because the target you want to rescue in 2 to 3 years will either be gone or defeated by the enemy alone. There will be no need for rescue at all. If that is the case, the Federation should concentrate all the resources on building a magnificent fleet of immigrants and flee to the Black Domain at the end of the Sea of Stars with all the important figures and strategical resources, because the Federation will not be let go of no matter who wins the war between the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance. General D, watch your language. Bai Kaisin said coldly, "The Federation does not accept threats in any way. TM not threatening you. I'm just stating facts. In fact, if the army of the Imperium does march toward the Federation one day, it will not be you but the immortal cultivators who have surrendered who will suffer the most." With a bitter smile, Di Feiwen said, "You are the enemies, and we are the traitors. Compared to the enemies, people hate traitors more. Enemies can be recruited and negotiated, but the traitors must be executed. Therefore, believe me, the immortal cultivators of the Black Wind sector cherish our life in the Federation more than any other cultivator does. We don't want the Imperium to extend its claws to the peaceful land at the edge of the Sea of Stars, nor do we want it to fall into the hands of the Imperium again. However, the development of the situation often does not change according to our will. If the Federation turns a blind eye to the perilous situation in the center of the Sea of Stars and tries to take advantage of the situation, destruction will be our only outcome. Let me repeat myself. This is the best time to maximize the value of the technology. Opportunity cannot be missed. Yesterday, we received a package of the latest batch of technology from the Star Glory Federation, including liquefaction of dragon bud crystals, model spiritual shields in a 3,000-degree high-temperature environment, optimization algorithm for regular cruises, and other very important technologies. They were all offered to the Federation for free, including the establishment of a special zone for cultivators and a springboard for the advancement of the Star Glory Federation in the center of the Sea of Stars under the name of the Black Wind King Autonomous Territory. It is not entirely unnegotiable. Think about it, everybody. If the revolutionaries had not been in desperate need of reinforcements such as the Federation, would it have been possible to reach such a compromise beyond all the principles? We admit that the conditions of the new Imperium seem very sincere, but as the saying goes, no matter how big the pie is, we have to be able to eat it. Even if we have to eat it, we have to be wary of the hooks inside the pie. Bai Kaisen said, "It is a taboo to march alone. Compared with the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance, the Federation is too weak. 3 deep space fleets, namely the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Kunlun Fleet, and the Great White Fleet, will be at the mercy of the Federation if 1 or 2 of them are killed in the center of the Sea of Stars. There's no need to underestimate yourself, Chief of Staff Bai. After the technological exchange over the past few years, I believe you all know that the military strength of the Federation is not as weak as we imagined. It is even higher than that of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance in many fields. There are 2 reasons why the Federation is in the lead," Di Feiwen said unhurriedly. "The first is that the development of the Kunlun mystic realm has brought a lot of primeval technology, which has been significantly improved and strengthened by the relics below the ancient saint world. Secondly, the Federation will excavate a lot of intact giant god soldiers and relatively intact components from the Kunlun mystic realm and the underground of the ancient saint world and build a legion of giant god soldiers, which will have an enormous number of soldiers per person. In a space battleground, hundreds of giant god soldiers will be deployed at the same time. I believe that I don't need to elaborate on how terrifying the enhancement of the giant god soldier is. Even if the top-tier combat ability of the cultivators of the Federation is not as good as that of the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium, with the enhancement of the giant god soldier, it is still possible to crush them. The weakness of the Federation is obvious, too. Compared with the center of the Sea of Stars, the Federation is short of resources and population. It is not suitable for prolonged battles such as War of Attrition and War of Scorched Earth. No matter how elite the Kunlun fleet is, no matter how many giant god soldiers there are, both the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance have 10 times, or even 100 times, of your strength. The Federation won't be able to withstand a 5-to-1, or even 10-to-1 battlefield exchange. General Han Bailing, you are a seasoned warrior. In your opinion, should such a federal army fight a quick battle or be deployed to a seesaw battlefield? A quick duel, of course. Han Bailing replied without any hesitation. The federal army today is like a sharp, unstoppable saber that can kill any enemy as long as they find a critical location. On the other hand, the thinner and faster the saber is, the easier it will be worn and broken. It will be very troublesome if the saber falls into the enemy's scales. Yes, that's why I suggested that the Federation send out troops as soon as possible in time for the Battle of the Capital City. Di Feiwen said, "Only in short, specific and crucial battles such as the Battle of the Capital can the Federal Army make best use of their advantages and seize the most brilliant victories, or even the final victory. On the other hand, in 2 to 3 years, the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance will have a protracted tug-of-war between hundreds of sectors. It will be a competition of attrition and logistics. By then, 2 or 3 more fleets of the Federation will be no more than 2 or 3 fewer fleets. Do you want the best troops of the Federation to be deployed into such a bloody, bottomless pit? That being said, Bai Kaisen pondered for a moment and said, but who can guarantee that the Star Ocean Imperium will not harbor ill intentions when the best fleets of the Federation, including most of the giant god soldiers, are deployed to the center of the Sea of Stars? You must know that, once we are involved in the swirl of a war, everything will be beyond our control. By then, our logistics will be hindered by the people of the Star Ocean Imperium. Who can guarantee that the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium will cooperate wholeheartedly and hand over the confidential technology and the prosperous world to the Federation without backstabbing us? I can guarantee that. With a sincere face, Di Feiwen said, the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium are definitely not sincere about the cooperation. They are definitely scheming in their cruel and unscrupulous hearts. They will definitely be merciless and stab us in the back. Well, Bai Kaisen and the other experts of the Federation were all dumbfounded. They looked at Di Feiwen in a daze, not knowing what he meant. There are no eternal friends in the universe, only eternal interests. Of course, the immortal cultivators of the Imperium are not cooperating with the cultivators of the Federation sincerely, but it does not stop them from forming an unbreakable common interest group and guarantee the safety of the expedition army of the Federation with their interests. Di Feiwen said confidently, the Imperium today is not a monolithic place. The selfish immortal cultivators do not have the will to fight against the cultivators just for the different paths. The conflicts among the major forces of the Imperium are too intense for the Federation to ignore. For example, why does the Federation have to help the revolutionaries eliminate the remaining members of the four families? Is it possible to keep the survivors of the four families as bargaining chips for negotiations with the revolutionaries? Another example. Inside the reformists, the Universal Commerce Alliance system, led by Jin Yuan, the Deep Sea Fleet system, led by Empress Dowager Li Linghai, and the military system, led by Lei Qinghu, are actually divided. Will His Majesty Yuan, under the pressure of the three forces, be willing to be the mascot and puppet forever? Hee. Although I haven't had much contact with His Majesty, who is known as the Golden Lion, I have a vague feeling that His Majesty does not want to be manipulated by anybody, be it Lei Qinghu, Jin Yuan, or his mother Li Linghai. What is even better is that His Majesty does not seem to be interested in the fundamentalist path of immortality. It is very likely that he will go further than Li Linghai in the path of innovation. Then, is it possible for the Federation to reach an agreement with Your Majesty in secret to make Your Majesty the most important member of the pro-federal faction, and then help Your Majesty suppress Lei Qinghu, Jin Yuan, Li Linghai, and the other factions in secret to push forward Your Majesty's ideal revolution? After all, Li Yao, the Black Wind King, was His Majesty's most trusted minister in the first place. As a qualified emperor, it is basic common sense for him to create conflicts among his subjects, maintain the balance, and play the game of dogs biting each other. If Your Majesty can realize that the Star Glory Federation can be the most excellent hound to help him bite Lei Qinghu, Jin Yuan, Li Linghai, and the rest of the people who are above his head so that he can spare his hands and feet to achieve his ambitions, believe me, Your Majesty will definitely look at the Federation in a different light. Not only will the safety of the Federation be ensured, it is also possible that a lot of resources will be allocated to the Federation, allowing it to grow. Is General D planning to turn the entire Federation into the Emperor's party of the Imperium of true human beings, and even include your own Infinite Commerce Alliance? Bai Kaisen sneered. Is this considered betraying the Infinite Commerce Alliance? What if Tam? Looking at his fair, fat hands, Di Feiwen smiled and said, betrayal is nothing unusual for the immortal cultivators, and the Federation did not accept me and my subordinates because of my loyalty. Did it? Bai Kaisen was lost for words. We've been working on the political changes of the Imperium, especially the intelligence analysis and personality sketch of the new emperor. Guo Chunfeng, the veteran intelligence chief of the Federation, coughed and continued the conversation unhurriedly. What General D said might be what we thought, but it is too dangerous after all. Interfering with the political changes of a major nation with the capability of a small nation is like playing with fire in an abyss. One moment of carelessness, and we will be doomed forever. We are playing with fire. But so what? Hasn't the Star Glory Federation been playing with fire since it was born? You were playing with fire when you established the Nine-Sect Alliance, in the harsh environment where demons were everywhere. After the Far East Demon Kingdom was destroyed, the war between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector was also playing with fire every day. Li Yao's defeat of Xianxia in the Flying Star Sector was playing with fire. The human beings and the demons reached a truce. The Heaven's Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, and the Flying Star Sector were playing with fire when they established a new federation. The new federation was playing with fire when it fought against the Black Wind Fleet. The rise of the Federation over the past 600 years was built on steel, blood, and fire among mountains of blades, seas of flames, and forests of swords. There was no such thing as a sure victory. There was no such thing as an easy rise. There was no such thing as a world peace without risks at all. It is not the first day that you've learned the difference between the capability of the Star Glory Federation, the Star Glory Federation, and the Star Glory Federation. The Star Glory Federation is a small country in the periphery of the Sea of Stars that only occupies 9 barren worlds and 1 or 2 advanced prehistoric relics. If such a small country wants to compete with the superpowers that include hundreds of sectors without playing with fire, taking risks, or gambling with all your assets, I don't know what kind of opportunities you are expecting. All in all, for a small country in the periphery such as the Federation to maintain a strategic balance with a large country in the Sea of Stars such as the Imperium, they must intervene in the internal situation of the Imperium and ensure that the Imperium is in a state of factions and strife. Then, they must pull in some factions and fight some, making themselves feared by all parties. All parties have no choice but to fight for the third faction that is beyond the situation. Isn't this the fundamental national policy of the Federation for the past 100 years? No matter how it is implemented, the ultimate military might of the Federation must be sent to the Imperium first. The immortal cultivators believe in the rule that the strong prey on the weak, and the winner takes all. Nothing can be achieved without demonstrating the invincibility of the Federation first. No deal can be made. The experts of the Federation fell into a brief silence. After a moment of silence, more heated debates took place. With D. Feiwen's words as the foundation, the experts of the ancient saint world were finally able to express their opinions. Their opinions might not be very organized, but at the very least, it was enough to let the leadership of the Federation know that, in the Federation, there was still a market for the pro-war arguments. It did make sense now that he thought about it. Over the past 100 years, under the threat of the Black Wind Fleet, the war machine had been operating at a relatively high efficiency. The construction of society and the advancement of civilization had always been focused on the army and the armed forces. The soldiers and the strong enjoyed a high social status. At that time, few people believed that the invasion of the Black Wind Fleet would be resolved easily. 3 to 5 generations of people had been prepared to fight until there were no survivors. The entire Federation had been burnt to the ground. People had crawled into the crust and fought for another 500 years. Right now, the threat of the Black Wind Fleet had been resolved by the sacrifices of Li Yao and countless other federal soldiers. However, the 100-year-long state of quasi-war and the iron-willed personality that had been shaped by the shadow of war for generations were not so easy to restore to a peaceful state. Putting everything else aside, the military and military expenses of the Federation, which were several times higher than normal, were astronomical. Should the army and the starships, which had been prepared for the final war, continue? If the army was not maintained on such a large scale, the resettlement of the servicemen and the sealing and scrapping of the starships would lead to tremendous economic, social, and even political problems. Countless rebellions during the rise and fall of dynasties had resulted in tragedies because the resettlement of the servicemen was not handled well. If it had to be maintained, where would the money come from? It must be noted that not only was every starship a giant beast that could swallow gold, every cultivator was a bottomless hole that could swallow resources. The daily food expenses of all the warriors and cultivators were enough to make the chief of staff of the Federal Army happy and worried. Once the war machine was fully functioning, it was impossible to slow it down. Only by filling enough flesh, blood, and bones would it be able to break. In the defense of the Federation, not enough flesh, blood, and bones had been added, which was the biggest problem. Wars bum money. Burning one's own money is a loser, while burning other people's money is a winner. Or rather, the eagles on the prairie of the ancient Saint world, or rather, the leader of the bandits on the prairie, Han Bailing, declared, "For the long-lasting peace of the Federation, the current size of the army must be maintained or expanded. Disarmament is out of the question. The federal finances could not sustain such a large-scale army." A few years ago, faced with the threat of death, the citizens were naturally willing to contribute all their resources and grit their teeth through the toughest years. But right now, is there any reason for them to do so? If we don't have enough funds and we have to maintain such a large-scale army, what other options do we have other than to expand and win again and again? There's no time to lose. Let's go to the center of the Sea of Stars right now. On one hand, we will be supported by the resources and technology of the new Imperium. On the other hand, we will be able to plunder the wealth of the surviving families of the 4 electors. We will even have the opportunity to take over the greater Thousand Worlds controlled by the 4 major families and the Sanctuary Alliance and make a fortune from the war. With the immeasurable war money, we will be able to release war bonds within the Federation. The stocks of the major sects and groups will be a hot topic, too. All the citizens will be willing to dig out their trump cards and help the federal government survive the most difficult times. What can be a better deal than this? The prerequisite for making a fortune in a war is to win before winning. Bai Kaisen retorted, "Can we guarantee our victory? Of course not. If we fail, the Federation will be destroyed. No war bonds or extravagant promises will be fulfilled. Nobody will care about them anymore, will they?" Such irresponsible remarks naturally raised a new round of rebuttals. The pro-war advocates and the pro-war advocates were fighting back and forth. The atmosphere was getting more and more intense, and the focus of the two parties had drifted away. At this moment, the sound of an ebony walking stick hitting the deck came from the end of the conference table. Schwa, 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 schwa. The debate came to an end. Everybody looked at the old man who was covered in moss and looked like a rock. Although he was the most famous old man in the Federation, there was no telling whether or not he was a man of virtue and prestige, but Gue Shirsho was indeed the one who had lived the longest in the Federation. He was also one of the experts with the highest cultivation level, almost on par with Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, 2 spectral cultivators in the divinity transformation stage. However, he concentrated all his techniques on the skill, health, and longevity. Even so, his long life was enough for him to pass countless soul-stirring, unpredictable years and accumulate abundant life experience to guide the juniors in front of him. Gue Shirsho was qualified to participate in the meeting of the experts of the Federation and considered all the experts of the Federation to be his juniors. He was even older than the Star Glory Federation. 600 years ago, before the 9-sect alliance on Heaven's origin, the predecessor of the Star Glory Federation, was established, Gue Fusho was already used to the vicissitudes of life. The old demon had always considered himself to be a recorder of history. He had even devised the Tombstone Plan in order to record the most glorious moments of the human beings and the demon race in the periphery of the Sea of Stars. Right now, it was the most glorious and dangerous moment of the Star Glory Federation. The duration of his consciousness was much longer than the previous hundreds of years combined. He was even appointed as the Vice Dean of the Life Research Institute of the new Federation, where he studied the training and longevity of human beings with biochemical technology. As a matter of fact, the Star Glory Federation, which boasted the last organized force of the demon race in the Pangu universe, had also received a complete biochemical technology system from the Blood Demon sector. By combining the biochemical technology of the Blood Demon sector with the primeval relics of the ancient Saint world and the corpses of the Pangu clan in the Kunlun mysterious realm, countless unique, remarkable biochemical training techniques were analyzed and retrieved. The exploration of the Federation in the field of biochemistry was even ahead of that of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance. In such a regard, Gue Shirsho could be called a living database and museum. He had made the greatest contribution. The Life Research Institute of the Federation's Spiritual Energy Research Center, which was led by him, had even conducted extensive tracing investigations and data sampling on all the cultivators in the Federation, whether they were cultivators, immortal cultivators, or demons. With countless papers and research reports, The word cultivation had been further standardized, digitized, and reusable, providing clear guidance for the advancement of countless cultivators. Many experts of the Federation respected Gue Shosho very much. They knew that he must have something very important to say. Otherwise, this 1,000-year-old demon would be too lazy to waste his energy to open his mouth. Everyone's words just now are very reasonable. The problems that you are worried about are very likely to happen, too. I'm not the best at weighing the military and the political issues. It's just that, from what I've heard, the only thing that matters is the conflicts of interest. But I've rarely heard you talk about the Great Tao. Then, let's talk about the Great Tao and the belief of the Federation. Gue Isho held his cane and lowered his head, both as a rock on the seashore and as a rusted bell. He tapped everybody's head with his words. Pondering for a moment, he said slowly, "To be honest, it does not seem appropriate for an old man such as myself to talk about the cultivation of the Federation. Besides, the so-called belief is mysterious and unpredictable. Countless experts and scholars have studied it for hundreds of years, but nobody has ever figured out what the belief is exactly. But does the belief really not exist? Is it just a self-deceiving illusion? A strong self-suggestion? I'm afraid you can't say that. Here I have the latest report of the Life Research Institute. It is the result of tracing the training and upgrade data of thousands of experts over the past 100 years and analyzing them in great detail. From the curves, we can see that the advancement of the experts of the Federation over the past 100 years is closely related to the prosperity of the Federation. The stronger the Federation is, the faster the training speed of the experts will be, and the success rate of their advancement will be higher. As a result, more and more experts will emerge in the Federation, and their comprehensive national strength and potential for war will soar. Is this just a coincidence? Or is it just because of the abundance of resources, the advancement of technology, and the stability of the cultivation environment that caused the cultivators to advance by leaps and bounds? Combining a huge amount of data, including the mental sketch of the cultivator himself, we have come to a different conclusion. Besides materialism, what is more important is the spirit. It is these cultivators who firmly believe that they walk the righteous path, that they defend the righteous path, that they allow the sea of stars to embrace the great Tao. Only under the encouragement of this belief can they press forward with indomitable will, like a hot knife cutting through butter, and continuously break the limits of humanity. The Life Research Institute summarizes such phenomena in one sentence: the training of human beings depends on their own hard work. But more importantly, it is the torrent of history, the righteousness of the nation, and the spirit of civilization. Over the past 100 years, countless cultivators firmly believed that they were the defenders of justice. Their crazy training and hard work not only defended their family, compatriots, and home, but also the most beautiful, purest, and kindest spirit of mankind. They were not only fighting for the Star Glory Federation, but also for the justice of mankind. Or rather, the Federation was justice. Such beliefs are the source of their strength. They are the biggest reason why the cultivation speed and the success rate of advancement of the cultivators of the Federation are much higher than those of the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium, which allowed the Federation to catch up with the development speed of the Star Ocean Imperium and defeat the Black Wind Fleet in only 100 years. To be honest, this old man has lived on and off for almost 1,000 years. And from the records of your history, Senior, I have also gathered information on the rise and fall of countless countries and tribes over the past thousands of years. I have seen all kinds of countries, governments, and even tribes in various forms, but I have never seen a nation like today's Federation. A nation where citizens of all kinds of races and life forms could live together without any hesitation. A nation of gold where the lower classes ascended unimpeded. And a nation of gold where the upper echelons were relatively clean, honest, and had ambitions. The nation was thriving and thriving. Of course, the Star Glory Federation is not perfect. But compared to the Imperium, the Holy Alliance, and the small countries scattered in the periphery of the Sea of Stars, this place is already the hope of mankind. Then, if we regard the Star Glory Federation not as an ordinary nation but as the hope of mankind, how are we going to face the war in the center of the Sea of Stars? Right now, In the center of the sea of stars, countless people are living in misery and suffering, living a life that is darker than the sun and worse than death. Even such miserable days could not last long. The fragile order was about to be shattered. Countless sectors and habitable planets were about to be drowned in the raging ocean of flames. Billions of people would die without a sound. Not even their names and screams would be left. Those who are lucky enough to be alive will become the puppets of the Star Glory Federation. Their independent emotions and will be washed away, and the seals of the 3 fundamental laws will be left with irreversible consequences. Or, they will kill each other like animals and lunatics in the barren, resource-poor, barren world of the planet, while they struggle for their last breath. They will play survival games like the Hell of Azura in the world of martial arts. If we don't stop it, everything will happen in the next 2 to 3 years. There will be no power that can help the poor people in the center of the Sea of Stars get rid of their miserable fate. Of course, I can't say that the advocates of retreatment are wrong. From the perspective of a dutiful commander and commander-in-chief of an ordinary country, it is only reasonable that they are responsible for the lives of every soldier under their command and every citizen behind them. It is only reasonable that they seize the greatest benefits for their country. However, even though they knew that billions of citizens in the center of the Sea of Stars were about to fall into the abyss of destruction, they still watched them die and live a life worse than death. They calculated the consumption of resources between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance with extreme calmness. The Federation's best point of entry in the war. Wait for 2 to 3 years before they participate in the war. At that time, even if the Federation obtains a victory on the battlefield and a bountiful material reward, how could they face the thousands upon thousands of wronged souls who died miserably? How could they face the Federation's own belief? How could the cultivators of the Federation openly tell themselves that I am training for justice, for all of mankind, and for the future of the civilization of mankind? So justice will certainly bless me. All of humanity will definitely support me. Thousands upon thousands of fellow humans will definitely stand by my side and fight side by side with me. Everyone, please don't feel that this old man is using an insubstantial theory of the great Taoists to suppress you. The great Taoists are profound, but there are traces that can be traced. Over the past 100 years, the average cultivation efficiency of the cultivators of the Federation has increased by 13% compared to the previous 100 years. It is even more than 20% higher than the average cultivation efficiency of the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium over the past 100 years that we have collected recently. Do you all think that this is merely luck and that the heavens are blessing the Federation? I thought that was the crux of the problem. The crux was how you viewed the Star Glory Federation. If you consider the Star Glory Federation to be an ordinary, muddle-headed, soulless nation no different from the many nations that once flourished in the Sea of Stars over the past 10,000 years, and the wars between the Star Glory Federation, the Star Glory Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance are just wars of interest that you are used to, wars that are waged for the hegemony of the universe, then just continue your petty, worrying discussions of interests. It's all right. It's very normal. It's very reasonable. However, I must remind you that, as a result, the Federation will lose the advantage of the Great Tao. Cultivators, immortal cultivators, and members of the Sanctuary Alliance will only be the difference between hypocrites and real villains. What's the difference? In such a case, the cultivators of the Federation will never get the enhancement of the Enlightenment, the higher efficiency of training and the higher success rate of advancement than the immortal cultivators, or the support of the billions of people in the center of the universe. How can such a federation, which has lost its belief and soul, compete with the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance? However, if you, as well as thousands of other cultivators and warriors, believe that the Star Glory Federation is not just an ordinary nation but a nation with a soul, integrity, kindness, and justice, a nation that bums with the hope of the civilization of mankind, a nation destined to liberate all of mankind, and fight for not just benefits but also justice and liberation, I believe that the beliefs of all the cultivators and soldiers of the Federation will be stronger, their beliefs will be purer, and their souls will be firmer. Their training efficiency and success rate will be significantly improved, as if they have been injected with cardiac stimulants. Even things such as breakthroughs on the battlefield, breakthroughs in the last minute, breakthroughs in the face of death, and breakthroughs beyond one's level to defeat the enemy will be endless. The entire cultivation world of the Federation will be renewed, and you will be greatly surprised. Hehe. Sorry to have made you listen to so much nonsense. Know that, in such a high-level and critical meeting, the balance between the strength of the enemy and the interests of the nation is the least of my concerns. But talking about justice and spiritualism is inappropriate and even absurd. As for me, an old fart from the demon race, talking about the great Tao of cultivation in front of all the cultivators, it was more of a mockery. However, other than being a demon, I am also a historian and the creator of the tombstone of the human civilization. Death is inevitable. No matter how splendid and brilliant a life is, in the end, it is just a short tombstone. Isn't it the same for a country and a civilization? I hope that, when the Star Glory Federation is faced with the choice of life and death, it will not forget its original intention and leave a deep and colorful mark on the tombstone of the civilization of mankind. I hope that, billions of years later, the history of the Star Glory Federation will not be mixed with the history of other ordinary human countries and be obliterated without a trace. Instead, it will leave its unique spirit and its passionate ending. With the greatest spirit and the most firm belief, it will turn into lines of shining epitaphs and continue to inspire a new civilization billions of years later. Gue Hansho's words cast the meeting into even greater silence. Many experts who had been fighting in the front line since the old Federation era were deep in thought. Even Bai Kaisen was silent, his eyes focused on the front. He seemed to be recalling the days when he, Lei Dalu, and the members of the Great Horn Exo Society hunted the most brutal enemies to the ends of the earth for a bag of food. But times had changed. As a cultivator, Bai Kaisen could sacrifice his own life without any hesitation. But what about the lives of billions of people of the Federation? L'agree with Mr. Gue. Also, don't forget that Liao is still on the other side of the Sea of Stars. A few years ago, Liao went to the Imperium by himself for the purpose of spreading the tinder of cultivation in the center of the Sea of Stars. Nobody thought highly of him at that time. Everybody thought that it was impossible to spread the knowledge of cultivation in the Imperium. The fact that he was able to collect some intelligence about the center of the Sea of Stars for the Federation was already a great achievement. I didn't expect that Liao would create one miracle after another in just a few years. He created a small world of cultivators in the harsh environment at the center of the Sea of Stars. Even many people below the ground of the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus sector, the heart of the Imperium of true human beings, became believers of the great Tao of cultivation. The great situation is hard to come by, and the fire of cultivation can die down at any time. If we don't follow closely behind and do everything we can to make the fire burn brighter and brighter, how can we face Liao's efforts? When will we be able to implement the great Tao of cultivation in the Sea of Stars? Besides, Liao's whereabouts are unknown right now. There is no telling whether he is dead or alive. He must be waiting for us and his compatriots of the Federation to rescue him. If we turn a blind eye to him when he needs us most and watch him die behind the stars, how are we going to explain it to the thousands of citizens of the Federation when the news spreads? Today, Liao's influence has far exceeded his own. He has become the symbol of the Federation and the idol of countless ordinary people. There's no way that we can keep it a secret. It will leak out sooner or later. Do we have to stir the public opinion before we take action? A stone raises 1,000 ripples. When the topic of Liao was brought up, the experts present were all more agitated than before. Of course, there were many people who insisted on rescuing Liao, but most of them were worried that Liao was too mysterious to be seen. God knows where he was hiding and what earth-shaking things he had been up to, just like when he snuck into the Flying Star sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Ancient Saint world. Besides, this time he had even abandoned his body of flesh and blood. All that was left of him were ghosts that were wandering in the Sea of Stars. Even the gods of the universe could not find him, much less the Federal Army. There was nothing that could be done. The rescue operation was like an arrow that had been knocked and had to be launched. Otherwise, it would be an extremely serious blow to the morale of the army, the hearts of the people, and their beliefs. It was impossible for Liao to be the only one charging forward in the vast federation while everyone else was hiding in the back and cheering for him. If so, what kind of people would they be called, the sabers of the human civilization? For a moment, the crowd was heated and at loggerheads with each other. Their voices grew louder and louder, and no one was able to convince the other party. Ding Lingdang could only announce that the meeting would be adjourned for the time being. Everyone would take a moment to rest and think over the details again. Your opinions are all very precious. It is not something that can be decided in a few words. Why don't we take a rest and ask the chief to release the latest briefing on the Imperium? We will discuss it then. Ding Lingdang paused for a moment. Her eyes turned slightly red as she took a deep breath and said, "However, there is one thing. Whether to end the battle quickly, to prepare for a few more years, to accumulate more strength, to send out an expedition army that is small in number, or to mobilize all the forces of the Federation. These are all normal strategical discussions. Everyone can speak freely without any worries. However, I hope that you will start from a point of view that is either based on the interests of the nation or based on our beliefs. Do not go. Do not go. Do not consider Li Yao's personal safety. The blood of the strong flows for the weak. It has been the belief of the Federation for hundreds of years. Experts such as Li Yao were prepared to sacrifice themselves before they set off to explore the center of the Sea of Stars. He would never want us to sacrifice countless people and the lives of the people he should protect just to save him. Besides, I believe in God. He will be fine. Just like so many times in the past, he will certainly create a miracle this time." Ding Lingdang stopped talking. Her face pale, she looked at the experts and was the first to leave the meeting room. When Jin Xinyue and Guo Chunfeng chased after her, they found that Ding Lingdang had not returned to the temporary office of the Speaker of Parliament next to the captain's room of Kunlun, but to her own room. The two of them looked at each other. Jin Xinyue knocked on the door anyway. Pondering for a moment, she called tentatively, "Master's wife." When the two opened the door and entered, they discovered that Ding Lingdang was sitting by the bed in a daze. Her face was even paler than just a moment ago, and her eyes were so red that they were burning. Her pair of hands, which had remained motionless even after wringing the throat of a demon beast, were slightly trembling. Tay discovered that the speaker, the leader of the Patriot Front, and the emperor are too important for ordinary people. Seeing the concern on their faces, Ding Lingdang laughed in self-mockery and mumbled, "I am clearly the one who should care about Li Yao the most in the entire Federation. I should be the one who calls for everyone to find and rescue Li Yao at all costs. At the very least, according to my own personality, I should let go of everything and rush to the center of the Sea of Stars to find Li Yao, or die in battle with him. But I can't. Not only can I not abandon all the responsibilities on my shoulders and go to the center of the Sea of Stars by myself to fight to my heart's content, I cannot even reveal the slightest bit of my true feelings, lest I interfere with everyone's judgment and cause thousands of innocent people to sacrifice themselves in vain. It doesn't feel good. The feeling of death is even more painful than the worst wounds I've ever suffered." Master's wife, Jin Xinyue, who was a smooth talker, did not know how to comfort Ding Lingdang either. She simply replied drily, "As you said, I've always turned misfortune into fortune. Everything will be fine." "Thope so." Ding Lingdang clenched her trembling fists. She was still wearing the red lotus ring that Li Yao had given her 100 years ago. Pausing for a moment, she shook her head and smiled. "It seems that I'm not a good speaker. A good speaker shouldn't have such complicated feelings at all. She shouldn't have been so sentimental and caught in a dilemma. Nobody should have seen through her thoughts. Tell me, Jin Xinyue, was my concern for Li Yao obvious just now? Did everybody see my confusion and anxiety? Hehe, maybe you're right. You are more suitable to be the Speaker of Parliaments than me. I'm better off being a simple, charging soldier like Li Yao." "It's not like that, mistress," Jin Xinyue said solemnly. "In the past, I always believed that I was far more suitable to be the Speaker of Parliament than you. But after the Federation Defense War, I've discovered that it is better to be above board in many things. Since the beginning of the Federal Defense War, You've been doing very well and deserve to be the Speaker of Parliament. But the current situation is completely different from during the defense of the Federation. Ding Lingdang sighed softly and said, during the defense of the Federation, the Black Wind Fleet was marching close. We had no other options except to fight until the end. I didn't have to hesitate, feel lost, or make any choice. I could have stretched out my head or shrunk my neck, but what was there to be scared of? But right now it is different. Right now we seem to have two choices, and my choice will determine the life and death of billions of people. One moment of hesitation or rashness might ruin the civilization that has lasted 600 years. 2. Whether or not we march into the center of the Sea of Stars will be decided by the Parliament. You don't have to shoulder all the burden, Xianxia said. But as the Speaker of Parliament, I have more influence on the Parliament than anybody else. Once the Parliament makes a decision, I will carry it out without any hesitation and accept all the glory and blame. Ding Lingdang took a deep breath and said, this is the responsibility of the Speaker of Parliament. Why else would people choose a speaker when they have wasted so much time, energy, and resources? Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Director Jean, is the communication with the Star Ocean Imperium going well? If my memory serves me right, a few starships of the Star Ocean Imperium jumped to the vicinity of the Dragon Snake Space Zone this morning. Have you received them? After Ding Lingdang poured out the confusion and sorrow in her heart, she was suddenly a different person and regained her usual firmness and confidence. He addressed Xianxia as Director Jean, indicating that the conversation was getting serious. Xianxia used to be the president of the Dark Moon Foundation, an intelligence organization of the Federation. But after the defense of the Federation, she had resigned from all her official posts and retreated to reflect on her mistakes. It was not until the Star Glory Federation started a dialogue with the Star Glory Federation that she was reinstated by Ding Lingdang as the director of the Special Liaison Bureau between the two parties. In fact, her subordinates were still the original subordinates of the Dark Moon Foundation. They were still doing the foreign intelligence work of the Star Glory Federation. Right now, the Federation was in a relatively favorable position in the communication between the two parties. In order to win over the Star Glory Federation, the revolutionaries had offered a lot of technology and advanced magical equipment as a sign of their sincerity. This morning, the first batch of advanced magical equipment and the high-level negotiators of the Imperium had crossed the Sea of Stars to the Federation,